Welcome back to our coverage of the Chinese region Mythic Dungeon International Group Stage. I'm Brownos, joined today by Tettles once again. Welcome, Tettles.
Hey,
good morning.
Yeah, they kicked all the good casters off the desk, and so now there's just you and I left.
I literally made that joke yesterday. You can't be doing this. That's copyrighted.
Well, it's a rebroadcast.
I see. Yeah. So what's happening here? For those who maybe missed it yesterday, we are broadcasting for the first time the Chinese group stage of the Mythic Dungeon International ahead of the Global Finals, which are this weekend. So 2 teams out of the Chinese region will be joining the 6 from the other groups, and they'll be playing this weekend in the Global Finals. We've got some very powerful teams from Groups A and B, but also from China. In particular, Team Worms has been so impressive so far from this region, and there will be another team. There will be 2 teams getting out of this bracket, starting off with whichever team wins in the upper bracket, and then whichever team wins their way through the lower bracket, right? 2 teams will make it, so whichever 2 make it to the finals at the end of the day. So you'll notice we have 6 matches left to play. We are going to show all of them today, every single one of those. We're going to start off down in the lower bracket. We're going to play those 2 series. Then we'll move up to the upper bracket and play the upper semis, and then we'll do a gauntlet of lower bracket doom until the end of the day, which is going to be a best of 5 in the finals. All of these other series will be best of 3s between these teams. And yeah, the competition in particular, I would say, for the second slot out of this group, I would be shocked if Worms doesn't take the first slot out of this group, given how well they've played.
I think that Worms, FTB ZM, and Team Udon were probably my top 3 that I saw from yesterday. I feel like Udon was maybe a little bit better than FTB ZM, but I think that they're about similar-ish level. But I agree. I think that whenever we're looking at Worms to me seems like they're on the same tier as maybe a Perplexed and a Mandatory in terms of their times. And whenever we looked at the time trial times, they were about that same level.
Yeah, so we're going to start off here in the lower bracket with 2 of the teams that I would say are in a little bit more danger. That's going to be a little bit more of a long shot for either of these 2 teams to make it through, say, FTB ZM or Team Udon. We've got Dali only versus Champion of Strength. Now, Champion of Strength, actually, it's an upset that they survived to this point in the bracket. They were the 8th seed coming into this group, and yet they've survived through to this point. So very well played so far.
They have voodoo. They like to, whenever they play, they like to make the other team throw so they can win.
Ah, I see. Yeah, there has been yesterday we saw some runs. We saw some dungeons go to the high double-digit death counters.
It's always Grimbatol, and it's always Grimbatol.
So, okay, here we're looking at the bans for our first series. Both teams taking out that City of Threads in the middle there. So Grimbatol is effectively banned as well by virtue of being the 5th map. We're going to start off with a +11 Arakara and then move into a +9 Siege of Borealis before moving into the +11 Necrotic Wake if we need it.
So something that we kind of noticed a little bit yesterday, just straight across the board, is I felt the teams were pulling a little bit slow in Siege of Borealis. Whenever we saw Group A and Group B, the game plan for Borealis was very simple. It was whenever your 2 minutes are up, you pull this massive pull, and you do it straight into the boss. Where for the Chinese region, it seemed like they were playing maybe a little bit slower on their 2s, not really committing to that. But yeah, we have to start off with this Arakara. Something that we have been noticing a lot with the Chinese region is that they really like Warlock. A lot more than other regions. We haven't seen as much Enhancement Shaman. I think that was something that we were talking about a lot. So I'm kind of interested in seeing for this day 2, did they change their compositions up? Did they actually start adopting the Enhancement Shaman? My guess is probably not.
My guess is no. Yeah. We've seen a lot of Resto Shaman out of this region as well, which is a very common healer to be played in the high keys on live. Although Discipline Priest has actually been kind of ramping up recently, even in the highest keys on live as well. But Resto Shaman, a very cozy healer, and that has sort of been filling that Sky Fury slot, so they haven't been feeling the need to play a Shaman in the DPS slots, although I agree with you that Enhancement Shaman is really, really good, so I would love to see some more of it over these next matches.
It's kind of interesting because I didn't expect Warlock to be as popular, but
Warlock I think is sweet. Yeah, I think it's really good.
I think for Dali only and Champion of Strength, I think Champion of Strength was the team that bust out the Prot Paladin yesterday, so it's kind of an interesting decision point as to what are we going to see today in terms of these teams. And it looks like immediately right off the bat on the right hand side of the screen here, Champion of Strength is busting out that Prot Paladin again.
Nice. Whereas Dali only are still on the. They've basically just been running this comp everywhere. They've got the Ret Pally, the Fury Warrior.
I think I played Feral in one of the.
Yeah, they did use a Feral Druid in a key in a Stone Vault, I believe, which was awesome to see. Here comes their Lust, so they're going to be pulling with Lust onto the first mini boss. Champion of Strength are doing the exact same strategy here, and yeah, it's an Elemental Shaman for Dali only, rather than the enhancement spec. Elemental, I quite like in Arakara. Arakara is characterized by a few really massive pulls, and Elemental Shaman works really well in them. And something I talked about a little bit yesterday that I think is a huge underrated strength of it, especially in an MDI setting, is your Earthquake is going to randomly knock down a bunch of enemies. So it's not a reliable way to stop anything because it's random. But if you've got a pull with 15 enemies, 5 of whom are just randomly casting things, Earthquake incidentally stopping a few of those casts is a lot of effective damage reduction on your group. It's kind of like Darkness, except it stops the enemies from casting instead of stops the damage from coming in.
Yeah, that makes sense. I will say that I think that Ellie Shaman is quite good. So, but there's this kind of balance of AoE, pure AoE damage and funnel or priority damage that you kind of want. And the Ellie Shaman, whenever you compare it to some of the other specializations that we've seen in the top of the meta, has way more AoE and way less prio damage. I think it's one of those situations that it's really difficult to actually get a lot more single target and a lot more priority damage in Mythic Plus. And so then you end up tending to play more towards those specializations that have priority damage. I also think a very common thing that we've been seeing with this season's dungeons is one large mini boss or lieutenant mob on top of a bunch of like smaller mobs, and that's a very common damage profile that we've been seeing throughout all of these dungeons. So then things like the Assassination Rogue, the Frost Death Knight, the Enhancement Shaman are all very popular because of that. And the Warrior going down on the side of Dali only, that's what happened. Did he stand in the ground effect?
Rupture exploded.
Oh
yeah,
no.
Took him out.
He stood in the explosion from the crab.
So yeah, Champion of Strength, they're playing Frost Mage, Assassination Rogue. Those two specs actually do a bunch of damage to the primary target, which is a very strong strength of it. Assassination Rogue in particular, this season they're playing a hero talent where it's basically all built around marking one enemy and then doing extra damage to that enemy. So that is extremely good on these sort of mini-boss style pulls, which... you do need AoE, right? When we're looking at the Mythic Dungeon International, we're playing these keys in this group at levels 9, 10, and 11. Those are the keys where they can speedrun often pretty aggressively, right? And pull pretty large. But even in those large pulls, often what's gating you, like you said, is killing that one primary target, right? Killing that mini-boss is the thing that saves you the most time, especially if you have somebody in your group already doing all the AoE, which these groups, the Unholy DK, I would say, is the most common... exemplar of that role, somebody who just will do all the AoE and you don't have to. But even the Frost DK with Breath of Sindragosa is also doing that sort of thing, right? So if you just say, look, you can handle the AoE, I'm just going to murder the mini-boss, that is a lot of extra value, even though on the overall damage meters, it won't look as impressive. Although Assassination Rogue also looks impressive on the overall often at the end of these keys.
The best damage profile is the one in which you get full AoE while doing your single target rotation. So like, historically think of something with like an Outlaw Rogue with like Blade Flurry or like a Havoc Demon Hunter just, pressing all their buttons and just like passively cleaving. Those are the damage profiles that are historically the best for Mythic Plus dungeons.
Yeah, I mean, Assassination Rogue this season kind of gets an even better version of that, where they sort of, like, they get more combo points and energy and AoE, and so they just do even more damage to the primary target. And they have a hero talent this season, where you deal 5% of damage you deal to other enemies, you automatically deal for free to your marked target as bonus damage. So in really big AoE, you just get a huge amount of value from that effect.
Caustic Splatter is also nuts.
I think Caustic Splatter is sort of a reverse version of that, where your whichever target you've got Caustic Splatter on, which can only be one target, sort of like your mark, splashes for some of the poison damage you deal to it, which you sort of get a nice little feedback loop where it's like, oh, this is splashing for damage onto these enemies, and then that deals extra damage to my primary target through the singular focus hero talent, and it's all a beautiful, virtuous cycle.
It looks like Dali only is going to be about 5% of Avanax ahead of Champion of Strength coming out of this area. I think for Dali only, I would have liked to have seen them a little bit further ahead, just looking at their composition. I think that they are way more AoE heavy focused, where this next section is a lot more priority damage. You have these hulking blood guards that apply 50% DRs to the targets that surround them, and so very strong priority damage like that assassination rogue, like this frost mage that we've been talking about. This should in theory be a slightly better section of the dungeon for Champion of Strength. Of course, it's really going to come down to how the teams played out, how they're routing around this area. But in theory, I think the Champion of Strength composition should be slightly more favored in this area than Dali only's. And so I think that the Dali only comp, while only being 7 seconds ahead on the first boss, I would have liked to have seen them maybe be like 20 seconds ahead.
Remember, they have a death as well. This season, we have an affix called Challenger's Peril that activates at +7 or higher keys, and it says, hey, deaths cost you 15 seconds, not 5. So when we factor that in, they are actually behind by 8 seconds instead of ahead by 7. So it is a little bit of a lead for Champion of Strength, who, don't forget, they are our 8th seed. They are huge underdogs in this tournament, but they've been playing extremely well in the series we've been seeing of them. And I think this protection paladin they're using is actually really cool. The prop pally just does so much damage. It does all these free interrupts. It can save people's lives. It can take them away with Tempered in Battle if you're not careful. But
that's true.
Aside from that, it's a really strong spec for this level of key. We haven't seen a lot of it in the MDI. We saw a little bit in Group B, I believe, but not a huge amount. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit more of it in the Global Finals than we did in those groups.
Is it more AoE DPS than like a Vengeance Demon Hunter?
I think it's a little bit more sustained, a little bit less burst. The Vengeance Demon Hunter, around their meta this season, they're playing for this level of keys. They're playing a hero talent called Fellscarred, and what that does is every time you do Fell Dev and you turn into a demon, you get 2 little Demon Surge explosions, which is cool. That's a little bit of burst AoE. But every time you actually press your real meta, you get 5 Demon Surges, and each Demon Surge deals more damage than the previous one as well. They stack ramping damage. So when you do press your meta every 2 minutes, you are getting a huge amount of burst AoE. It does have a little bit of a defensive problem where it's like, okay, my offensive CDs are Metamorphosis and Fiery Brand. Well, okay, those are also my defensive CDs. So if I use these on pull for damage, there's a chance that towards the end of the pull, I'll be a little bit low on resources. But particularly at this key level, with the way they've mapped these pulls out, usually the Demon Hunters are able to survive that.
Yeah. Dude, look at the left side of the screen here. Dali only has actually been able to deal with part of this dungeon faster than Champion of Strength. I think it came down to the decision point of going right versus going left, and Champion of Strength is honestly playing a little bit more conservative of trash pulls than Dali only. Dali only were grabbing a couple of those blood guards. Those blood guards are actually very dangerous to pull together, but we've seen teams even holding their lust and pulling upwards of 4 of them occasionally in some of the group weekends. And so that's a situation where while it is a lot scarier, it does allow you to get a lot more count, and you see them accelerating, getting that 75% enemy forces here, and being able to pull the second boss of this dungeon maybe even like a full minute ahead of Champion of Strength. I'll say 45 seconds, but I think it's even more than that.
Isn't this cool? We have all 3 specs of Paladin in this map as well between our 2 teams.
Dude, what is... No, this is not cool.
If you told me, that we have a map where all 3 copies of a certain class were being played, I would have needed a few guesses before I got to Paladin.
What is Champion of Strength doing? Look at this.
So they're pulling this trash pack, including a hulking blood guard, into boss.
Does this DR the boss?
I don't know. I know it does have an AoE damage reduction aura, a 50% damage reduction aura around it, but it looks like it's going to die reasonably quickly here.
It has to DR the boss. I feel like that's just the only way that mechanic could even work. That's crazy that they chained it into the boss. I feel like very rarely do you see teams actually
teams
look
just
to
don't pull that pack, right?
Exactly. Well, most of the time they have a Vengeance Demon Hunter or a Prot Warrior in this dungeon, so they jump over the wall, so they don't need to pull it. But with the Paladin, they don't have access to being able to just like leap over that wall. Like nothing in their comp could realistically do it. There was the DK infinite range death grip thing that was used a little bit, but that actually ended up getting changed a few weeks back, so you can no longer even do that.
Yeah, Demonic Gateway would have been an option if they played a Warlock, but there's none of those, so they have very few good ways to skip that pack.
Rescue, if you had a Priest as well, they could have faded by and gripped a 2-seater mount.
Yeah, interesting. So I wonder if that's something that's going to cost Champion of Strength some time, because, like you said, Dali only have really been doing this area faster than Champion of Strength. So there is still 15 seconds of death timer in favor of Champion of Strength, but I feel like they're now a little bit more than 15 seconds behind.
There are 7% enemy forces ahead, but I think that Arakara has a very similar texture of like Mists of Tyr and Scythe, where there's only reasonably so much trash that you need from the first two areas, because the last area's trash isn't that bad. It's obviously not great, but there's going to be 1 to 2 pulls that you're going to be doing in this section almost regardless. And so being at 82% enemy forces, that doesn't really save you very much.
Yeah, exactly right. It's a question of what pulls you get to skip, and whether you're, say, doing a smaller pull instead of a bigger pull, because doing a smaller pull instead of a bigger pull rarely actually saves you that much time. What you're really looking to do is eliminate an entire pull from your schedule, right?
I think that there's a chance here that like Sin DK or the Mage for Champion of Strength is going to walk up and use the tailoring weave on the oppressor here, and then Jucky on the side of Champion of Strength is then going to shroud the remainder of the group through, and then the DK or the Mage here who is in combat with this Overseer then will meld off the combat. But instead, it looks like Champion of Strength is just holding W.
Yeah, if we just pull this Overseer, we pull the Haulers, and we run down the middle, I think that'll be count, right?
Well, it'll be overcount. That's going to be like...
What if we skip the Hauler, and then can we shroud through that?
That guy's got True Sight.
Okay.
He has True Sight. You might be able to distract past him. That guy's a lot of count. Hold on, let's see. I actually don't know.
Oh, we have a death for Champion of Strength. That is not good news at all for them. They've lost their Mage, and they've lost their 15-second death timer advantage compared to Dali only, who are marching towards the end of this dungeon. Both teams actually pretty much neck and neck right now, both because, of course, Champion of Strength needed a little bit less count from this area, so it is going to be a photo finish here. Bloodlust has been activated by Champion of Strength for this trash pull, whereas that crucial resource is still available for Dali only. I think, given that, I much prefer Dali only's spot here. I think having Lust for that last boss is going to be a lot better than that sort of trash Lust, especially because the Mage died with Lust active.
Why Lust that pull? It has to be it has to be slower than lusting the boss, right?
I think so. Lust in an AoE situation, I think, is only good if it's allowing you to pull something you otherwise couldn't, which is maybe their thought process there.
That's the traditional thinking, is that Lust is only good on AoE if you can then add another pack of trash or skip a pull in the future. Then you would Lust like an AoE pack. I think that's something like the Stone Vault first pull is like a good example of that, especially on live, where you end up combining like 3 packs of trash. And so then, like, yeah, of course, Lust is great on that, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to do that, because you have to kill off the golems in time. But for something like that, there's no way that was fast. You'd rather just... Because, again, like I was talking about earlier, it's a lot harder to get single target damage, and so lusting bosses is just normally the preferred method. And Dali only, here are calls for lusting on a boss, and Dali only has engaged their lust. Now they just need to make sure that they're staying alive. This is a boss that is actually sneaky hard, even for these MDI teams, where we've seen wipes to this boss a couple of times.
Yeah,
it happens when people just get too comfortable and they actually don't kill off the Bloodworkers in time, and then they get clipped by a wave. There's like a lot of melee DPS that are being played this season as well, and so it's really easy to just kind of make a mistake, especially with like Poison Cleansing Totem, and then you get clipped by a wave, and then things go awry and you wipe.
Yeah, there are a lot of bosses in an MDI setting where they're dangerous because of what you pull onto them. This isn't one of them. This is a boss that can just kill you by itself, right? Just with its boss mechanics. Because a lot of this stuff, even on a plus 11 key level, is a one-shot. It's just a straight-up one-shot, right? You get hit by one of these poison waves, you get hit by that boss grab-in, it is over for you, so... Dali only just need to avoid that happening. Heroic Leaps and Infernal Strikes are valid ways to escape that grip at the end, but they're also a little bit less consistent than just always running into a puddle. So sometimes you'll see mistakes happening when people try and execute that sort of strategy.
I mean, Infernal Strike I think is way harder than Heroic Leap. Heroic Leap, you at least have like the time of which you're like... during the leap, you actually can't get dragged. Yeah, exactly. And Infernal Strike's almost an instant animation, so you have to be very... perfect and
Champion of Strength have been doing a lot of damage here. They've been closing the gap on this boss, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Dali only nearing the end of this encounter. Both teams at full count as well. So Dali only, if they can avoid any last-minute deaths here, which they can, they are going to advance to a 1-0 lead in this series. I actually was pretty impressed, though, by Champion of Strength there. I thought they were maybe going to win for the first half of this dungeon.
I felt like they were a little bit slower in the second trash area. I felt like that their comp should be noticeably better, particularly against all those hulking blood guards. But for some reason, they were just a little bit slower than I think that I was initially anticipating. And Dali only were able to kind of win this one out. Ooh, dude, the Ret Paladin, hold on.
Yeah.
Ret Paladin stonks 2.6 million DPS.
Dude, Ret Paladin is great in kind of any situation. One of the nicest things about it as well is it's so versatile. If you're ever in a dungeon where you kind of want to use some CDs, but not all CDs, Ret Pallies are just having a great time. They can just always go. They're not one of these classes where it's like, oh, I don't want to CD this pack because I want to CD the next pack. And then, the pack lasts a minute and you're like sad. No, Ret Pallies are just like, yep. I'm in combat with greater than 0 mobs. I'm just going to press all of my buttons and roll my face across the keyboard, and it's going to work out.
They're Herald of the Sun, aren't they?
They can play Herald of the Sun or Templar. I'm not sure what they're playing in the keys right now. I thought I saw some Templar animations, but both hero talent trees are good right now.
They're Herald of the Sun for Race Roll First. I remember that. I don't know what.
So Herald of the Sun was the build. Templar got buffed pretty massively a little while ago.
Oh, yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. The story for Ret Pally is like going into the start of this expansion, everybody was thinking they were going to play Templar, and then Herald of the Sun got massively buffed right before the expansion came out, and people were playing Herald for a while. But now I think Templar is the dominant one. So both play pretty similarly, though. Like both hero talent trees, you can kind of just do your rotation and not worry about it. The big thing is if you're playing Templar, every time you press Wake of Ashes, you press it again, and it's a big hammer button, and it makes a big hammer. It's really good. It's very much my speed as far as hero talent trees go.
What I'm going to say about this dungeon is that I think that Champion of Strength have a noticeable advantage in this dungeon just by virtue of the fact that they have Shroud.
Oh, look at the Shroud at the start here, yeah. And we're down to a +9 keystone level in the Siege of Borealis, which means things like dungeon navigation are worth more in a lower level key, right? In a high level key, if you're going to fight a boss for 4 minutes, and then you can do a skip that saves you like 20 seconds of movement or of logistics, that kind of stuff, it's a small value. In a lower level key, if you're doing a boss only for 90 seconds, then 20 seconds of time saved by like moving through the dungeon more efficiently is relatively way more valuable.
What is this pull?
What is this pull?
From Champion of Strength? Like, okay, so for context, the normal Shroud is you run straight to the boss.
Yeah.
You press every offensive CD and Bloodlust on the boss.
This was an interesting one because they did shroud that first section of the dungeon, but if you're going to shroud the first section of the dungeon and then just fight 1 or 2 of these packs by itself, I'm not sure I'm down anymore. I'm not sure I like that because you get a bunch of count from that first pull. I mean, one of the things about Siege is that you kind of never need count, right? You just always get enough count from this dungeon. But
look at the left side. Dali only did a pull as well, and now they have more count.
Yeah.
And are at the exact same progression point in the dungeon. So I don't know. I feel like Champion of Strength took some of their compositional advantage and kind of threw it away a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Like the Shroud didn't really let them do anything super useful, right? It looks like Lust has been pressed for Champion of Strength. Again, Champion of Strength is the team over on the right. Dali only is the team over on the left. And Champion of Strength, they use their Lust and then they pull the boss as Lust expires. So this is the same thing they did in that Arakara, right? Where they lusted trash and then they went into a boss. I hate this. Lust is just so much more of a time save on a boss target than on a trash pull typically.
Dude, look at this. Dali only got the God Bomb.
Oh my God,
bomb. The double! The high roll double into the barrage too. Oh my God, Dali only might kill the boss so much. Like basically, if this happened for globals, that's like map warping. That is a map warping double bomb spawn. You actually gain so much time when stuff like that happens.
Yeah, that's like 15, 20 seconds or something probably saved on this boss fight.
In a high key in like a TGP or something like that, that would probably be somewhere in the order of 30 seconds by itself. That is huge for Dali only on the left side of your screen there.
Yeah, awesome. They have already got that boss down. They're moving through the dungeon. But Champion of Strength actually not far behind on the boss either. Both teams on the same count as well. So, things are... we preferred the Champion of Strength Siege of Borealis in concept because we think Shroud of Concealment is really good in the start and middle of this dungeon. But
yeah,
I think that now it's slight favor towards Dali only. Of course, they did finish that boss 11 seconds faster, so that does look good for them.
Dude, their wave shaper has a different icon than our wave shaper casting icons.
We have a death for Champion of Strength, followed by another death. Their Rogue and Mage have both perished. Now, Mage's dying is a lot worse than Melee dying this season. Anytime you have an Intellect caster, there is a very good chance that they want to be playing the Spy Master's Web trinket if they're lucky enough to have one from Silken Court in the raid. That trinket stacks up over the course of minutes, and if you die, you lose all of those stacks. So anytime we see a mage or a warlock, any kind of intellect user go down, it is much more costly than if we see a melee DPS go down because they aren't playing that Spy Master's Web.
What I will say, so we talk about the Prop Paladin a lot because like the Prop Paladin individually does a lot of personal damage. I will say I think that the Vengeance Demon Hunter is really good for some of these parts of this dungeon. I just saw an excellent sigil of chains to be able to get the mobs stacked up. Whenever you think of quintessential MDI level tanks, you normally end up thinking about Vengeance Demon Hunter just due to the fact that they are able to get the packs pulled faster with the mobility that they have via Infernal Strike.
Siege was the place we first saw back in Battle for Azeroth MDI in seasons 3 and 4. Prot Warrior was by far the dominant tank, but we saw people playing Vengeance Demon Hunter in this dungeon in particular based off of the strength of mostly Sigil of Misery. Now, haters will say that that's because you would Sigil of Misery everything and then kill them with the spotter bombardments, which no longer works. But it is still true that this was the kind of the debut MDI dungeon for Vengeance Demon Hunter.
I hadn't even... They did play it in Toldegor as well. I remember Skylar played it in Toldegor
you get value out of it in a few spots.
Oh, wait, Early Shaman's missing Earthquakes. Yo, get the boss back in that, man.
Ooh, yeah, this is when you yell at your tank. That's a common Ellie Shaman move. It is actually... There are a couple of specs this season that are very sensitive to your tank moving mobs out of the AoE. Ellie Shaman, Destruction Warlock with Rain of Fire,
Prot Paladin with the Consecration.
Yeah, of course they are the tanks, so they can keep it there. And actually Serve Hunter as well. Serve Hunter plays the Sentinel hero talent tree generally in Mythic Plus, and that creates a 15-second sort of mini Wild Spirits, if you remember from Shadowlands, little circle, but it's smaller than that as well, and your tank can't see it. And so that is a very crucial thing. If you're ever playing with a Serve Hunter, try and keep the mobs stacked up where they first started hitting them.
Okay, so Dali only on the left side of our screen here have ended up engaging the boss a lot faster, honestly, than what we're seeing from Champion of Strength on the right-hand side. Oh, and another death to the... It looked like it was to the Cannoneer frontal on the side of Champion of Strength, and that is a huge time loss. Now they are 4 deaths in the hole here compared to where Dali only are. And so if you're a Champion of Strength fan, as I know many of you in the chat are, you were praying for a Dali only wipe.
Yeah, these death timers are becoming somewhat prohibitive for Champion of Strength. We've neared, and I believe passed over the point in the dungeon where Champion of Strength can realistically win without mistakes on the side of Dali only. I think they were already probably a little bit slower strategically in this dungeon, but they're definitely now in a lot of danger with this death timer disadvantage, right? 4 deaths is a full minute of extra death timer working against them.
You want to know something I learned yesterday about this dungeon? You can mind control a Curse Blade and apply the curse to targets.
Ooh, it's a damage taken increase, right?
Yes, and it makes the mobs take 15% increased damage for a few seconds.
All right, I like the sound of that, yeah.
It's actually really good on this boss in particular for live keys, where it just helps you phase the boss a bit better. If you have offensive CDs, or maybe even able to skip some of the fiery ricochets, and so it's pretty good value. I wouldn't be shocked if we end up seeing it for the global finals on this boss if the teams do end up electing to play like a Disciplined Priest in this key.
Yeah, I will say bosses like this can be some of the most difficult ones to portion your cooldowns for, right? Because the boss is only downstairs for a brief amount of time, so if the boss is about to phase, do you press your CD or not? And if you don't, then you're delaying it for a really long time, and if you do, maybe the boss is going to jump up while your CD is still rolling. It can be very awkward.
What we saw a lot during Group B was all of the trash in that second boss area ended up getting pulled on top of the boss. They ended up like just having all their offensive CDs, and they were just trying to burn all of the trash on top of the boss. But I think that for the second downstairs phase and the third downstairs phase, that Curse Blade could actually be pretty good value.
Yeah, I think it's a very cool idea, and you could just leave it over to the side. It doesn't get in combat with you until you actually tag it with something. So
Exactly. Yeah. So you could just leave it for
you
an
would need a
extended period of
priest
time.
though in the group. Probably a discipline priest would be the main spec we'd be expecting from a priest.
Yeah, I think we've seen a bit of a mix in terms of what healer we've actually been seeing in this dungeon, whether it be Discipline Priest or Resto Druid, at least for like the absolute fastest runs. So that is kind of a question, but I think it could be cool in concept. Ooh, look at the left side of our screen here. Look at what Dali only are getting ready to do here. Their Vengeance Demon Hunter is jumping over the wall. He's getting bopped. What is he going to do with the bop here?
So that's going to allow him to set this pull up without getting auto attacked for very much, and also run over bananas.
Nice. He's back pulling a bunch of this trash, and this is going to be... I think that Dali only might have potential to wipe to this pull. This is a ton of mobs.
Ooh, yeah, this is dangerous for sure. There are a lot of diseases here.
Yeah, the tank damage from the disease as well, from the pad foots, they end up putting a heal reduction on your tank. So up to 50% heal reduction, they need to make sure that they get that disease dispelled almost immediately.
Luckily, we do have 2 disease dispels in this group with the Retribution and Holy Paladins.
Oh, or Ellie Shaman
we do have our
to death.
though. Ellie Shaman, that's going to be an Ankh.
Ooh, he probably lost his Spy Masters as well.
Yeah.
Here. There's no way he'd be pressing it on this pull.
Well, this is kind of a scary pull. Maybe you Spy Masters this pull.
I mean, it is 9 minutes into the dungeon.
But either way, you're losing it, right? Whether you press it or not, it's gone.
Yeah.
The group is getting awfully low here for Dali only. The healer is on no HP and is going to die eventually.
Wait, what
Same
happened?
with the shaman.
I wonder if he got choking watered. Like,
it looks...
How did he...
Some water icon was the cause of death here, so either the bolt... Oh, no!
Well,
a tank death as well.
They got bolted to death. I saw that part, but like I wonder how the entire group... Because you saw the group get super low. I felt like the healer should be able to out-heal a lot of the damage that's incoming there.
Yeah, there were a couple of globals where they were low but not dead.
Exactly.
They didn't stabilize.
I wonder if he was silenced from the choking waters or something like that. I didn't necessarily see if the Tempest cast ended up going off on him. But now, hey, look, this is an opportunity of Champion of Strength to be able to catch back up as they have cleared out this Monkey Town area and are pressing their Shroud to be able to make it into the Hadal Dark Fathom wing.
Great Shroud. I love skipping those snipers. The snipers are really obnoxious enemies, really slow. So, and there's a spotter there as well, which just makes it so much worse. So, Champion of Light in a great position here. They have almost all the count they need. They are also now 30 seconds on the good side of the death timer after that wipe plus Ankh from Dali only. So Champion of Strength definitely are now strong favorites to win this map.
I wonder what their count is going to look like in this area.
I think they get enough with the rest of this.
Yeah, I think this pack is like 6.5. So I think this is like perfect count here.
Yeah, this is looking very, very good for Champion of Strength. Very little left in the dungeon to go wrong as well. We've got this nice pull of trash onto this boss as well, which is a little sketchy. The poison on your tank is somewhat dangerous. Although Protection Paladin actually deals with this sort of magic dot pretty well. As long as you stand in your consecration, you are very tanky against that sort of incoming damage.
Horrible news, though. Their Prot Paladin is so he can no longer dispel himself either.
Oh. That is not great, but it's okay. It's not only can they no longer dispel the healing situation, the Word of Glory casts are going to be very taxed here.
He got hit by the breakwater.
Oh no, okay, so a rogue down, that's going to be the B-Res. Now there's only 15 seconds in favor of Champion of Strength on the death timers as well. They should still be okay here. They're still moderately in the lead, just positionally in the dungeon. That wipe was so costly for Dali only, but they can't afford another death, and they won't have a res for it, right? There no B-Res for the rest of this dungeon for Champion of Strength, so that is the way for Dali only to get back into this, would be a death on either of these bosses that couldn't be resed. Dali only, though, having a death of their own on their side.
Oh, no.
They do have a B-Res at least to commit to it.
They also lusted this trash pack, so the Ret Paladin going down, losing that Bloodlust on top of his offensive CDs, that's always... It always feels so bad whenever you die on your Lust. You actually just want to exit the dungeon and go again.
Yeah, Ret Pally is probably the best person it could have happened to, but it's still not good. This is going to be pretty brutal for Dali only. They do get involved in boss combat now, but you can see Champion of Strength have already killed that boss and are now just finishing off their trash percent.
Wait, they went over count.
A little bit of a count. These things happen.
Interesting.
Only a point or two.
I wonder if they missed a curse plate or something like that.
Maybe.
How far below count were they even?
They only just got count, so they should be fine.
Oh,
They probably just were like one mob
So
over.
they were 99.19%. They were 490 out of 494 count. I think they probably missed a curse blade or two from the beginning area of the dungeon, which would make sense because those mobs are one count apiece. So I think if they ended up missing like 4 of them, that they probably should have pulled. Maybe they missed a mob somewhere. I don't know. I feel like an inefficient pull
in the the Hosen area of the dungeon.
Yeah, Monkey Town. That's what we call that place. Yeah.
Yeah. So Champion of Strength are on the last boss now. They don't have Lust, having already committed it, but neither do Dali only, who are still working on that third boss. Champion of Strength are in a great position here, right? They have 30 seconds of extra death timer, and they're like a minute and a half ahead in this dungeon. So as long as they don't... The thing that's going to cost them is if any of their players die, they don't have a B-res. So that would cost them a lot of time if a player died here.
I do think they're playing a much safer composition, though, with the Protection Paladin, so I feel like this is a boss that they... like, especially on a 9, it's non-Tyran, I feel like there's no world where you should be dying here. Like, there are ways that you can die. Like, say you're stacked on top of somebody else with the Putrid Waters, that one-shots you. Like, there's no way to really get around that. If you stand in that ground effect, yeah, you can probably die as well. But I think on a 9 non-Tyran, there's very few opportunities for you to be dying here.
Yeah, as long as they use those large pieces of defensives that they have in their kit, right? All of their DPS players have strong defensive options. I would say the Rogue is in the most danger here. No Cheat Death, no Cloak. So that's somebody that their Paladin should really be looking for sack, lay on hands, spell warding opportunities.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, definitely just sack spell ward. Like, I mean, spell ward just got put on CD, but yeah, sack the Rogue and he should be fine. Because a lot of it, too, is the slam damage from this Destructor Tentacle that we see on screen here for Champion of Strength isn't actually that bad, but the Putrid Waters dot is incredibly scary. They can even pre-drop an AMZ, we can Mass Barrier. We have a lot of buttons on the side of Champion of Strength. It's just about preemptively using them.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of options, a lot of ways to live. But they are all active. They're not passive, right? Nothing is going to proc by itself except that Cheat Death, which has already been committed. So they need to make sure they do press something on these Putrid Waters.
They're not splitting up their DPS. Instead, they're just like full focusing the...
This is the safer but slower strategy, right? The fastest way to do this is to do some cleave between the two tentacles, get the extra value out of cleaving, but that leaves the Destructor alive for longer, which is the one that deals damage to your group, right?
Yeah.
It's okay, though. They don't need it. They are in great shape here. They've killed the last tentacle. Once this cannon gets repaired, that's going to be all that there is left in this dungeon, and Champion of Strength, with the death timers in their favor, won't even need to wait to see if they've won just by shooting this cannon. They have equalized this series 1-1. Means we're going to go to a decisive necrotic wake between the two teams. Ooh, that's I think a fitting place for this series to come to an end.
A necrotic wake.
Yeah, because it's a time trial dungeon. This is it's a big opportunity for them. Yeah, so here's a look at the overall from this one. Once again, that Rep Pally looking phenomenal. Meanwhile, we're on the side of Champion of Strength. Just good, solid overall. That Mage, kind of low on the overall.
That Mage is suspiciously close to that Protection Paladin.
Yeah, Prop Pally, we did see one series where the Prop Pally beat a Mage earlier yesterday. Didn't happen this time, but it was dangerously close for sure.
Okay, so we got a replay of the group depths. And I think probably the most important thing to be looking out for is this Holy Paladin. So he's in bubble right now. And so this is right before the group is starting to get low.
Ooh, two choking waters on the
two choking waters went off on the shamans. Okay, so that's unfortunate to kill him, but it's not the end of the world. Now the Holy Paladin has dropped his bubble, and we see the group start to all drop really low. It doesn't even look like it's from a crushing slam. I'm kind of interested in seeing how they all got so low here. Okay, they're having a lot of these Pillager cast go off. The Stinky Vomit is on a couple of players here. We see it on the Rep Paladin and that Fury Warrior. The Rep Paladin you can't actually tell in the frame because he has 2 debuffs with the Forbearance. And now we get another Vomit on the Shaman here. And so I think that all 3 players have the dot from the
and then there's a choke.
The
there it is on the Holy Paladin, choking water. That silences you. No bubble available to bubble out of it. No way you can heal while you're silenced. Nothing that can be done here except slowly watch yourself bleed out.
Yep. It makes sense. It makes sense as to exactly how this wipe occurred. You know, the healer getting choking watered to death, that is an unfortunate situation. You have to be able to get the kick on that Tempest. The Tempest choking waters cast only happens about every 20 seconds. I think if they literally kicked nothing else, they didn't kick the Stinky Vomit, the Holy Paladin count heal, that's fine. They didn't necessarily kick the Bolts from the Tempest. Again, that's fine. We have to be kicking the Choking Waters on a pull of that size.
I wonder if also saving Bubble for when you get Choking Waters instead of using it on pull might make more sense there, because I don't think this is one of those pulls where you just need to bubble and live the first 10 seconds and then you're home free.
I think he was scared of the Banana Rampage is what I suspect he pressed the Bubble for.
Yeah, I mean, it is logical. It's one of those things where, looking back on it with the benefit of hindsight, saving it would have been really good.
Yeah, of course. I mean, also the Silent Sigil. There's a lot of tools that they had. I mean, honestly, just kick. Like, don't let the Choking Waters go off on your Paladin.
Dali only, as a result of that wipe, are now facing match point. Both teams on match point here. This is going to determine who will survive deeper into our bracket and who will be going home in 5th or 6th place tied coming out of this group. So very important game. We move into Necrotic Wake. Remember, Champion of Strength over there on the right are our 8th seed in this tournament. They are already overperforming expectations just by being here, but they would love to overperform further and make it deeper into this tournament. Meanwhile, Dali only on the left-hand side, starting off with quite a large pull here. They're not going to go all the way into the boss, but they are going to hit the Lust. Both teams hitting Lust on this big first pull. Neither team yet in boss combat.
I think historically we've actually seen teams committing their Javelin to this first pull with the boss on top of it with the Lust. This might be a situation where the 11 is just a bit too much smoke for your tank. These Vanguards do so much damage, but it is kind of one of those situations that whenever you're able to pull the boss on top of it, since you're also already committing your Lust, the Javelin value is increased. You know, the Javelin does like a piercing damage to where it applies a 20% damage amp to all of the mobs, in addition to just doing some additional damage. And so I think that's a situation where these teams maybe should have been looking to pull Blightbone into that first pull. Dali only is actually going for another pull, getting on top of this stage here and grabbing some more trash.
Different pull, but it is another non-boss pull. So both teams... Oh, here comes the boss for Dali only.
I hate that neither of these teams are playing Priest, by the way.
Yeah, Priest is so good in this dungeon, but it seems like both of these teams are just generally sticking with comfort picks in all of these maps, right? They've just been playing this comp pretty much everywhere. We've seen a couple of deviations. We've seen the Feral Druid. We do have our first death of this map for Champion of Strength on their mage. Yeah, that's tough. That mechanic does a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Dali only are in the boss fight. They've killed off that trash. This was sort of what we did back in Shadowlands, was we pulled this boss up on that pack often, right? And you'd throw the spear and hit everything. Not something we see too much these days, though.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Dali only pulling Blightbone across the stage again. Dude, I haven't tanked this boss here in such a long time. But more often than not, you don't end up pulling a lot of this trash that's in this area anymore because gatekeepers are just so efficient. Mm-hmm. They buffed the gatekeepers count that they give. I want to say twice.
Multiple times they've nerfed the damage of those mobs and buffed the count that they give up to the point where they're now you can actually pull them, because back in Shadowlands those mobs were a no-go zone, right? You really did not want to fight any.
I want to say they give you like 16 count or something like that, and we're by far like the hardest mobs in the entire dungeon. And now these mobs or actually, I feel like they had to give you like 10. I think they had to give you something like way lower, because now they're 18 count, and they're by far the most efficient mob in the dungeon. They account for about 5% of your enemy forces per gatekeeper you end up getting pulled. So that's why a lot of teams are foregoing pulling like these corpse harvesters and stuff like that. In addition to that, the corpse harvesters honestly are probably some of the most dangerous mobs here. We saw the mage get killed off by the throw flash earlier. Those throw flash abilities just do insane damage, especially to Clothies.
Yeah, the throw flash is super, super deadly.
I think we're gonna see it later on in the season whenever we get to TGP, just how little trash teams I think are gonna be optimally pulling in this first area.
Yeah, you kind of just want to get some of the gatekeepers, get the boss done, and then move on with the dungeon.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're gonna I think you optimize a lot of your throw cleavers in this first area as well. I think that there's 2 specific flesh crafters that you can end up pulling. That a lot of teams have been using to either hit Blightbone, hit some of the worms, hit a gatekeeper. Again, because on higher key levels they do about 50 million damage. But I think even in an MDI, while it is a little bit less damage that those mobs are doing, probably somewhere in the order of about 20 million, I think it still is something that is valuable and should at least be looked at. And Dali only having a death on their shaman, I think he ended up going down to that Grim Fate cast from Narzuda.
Not good at all for Dali only. That's going to equalize the death timer between the two teams, and that is an elemental shaman dead, so that is a Spymaster's Web that has been reset as a result of that. That's going to hurt their damage for the rest of this dungeon, or for the next 4 minutes or so.
Yeah, Champion of Strength on the right side of the screen, actually playing a really small pull. This is something akin to like a live round pull.
It looks like a big pull, but like all of these mobs are just the Necromancer. Once that Necromancer dies, they all die.
Yeah. So now they're chaining the Bone Carver and the Sorcerer. It looks like they're going to grab the Anima Orb. I think we need to see a really big pull here from Champion of Strength to try to be able to even things up, because Dali only are currently minutes ahead.
Yeah, both teams are on one death as well. The B-Res has been saved on both of these deaths, though, crucially, so they do still have a little bit of wiggle room here. So far in our weekend, we have only seen Necrotic Wakes decided by like one team wiping a lot, right? We have yet to see a close finish, but right now both teams are on pace for that, so Champion of Strength absolutely need to accelerate into the end of this dungeon, or have something go wrong for Dali only.
Both teams have actually elected to save their first Javelin.
Yeah, so you get 3 Javelins in this dungeon, where we usually see one on Stitchflesh, one on Narzuda.
So in the MDI so far, it's actually been one on Blightbone, one on Amarth, one on Nalthor, and they've actually been electing to skip it on Stitchflesh because they're using the Throw Cleaver. But I don't know what you would do if you don't have the access to the Throw Cleaver. Maybe it's just the last 3 bosses?
Yeah, I think if you're not doing it on the first boss, maybe you just do it on the last 3.
Yeah.
Because you can use it on a trash pull, but it's kind of hard.
So some teams are actually taking like the monstrosity trash with that Marauder pack into Amarth, and actually, again, using that penetration part of the Javelin to be able to hit Amarth and hit all of the trash and just do the piercing damage to all of it, put the 20% damage amp on all the mobs, and then just blowing all of your offensive CDs there.
Yeah, I think that is a good strategy. It doesn't seem like the Chinese region is doing a lot of these really aggressive pulls in Necrotic Wake, though. Remember, this is also a plus 11 key in this region. We have this as a lower key level in our Western groups.
I mean, we saw it as a 9 last in Group
When
B,
it was being done in a plus 9, it was being speed ran in a way that, you know, would
7 minutes.
It would not
minutes.
translate to a plus 11 key particularly well. Yeah, it's actually crazy. If you look at the timer at the top here, both Holy Moly and Mandatory finish the dungeon within 1 minute of our current time in this dungeon, which is wild when you think about the fact that these teams have only killed one of the 4 bosses.
Yeah. I mean, Blightbone himself, for both of those teams, Mandatory and Holy Moly, was killed on the 45-second mark.
Right.
Like sub 1 minute, like crazy.
A lot of it is, though, a function of being on a plus 9 instead of a plus 11, right? Plus 11, you get the other Tyrant and Fortified, and that adds a lot of scaling. Plus 2 key levels is a lot of key levels.
I think it's also a function of routing differences. Like Dali only and Champion of Strength ended up playing 2 pulls in this first area, where Mandatory and Holy Moly were only playing 1.
Yeah, exactly. It's not as clear cut as just, oh, their route is a lot slower, and in a lot of cases, I think it has to be because of that key level. So
yeah.
That being said, I do expect that whichever teams make it to Global Finals out of this region will have a faster Necrotic Wake than they play this weekend.
I think that we could have taken this monstrosity into Amarth. I think this pack could have been taken into the boss.
Yeah, both teams are on 2 Javelins currently, so that means they have sent. Or no, because there's 1 in this room, right? So they will be. No team has used a Javelin yet.
Yeah, and especially if you're feeling like you want to commit a Javelin to Amarth, I feel like you wanted at least the trash on top of it as well. And then it kind of condenses your offensive CD situation. And Champion of Strength actually have a tank death to the Sorcerer Bolt.
Oh no, the res is rapid. That is their B-res. It's another 15 seconds. It does look like they've survived. Ooh, we have a death for a different Paladin on a different team.
Oh, the Shatter. The Monstrosity, his Shatter ability, is actually a Fervent.
Oh,
and their Holy Paladin ended up getting Fervent, or their Ret Paladin ended up getting Fervent in there. That is quite unfortunate.
So when you say Fervent, you are referring to the Ataldazar ability Fervent Strike, which is slang that we use for any mechanic that will target somebody else if the tank is out of melee range. Which,
the nearest melee player if the tank is not in melee range.
Right. It's a very punishing type of mechanic. And we can see there exactly how it looks when it goes wrong.
Dali only have speared a Marth, and Champion of Strength are actually holding that spear, not actually using it here. Now it has me questioning, where would they be looking to press?
So you could do a big pull in the Necropolis and throw a spear into like one of the big abominations. That can make sense.
That's what we saw historically be good for the Shadowlands version.
Maybe sent it right now?
Oh, you're right. They did just press it right now. Maybe they were
on CDs waiting or something.
What cooldown? Icy Veins?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, the breath isn't up.
Deathmark
didn't get pressed.
So yeah, maybe just with Veins?
That seems really bad. That seems really bad, actually. It's a time loss that wasn't necessary.
Yeah, it feels like it would have been a lot more value to use that spear on pull, but they are still very, very close. This is still going to be an extremely close finish between the two teams. Both teams are taking... Oh, Dali only actually sent another Javelin here, it looks like. So they'll just have one that they'll take up into the Necropolis. So they're just double spearing a Marth, right?
Oh, wait, you're right.
That's kind of cool. 2 spears on the same boss, really speeding it up.
Do you lust here for Dali only on this next pull?
I'm holding it, I think. I think I'm holding it for for the last boss of Marth, right?
Not Nalthor the Rhyme
Binder. Nalthor the Rhyme Binder.
They have
Marth
two.
They just did. Yeah.
Yeah, they actually have two. They actually have 2 spears. The Holy Paladin's holding the other one.
Ah, I see. It was moved off the frame by the other buffs.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, so with 2... either way, I'm still holding Lust. I don't want to use it on a big trash pull here unless we can do this all in one pull, which I don't think you can anyways.
Yeah, I mean, in Shadowlands, people did this entire Necropolis in one pull, but that was the old Javelins. So what the old Javelins did is they didn't have a damage amp, but they did probably 700% more damage than they currently do, meaning that whenever the Javelin was pressed itself, it would basically solo a trash pack. And so
your
people
goal would be to just pull enough to Javelin it all and have it all die before you ran out of defensives.
Exactly. And so, but now it's a 20% damage amp, and it does a little bit of damage, but most of the value is in the 20% damage amplification property of the Javelin now. Yeah,
which makes it really good on bosses, right? Lining it up with your cooldowns, doing a bunch of damage that way.
Yeah, but it makes it really bad on trash.
Yeah. I mean, it's not bad. It still does put a damage amp on the trash. It's still usable, but it's a lot... It's worse. I think a lot worse, especially because in order for it to hit multiple enemies, you need to line them up so that it pierces through them. It's a pretty narrow projectile, so...
What I will say is all 4 of the bosses kind of have this similar concept of which either they spawn adds, they shield themselves, or they become untargetable, and so they have these phases in which... accelerated killing actually ends up saving you more time over the course of the dungeon, because then you have to deal with fewer adds, you have to deal with fewer shields. You don't have the boss immuning itself. Those kind of properties mean that like javelining a boss as well is way more valuable than javelining a trash pack, unless the trash pack was enabled by the javelin itself.
Exactly.
Kind of similar to like a lust situation.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, so we do have the teams nearing the end of this dungeon now. This trash gauntlet about to begin for Dali only. Ooh, a death for Champion of Strength there. A Drain Fluids death, it looks like, on their mage. Now they are 15 seconds slower as a result of these death timers.
Ooh, the Gore Splatter.
Dali only. Not good at all.
Oh, no. The Gore Splatter going off, I mean, doesn't really matter about the key level. That's like almost always a wipe, or at least you're going to have a couple of people die.
Yeah, Gore Splatter, it's healable, but it doesn't feel great, especially if you already have had to commit a lot of defensives and healer cooldowns.
The initial hits for an insane amount, so if you don't have like a defensive or a cheat death or something like that already pressed, you can easily die to just the first hit of the Gore Splatter.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, the mirror images, it's so hard to tell which was the actual mage.
Yeah. I think it's...
He's not on the front. He's not on the screen right now.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, over off to the bottom right. It's a trick question.
Bopper, man, what are we doing?
Yeah, Bop is really good, so you don't have to run from that. But it looks like maybe it had already been used, or... Yeah, Spell Warding is on CD, so Bop is on CD.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, meanwhile, the comp for Dali only actually has a much... They have 2 Paladins, so they can definitely always Bop, and they don't have a Spell Warding to accidentally use instead of Bop.
Dude, Spell Warding is...
It's
an
really
insane ability. I wish Holy Paladin and Ret Paladin got Spell Warding.
It is a very powerful effect for those prop pallies. Yeah, there are a lot of spaces, particularly as the key level goes up, where it is extremely potent to put a spell warding on somebody.
They use it on themselves a lot too in higher keys.
It's great. Bubble spell warding on yourself, especially there are some dungeons. The thing you have to be careful of with spell warding yourself is that some mechanics will then target other people if you have spell warding on you.
Oh yeah, like you can't be casted on by a caster and stuff like that. So then it might be looking to cast.
They
on somebody
might
else,
target somebody else. Yeah. So if it's already started casting on you, you can respond with spell warding. But if you preemptively spell warding yourself, sometimes the tank buster magic damage effect will just target somebody else in your group, and you'll feel a little silly. Kind of got to learn ability by ability how it functions. All right, so Dali only here on Rot Spew, about to be spawning the boss. Champion of Strength have just started this pull. So Champion of Strength are maybe 30 seconds behind when you factor in that death, maybe 45. It's going to be a very close finish. Dali only about to pull the boss here. They
I think
have
Dali
Lust and
only
2 spears. I think you just use 1 spear on this boss and you hold Lust for Nalthor the Rhymebinder.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing that we've seen with Nalthor on a couple of different key levels as well, is if you can actually skip the Dark Exile by committing the spear and the Lust to it, that is actually a huge time save, because not having somebody go down and have to play that game where you end up killing an ad and you waste a lot of your damage, you waste a lot of time, that sucks. Like, I feel like that situation is like super slow. Now, there is another situation that's on this fight. Can you beat the escape cast on Surgeon Stitchflesh? Now, you have to get Surgeon Stitchflesh to 5% health. Oh no, that A-bomb is actually missing the Morbid Fixation cast. Oh no, now the boss has 5 Oblivion Orbs stacked for Dali only.
Ooh, Oblivion, not a great buff to give the enemies. The Abomination's going to die here before the escape as well, so they won't get that hook to instantly bring the boss back down. They'll have to wait for this Abomination. So actually, this could be the opportunity for Champion of Strength, as they are working on this boss now as well. That spear has been used. They are going to get this hook. This is the hook on the Morbid Fixation. Champion of Strength, they're nuking this boss as well. Even without Lust, I think they might be able to make this push. They killed the A-bomb, but I think they have enough damage here. We need to see 10%, 5%. They've done it.
Oh my gosh, I think Champion of Strength are going to win. I think Champion of Strength are going to win.
Yeah, they're going to be going upstairs now. There are 15 seconds in favor of Dali only. But Dali only looks like missed their first hook.
They missed the hook? Oh my god.
I'm not 100% sure, but why isn't the boss down yet?
Where is our boss? Help! Help! Somebody get our boss, man. Oh,
Champion of Strength on the boss. Throw that spear, hit the Lust. Dali only trying to catch up, but this has been a brutal time loss on this encounter. I'm not sure if it's one that they can recover from.
Dude, I just noticed Champion of Strength's tank is wearing that dagger delve trinket as well.
Ah, the Shadow Binding Ritual Knife.
Yeah, that's the one. The Shadow Binding Ritual Knife.
It's a really great trinket. It's just a nice passive stat stick. It does have a little bit of a downside where you randomly lose some stats. The biggest downside it has, though, is that it only upgrades to 626. You can't get a Myth Track version of it. You can only get it on the Hero Track from your Great Vault or from a Delve Bountiful map, which is pretty skeptical. So usually you even have it on the Champion Track.
Or you just buy it off the vendor, of course.
Ah, I see. Yeah, but even on the Tournament Realm, you can only get it on the Hero Track.
Champion of Strength's Lust is faded, and their damage is over, and
Dali only doing so much more damage to this boss on pull here. Oh, but there goes their warrior getting Dark Exiled. That's their top damage dealer, now being sent to the Shadow Realm downstairs.
The mage is back for Champion of Strength.
Okay. Yeah, the big crit buff. Actually, not the greatest for any of the mage specs except kind of Arcane.
I also hate the Holy Paladin versus the Restoration Shaman decision point here. I feel like you can't play Resto Shaman in this dungeon because Acid Rain, similar to the Dawnbreaker, doesn't work in the Necropolis at all. And so it's like actually a massive damage loss, especially for MDI formats. I mean, look at the difference between the Holy Paladin and the Restoration Shaman damage right now. We already see the Resto Shaman doing half the damage of the Holy Paladin. A lot of that happens due to the fact that Acid Rain just does not do damage in the Necropolis.
Yeah, Holy Paladin playing that Lightsmith build do a lot of damage just as part of their healing rotation, plus those weapons they throw on people, a lot of value. But Dali only having a lot of these orbs actually going into the boss here. It looks like only 2. They've managed to soak most of the rest of them. 28% for Dali only, 23% for Champion of Strength. But remember, Champion of Strength have to kill this boss not just faster, but 15 seconds faster than Dali only in order to win this. Dali only are now lower on the boss. Dali only are just doing more single target. That is a great strategy if you can do more single target. It looks like they can. 11% on the boss, no more Dark Exiles. Bubble committed by their Rep Pally to just do even more damage. Ooh, they've accidentally dropped a Frost Puddle under the boss, but it looks like that's not going to stop them. Dali only marching to the finish line, and they somehow have, despite pulling this boss 20 seconds later, are going to kill it 10 seconds earlier.
I thought that was going to be just it. Whenever the Surge and Stitchflash situation happened, like, Champion of Strength should have won that. That felt like a throw.
Absolutely. Wow, what a result, though. Dali only clutching it out at the very end there. A win by seconds, but a win nonetheless. They will survive into the remainder of our tournament, which means we will be saying farewell to Champion of Strength. Unfortunate, that team was very impressive, especially, for an 8th-seeded team. They looked so solid. And I think that they, being one of the few teams this weekend to be using the Assassination Rogue, really did have a better read on the metagame than a lot of their competition. But, the strategic, the speed of their routes, often we saw them doing these sort of one-pull moments. Here's that that hook you can see on the Shaman trying to gust forward. Oh! I've never seen that arrow actually go in 3 dimensions up like that, but yeah, you can see just barely misaligned there.
Oh, man.
That was how Dali only nearly lost this map, as that hook went a little bit wide.
That's unfortunate. 19 minutes even.
Yep. So remember, we did see this dungeon done in 7 minutes and 40 seconds in Group B, but that was 2 key levels lower. Now, does 2 key levels lower mean that the key should be done in 40% of the time? Probably not. These runs are probably not. No. And we saw things going wrong for both teams, so I expect that faster is possible for both of these teams, but faster will definitely need to happen for whichever teams make it out of China into the global finals. One of those teams we will be determining soon, but first we have another lower bracket match between Team Udon and Try Another Way. Now, you highlighted Team Udon as one of the teams that you think is most likely to be able to make it out of this group. What is the reason for that?
I thought that the Udon just... So, whenever we're watching some of these teams, they end up playing like pretty slow strats sometimes. And I think Team Udon just was going to be able to exploit that in a pretty heavy way. They looked... Obviously, they got 2-0'd by Worms, but I think whenever we're looking at Worms, we're thinking about Worms being like a top 4 world team. I think that Udon is a team that could qualify for globals, and I think that they looked pretty solid yesterday. I didn't think that obviously, I think that the drawbacks are going to probably end up being composition for them. I don't think that they're playing like the best compositions just straight across the board, but I do think that overall their strategy seemed superior, especially against a team like Try Another Way.
All right, so we have our maps. It's going to be Grimbatol, even though it's in position 5 in this series, double banned. Neither of these teams wanting to mess around with that dungeon, and after what we saw in that place yesterday, I don't blame them. We are going to start off with a +11 Stone Vault before moving into Mists and Dawnbreaker if we need a decisive map, so Arakara effectively banned here as well. But Stone Vault +11 is an interesting one. This is one where we've seen teams with slightly different strategies. I would say things to look out for. First of all, there's a lot of different comp options in here, a lot of different things you can do strategically. The one thing I do want to see teams do is go right after the first boss. Don't go left. Go right, pick up that versatility buff early, carry it through the rest of the dungeon, and then a big pull onto Skarmorak. I think if one team can successfully do that and the other team can't, the team that can will win for sure.
I feel like I really want to see like an Unholy DK here.
Yeah, Unholy DK really facilitates that big pull onto Skarmorak, although it's not necessary for it, especially if you're playing, say, Destruction Warlocks, which we've seen these teams liking.
This dungeon's tough on an 11. I feel like it's just so easy to wipe in here on an 11.
Absolutely. All right, so we are about to get underway here between Team Udon on the left and Try Another Way on the right. Curious to see what characters will be on the screen when the curtain comes up here.
This entire region just plays the most nonsense comps sometimes.
I'd like to register a guess that we've got some Warlocks. Okay, we do have one Warlock.
Double DK.
Yeah, double DK versus Warlock Ret. Unholy on both teams. Both of these comps should be huge for that Skarmorak pull. Note that the Shaman as well is elemental.
Left side is Team Udon. Right side is Try Another Way.
Yeah.
I think I prefer the double DK composition. That is notably an Ellie Shaman, not Enhance.
Yeah, which should be really good for the Skarmorak pull. I mean, this comp should melt the Skarmorak pull if they go for it. They also are great at this first pull. I mean, this, honestly, they did so much damage on this first pull, but it's kind of bad. Lust is rolling while they're not hitting anything.
Try Another Way is way slow here, too, though. Try Another Way is 3 pulling this section. I feel like this is almost like map losing, assuming that Udon doesn't wipe.
Yeah, Team Udon super fast here, although, again, Team Udon, they are really strong in their CDs. When they have Lust, Power Infusion, Abomination, Ascendance, Breath of Syndragosa, nothing is going to withstand that assault from Team Udon. But now they're without those cooldowns. This boss is going to... It's in danger of dying from old age before it dies from their damage.
It's a robot, though.
Yeah, that's why even robots, they rust. There's support is no longer being offered for the operating system here of Edna. 70%. Yeah, I mean this boss. Look at their overall DPS, right? Like their Unholy DK is fighting their Discipline Priest there and their Vengeance Demon Hunter for 3rd, 4th, and 5th place because just no CDs were available here. Now that Unholy Assault's going to come back up, so they'll be able to accelerate into the end of this. But somehow, despite doing this in like 2 fewer pulls than Team Udon, they have less than half of the boss's health to their benefit. And not Team Udon, Try Another Way are sitting on Lust. Because it is Try Another Way on the right and Team Udon on the left. Yeah.
I would much prefer still to be Team Udon here, all things considered.
Well. I just want to say it's a smaller advantage than you would have thought from watching the first minute of this game.
Do we expect them to like catch up a ton on this boss? Like I don't even feel like Try Another Way's comp is that much better at killing the boss. I feel like the Unholy DK and the Destra Warlock, whenever we see those specializations, we kind of refer to those as like AoE specialists anyways. We don't really look at those as like, oh, this is the boss killer.
Look at the single target with Lust here, though. Like, Lust plus CDs is huge for their single target.
Didn't they pull the boss 50% behind?
Yeah, they did, but now they're only 40% behind. Hang on. They're closing in. They're catching up.
Okay, anyways, they're not Bobby Boss damage.
Yeah, but look at the overall look at the damage meters, right? You can see they're doing like 1.3, 1.3, 1.5. Whereas over on the side of Team Udon, it's 800k, 1 mil, 1 mil, right?
I do think the Disc Priest is a huge differentiator here, though.
Yeah, the Disc Priest is nice. That is definitely true. All right, so it is going to be Team Udon finishing off that boss. Now they're going to grab 1 pull from over in the Skarmorak wing and take it over to the Master Machinist wing.
Yeah. I like this. I think that Master Machinist is something that we tend to see teams try to go for first. You are able to get that Dwarf Blacksmith 10% versatility buff. That kind of carries you through the rest of the dungeon whenever you go to the Master Machinist wing first. That's kind of one of the bigger reasons that we're seeing the teams go this direction. In addition to that, all these forge hands, they actually need a decent amount of damage as well. Oh, they grab the Despoiler pack also on top of this first pull in the Master Machinist wing. I actually like this. I think that this is a really smart strat.
Skipped, but often we see teams spending a lot of time trying to skip that pack later and then failing and pulling it anyways.
I think you need to skip whenever you skip it. I think you need to have a rogue. Like I don't think you can actually skip it without a rogue.
With like Vengeance Demon Hunter meld has I think it's got a lower than 50% success rate across our 3 group weekends.
I think that teams have messed it up a lot whenever they're trying to do it with Venge.
Okay, Try Another Way are fighting this Despoiler plus the pack from the first side of the Master Machinist wing. They're actually pulling it onto the Despoiler, so I think that means they're posturing to maybe go Skarmorak second, which I hate. Okay. One of the things I said going into this dungeon was I really want to go Master Machinist before Skarmorak so that we can walk over here like you see Team Udon doing on the left-hand side of the screen and activate that versatility buff. 10% versatility for the rest of the dungeon is so huge.
Yeah, I mean, it's just 10% damage, I mean, which is, like we talked about, we were looking at their boss DPS on the first boss. I mean, that gap narrows a ton if you end up having that 10% versatility buff. And look at this. Try Another Way are going into that Skarmorak wing like you're talking about. Just looking at their offensive CDs, they're going to have the Dark Transformation and the Unholy Assault. They do have that Infernal available. Oh, dude, I don't think they're pulling big enough to commit all of these offensive CDs here, and it looks like they're going to commit them anyways, and this feels like overkill on a 3-pack of trash.
Yeah, you get this syndrome when you do this sort of thing where you spend all your CDs on a medium-sized pull, And what next, right? When we watch Try Another Way, what are they going to do after this pull? They're going to have no Infernal for a long time. They're going to have Rep Pally Wake of Ashes back, but they're not going to have any offensive CDs from their Unholy DK. And so now they're going to fight 2 packs with a bunch of Despoilers, and these guys are going to live forever. And actually, it looks like they're maybe just going to fight this 1 pack by itself, and it's going to live forever.
Udon's doing this the right way. Udon's doing this the right way in the sense of they're committing their Breath of Cinder Ghosts, they're committing both of their DKs cooldowns, they have that Ascendance up, and what they are instead doing, instead of taking it into like we're just doing a big trash pull, instead they're actually pulling it on top of a boss, and that allows them to just kind of pop off. I will say it's kind of interesting to me that they are power infusing the Frost Death Knight. I felt like that was not going to be my first selection for the power infusion, but maybe it's actually really good here.
Yeah, Frost DK is an interesting power infusion target.
I thought they were bad with haste.
So the haste is not a great scaler for their damage overall. In some situations, it can get you an extension on your Breath of Sindragosa, and that is extremely valuable.
Yeah.
If your other options are an Unholy DK out of their CDs and an Elemental Shaman out of their CDs, I think it's very defensible.
Well, it was an Unholy DK in their CDs and an Ellie Shaman in their CDs, and then we just go, yep, Frost Death Knight.
Typically, I would want to put it on the Unholy DK in that spot, but one of the problems with playing 2 DKs is sometimes you can forget which one's Frost and which one's Unholy, and you just mouse over the wrong one and hit him with the power infusion.
There's no way.
We've all been there. We've all been there. I'm just saying that is a plausible explanation for what might have happened.
Oh my god, we got right over the box for Team Udon.
That is not good at all. Yeah, Team Udon.
My, the
turning into roadkill here.
Again? No! The Auk into the re-kill of the box.
That's okay, nobody saw that. Okay, so 3 deaths on the board for Team Udon. Now, here's the good news for Team Udon. They're going to be able to still kill off this boss if they... the big one is enraged now, so that's a lot of group damage now that they're going to have to deal with here. Oh, the raid damage is so nasty. It's going to start pulsing for even more. They're going to lose their priest. Everybody else is going to live. Darkness, brutally not going to save their priest.
Try Another Way just pulled Scar. I'm pretty sure Udon's still ahead.
That's what I was about to say. Yeah, Team Udon, they did lose that versatility buff, right? That goes away when you die on anybody.
Yes, it does. It does.
So that's a downside of
It's okay. The DKs in the Demon Hunter still have it, though.
Yeah. All right, so here's going to be imprisoned to allow them to skip back onto this minecart. Meanwhile, Try Another Way working on Skarmorak. And like you said, I feel like even with this minute, Team Udon are still solid favorites in this map.
Udon, worst case scenario, have like 1 trash pull and then the boss. Best case scenario, they're taking all of this trash into the boss. I kind of expect that it's 1 trash pull, then boss with some trash. But I mean, looking at the offensive CD situation here, we have the world here. We have so many buttons to be able to press. I think Udon you could even do like double Despoiler here if you were feeling powerful enough.
Yeah, I do think it's an option. See what they decide to do.
They're actually only doing 1 Despoiler here with a bunch of the trash that's in the hallway. It kind of makes sense. It's a little bit smaller than I think I would have liked, considering all they're committing to a pull of this size. Maybe they actually save the Breath of Sindragosa. I would actually not hate if they save it and they just use the 45s of the pillar.
Yeah. Definitely an argument to be made.
They just went with the Unholy DK CDs. I think that's good. I actually don't hate that. It's kind of the issue that Try Another Way did, where they pressed every single button on 1 trash pack, and then they didn't have anything for the next pull. Team Udon, by separating their CDs here, they're going to be able to have some offensive cooldowns for this trash pull, and maybe this trash pull even goes into Skarmorak. Yeah, right there, Skarmorak gets pulled for Team Udon, and this is just going to be Breath of Sindragosa's moment to shine.
Yeah, huge opportunity for them
big
here.
Ellie Shaman Dam.
No power infusion. Yeah, here's actually, and look at the healing as well. 2 million HPS coming out of the Ellie Shaman's Ancestral Guidance there on pull. Oh. Not bad.
Is our DK saving his breath for the first shield?
Looks like maybe, yeah. Pillar of Frost and Breath of Sindragosa still being held here.
I feel like we've been sitting on this for way too long.
Yeah, I would tend to agree.
Ooh, Try Another Way is actually finished off Skarmorak, and now they're making their way into the Master Machinist wing. I feel like that 9:30 boss split is pretty unacceptable.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at this boss split, right? If you called the 2 wings equal, which they're not, Try Another Way are tied with the 1 minute of death timer.
Master Machinist is a 30% longer wing, I would say, than the Skarmorak wing.
That is the problem here, is that they are... even with the minute of full deaths, they are definitely still in the back seat here. Team Udon. Boss actually not dying very fast at all for Team Udon. Breath has been popped. Where's our Pillar of Frost?
Would you lust this?
There's another power infusion for Team Udon.
Here's our pillar.
It is a mystery. It looks like Breath is still going. Is it? No. Wait, yes. Okay. Yeah, Breath is still ticking, it looks like, at least. Maybe. No, maybe it's not. No, okay, Breath's been over for a bit. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with Team Udon's damage cooldown.
We need the glow function. We need the glow functionality with Breath of Syndragosa like we have for defensives.
Yeah, absolutely. All right,
we should petition for that for globals.
Team Udon looking good here. This boss is living for a very long time, I will say. 20%. It may even get another shield here. I think they can kill it before that.
Try another way. Still haven't pulled Master Machinists. Like this is.
Yeah.
I think that Team Udon's going to be minutes ahead still.
Yeah, I mean they're ahead. I don't know how comfortably ahead they are though. Again, remember there is a minute of death timer that will go in favor of Try Another Way.
I think Try Another Way is probably somewhere in the order of like 2.5 minutes behind. Just looking at how they're pacing this dungeon.
That does sound plausible. I don't know. I feel like Team Udon gained all of this time earlier, and now they've just kind of been staying on par for the last couple of minutes.
I mean, I think that most of the time that they gained was the first pull of the dungeon, and then the first pull that was in the Master Machinist's wing with that despoiler. I felt like both of those pulls were huge time saves. And then since then, they've kind of been...
Shadow Meld skip on these first two Forge Guards.
Nice.
Where's the meld? There it is.
There it is.
All right, so that's two pretty awkward enemies skipped. They'll now be setting up for this next pull. How big will Team Udon go? It's one pack so far. There's the Abomination summoned and Ancestral Guidance. I'm really surprised to see such a commitment of resources from Team Udon without pulling another pack into this.
Yeah. I mean, a lot.
Maybe they just know how far ahead they are at this point?
Oh, yeah, I mean, maybe. Oh, look at this. They're actually doing a chain.
Okay.
So they were waiting for the two Menders to die off before doing the chain into the Rock Smasher.
That can make sense, yeah.
It's still a little bit slow. What I will say about their comp that I'm not in love with is who is supposed to kill the totems?
Yeah, so totem killing, it can be an Earth Shock from your Earth Ellie if you have some Maelstrom stored up. That does cost you potentially an Earthquake, although depending on the build you're playing, you do want to be alternating Earth Shocks and Earthquakes.
I've only ever seen it done by Enhancement Shamans.
Yeah, Enhancement Shaman switches pretty well to it. Frost DK can switch for an Obliterate if they're on Obliterate globals, or Frost Strike globals. Those also can be put into it. So depending on the situation, that it can be okay. Unholy is very bad at switching to it. You can like tab and Death Coil, but that's not a great thing to be doing. Honestly, I think that a lot of it's going to be just Vengeance Demon Hunter tabbing and putting some... Even the problem is Vengeance Demon Hunter doesn't have good globals for it because their Spenders, Soul Cleave, and Spirit Bomb don't hit totems.
Dude, we just PI'd the Frost DK who only had Pillar up.
Yeah, no, Breath of Syndragosa. It is... Again, I think there have been some cooldown misallocations from Team Udon that those are big opportunities for them to save time as they go deeper into this tournament. Something that I really do want to see out of them is some more... synergized pressing of their cooldowns with stuff like Power Infusion, and also just even within a cooldown kit. There's been some spots where it just hasn't made sense to me how they've been allocating those cooldowns. Sometimes you have to do things that look weird. Oh no! Healer down for Team Udon. Okay.
We do have two DKs, so it's like not the end of the world that their healer ended up going down. But
B-Res is available and committed, but now there's no B-Res for them.
They really need to beat this next Rock Smasher's cast.
Yeah, that would be ideal. Of course,
I think
there's that Devour Affix coming out as well. It looks like everybody's super low, but they're not as low as it looks. It's not actually a heal absorb. It's just a heal tracker.
Oh wow! Try another way. Try another way. Having box. What? Okay, the tank got stunned by the box. The DK got ran over by the box. The tank, fortunately enough, procced his cheat, and then the moment his cheat fell, he died immediately. No! This is so bad for Try Another Way, as they're going to be wiping to the flame vents, but I think it was too little too late anyways, as Team Udon is already 60% of the boss.
When we talk about the worst thing to have ever happened to anybody, wiping at 3% on a boss has to be a contender for it, right? Like that, it's close to the single worst thing to have ever happened to anybody in a Mythic Keystone dungeon.
I wiped it 2% the other day. And it just feels so bad.
It's so brutal. It's a time loss that is difficult to measure. Like, that honestly may have been minus 5 minutes for Try Another Way. Meanwhile, Team Udon marching to the finish line here. No B-res, so they have to play the rest of this fight cleanly, but all that trash is dead, so they just have to finish the boss.
Okay, I'm a level with you. I don't think a 17-minute run of this dungeon is that fast, but I feel like I've seen worse.
I do feel like I've seen worse. I feel like Team Udon, though, are playing below the level of, say, FT BZM. I think that team looked better than this, and there are only 2 slots out of this group. If we're assuming one is going to Worms, you've got to be able to beat every other team here.
What
so Team Udon,
say,
looking clean-ish, but 5 deaths on the board is also not great for them.
What I will say about Udon over FTB ZM is I think that Udon's comp is much, much better.
Yes, I do. I like this comp a lot in this dungeon. Double DK, I think, is very strong for Stone Vault, and it's nice that they seem to have a good roster of multi-classers for Team Udon, which is a lot of extra flexibility compared to teams that are just kind of sticking with one comp. But that is going to be a 1-0 lead for Team Udon, putting Try Another Way on in danger of being eliminated here if they lose the next map.
Yeah. Okay. So the finish time was 17:30. But they did notably have a minute worth of death time, right?
Yeah.
Or a minute 15 even.
Very important to keep that in mind for sure.
So could have been a 16-ish minute run if they don't have deaths, which is, that's not too bad. What's the next map?
Yeah, it's not too bad, but again, I'm worried about the matchup, say, in the future against, say, FT BZM.
Yeah, what map do we have next? Do you know?
That's a great question, Tettles, and the answer is Mist of Tyrna Scythe +9. Yes. This is it's an interesting map to be on a +9 level, actually, because so much of Mist is based on moving through the dungeon, but then there are also some burst windows, right? Bursting down the first boss, bursting down the second boss can save you huge amounts of time if done correctly.
What do you think about the comps?
I really like Destruction Warlock in this dungeon. I think the 2 gateways it provides are both huge time saves in this pretty low key level. So we do have a Destruction Warlock from both teams. Nice. I love this.
Oh, and we got the Ret Paladin as well. We swapped out an Ellie Shaman for a Ret Pally on
I will say I do kind of hate the Resto Shaman on both teams. Resto Shaman in this dungeon, compared to Disc Priest or Resto Druid, are so much less valuable for bursting down bosses, right? A Resto Druid with Heart of the Wild and Convoke the Spirits will nuke a boss, which is so good on the first and second bosses in here. And a Disc Priest with PI is also adding a lot of value in that spot. Resto Shaman does so much less in those really crucial spots in this dungeon.
It's just the Resto Shaman's more comfy, but the problem is, like, for an MDI, you don't want comfort, you want speed.
Right.
Ooh, so Try Another Way ends up getting their first trash pack finished off a little bit faster than Udon's, but Udon notably pulled a lot more count. I think they ended up pulling an additional Tyranian Villager over Try Another Way, so they probably are going to be about 5% enemy forces ahead.
Yeah, enemy forces count in this dungeon can be a little bit misleading because sometimes it doesn't allow you to do anything extra at the end of the dungeon to have extra count early, but sometimes it does. Especially with the Warlock, there are some cool gateways you can do at the end of this dungeon that let you skip some Stag Helm pulls, which are generally the thing that slows you down at the end.
So we kind of talk about sometimes where teams end up pulling through the maze, and they end up losing a decent amount of time, just due to the fact that it takes 20 seconds to use the Warlock pet to pull through the wall, and the pack itself only took 20 seconds, so then you just have this bonus pack of trash that's like sitting there. That's kind of the reason that you end up losing some time pulling through the maze wall. But I will say that I'm willing to pay 20 seconds for the first pull of the dungeon to be slightly slower. But notably, look at the difference between Udon and Try Another Way is that Udon committed their lust as well, and Try Another Way is holding on to it. Now, are Udon going to be able to one-phase Ingram Malloc, or Try Another Way going to be able to one-phase Ingram Malloc? That's kind of a big time differentiator we have been seeing time and time again between MDI teams. It's not just purely, can you one-phase Ingram Malloc? It's, can you kill Ingram Malloc off during the damage amp as well? Because if you're actually able to kill off Ingram Malloc during that damage amp, it actually ends up saving you a considerable amount of time, because then whenever you're hitting it with 100% increased damage, the boss is just melting so much faster than whenever it comes out of that phase, and you just kind of have to wither it down over the next 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, as long as you don't have to do another tree kill, it's fine, but it's really good if you can kill the boss entirely in that burn. We
could try another way.
Yeah, try another way, getting there first. The boss stunned, and they are blasting into it. Udon, execution sentence works out really nicely for this as well.
It's interesting because Try Another Way is running the Prot Warrior, but Ingram Malak was at 93% prior to getting stunned by Droman, where Udon actually hit the boss to 90% prior to the damage amp coming out, and Udon ends up getting a really good Oblivion Orb timing, where Try Another Way ends up pressing that Lust, and both of them have the boss at 10% HP during their burn. I feel like Udon has to be getting the better out of this exchange, considering the fact that Try Another Way committed a Lust, where Udon just ends up getting that Oblivion Orb timing. And so look at this, both of these teams are killing the boss off at virtually the same time, but now Team Udon is a 5% enemy forces lead.
Yeah, 5% enemy forces, and they will get to press Lust 3 minutes before Try Another Way.
Now, will
that necessarily change anything? I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's going to give them a better Lust, but it might.
Are either of these teams going to be pulling this right side pack through the wall? And it looks like the answer is yes. Both of the teams end up sending the Warlock pet through the wall to be able to tag that pack.
Yeah, that's one of the big things that Warlock does in this dungeon, is it lets you pull the mobs through the walls. Sometimes that's value, sometimes it's dubious value, but this one in particular I think is really good.
Yeah, this is the one that, like, I was doing a lot of math on some of the polls. Whenever you're doing like a live route of this dungeon, that was the only pack that we've determined is actually valuable to be pulling through the wall.
Yeah, because otherwise you're just fighting 2 mobs by themselves, and 2 is such an awkward number of mobs to be fighting. Especially, a lot of these specs do pretty poorly on 2 targets.
Yeah, but now Udon here have engaged the next trash pack, and Try Another Way looking a little bit slower on actually pathing through the maze. Now, depending on which path through the maze Udon have gotten, it can actually be a little bit of, you can actually have a little bit of value of pulling through the wall, but you can only have the value if you're pulling the pack that you're otherwise going to pull through the wall. So say it is that right door that Udon is kind of like looking at, you could have in theory used your Warlock pet to pull through that, but like that's the only pull that you would have ever done. And look at this, Try Another Way and Udon have killed off that second pack of trash at virtually the same time.
Yeah, this is neck and neck between these 2 teams. Try Another Way fighting to stay alive in this tournament. Looking at this composition as well, I wonder if either team is going to go for the Mistcaller 10-0 skip. I wonder if either team is better suited for it as well. I feel like the Vengeance Demon Hunter should be better at that burst than Prot Warrior, although Prot Warrior can be executing at that time. But if you save some cooldowns as Vengeance, that can do some sizable damage to that. And then I think that otherwise their DPS comp is identical, right?
Oh, wow. Yeah. Otherwise their DPS comp is identical. It kind of comes down to the fact that like both the Resto Shaman and the Destruction Warlock pretty reasonably can run that Mad Queen's Mandate.
Yeah, and Mad Queen's Mandate's huge for it.
And then the third option is maybe you would put it on your tank if you feel like you need the third. We've seen kind of like split decision making between Group A and Group B as to how many Mad Queen's Mandates they wanted. It seems like 3 is by far the most consistent method for getting that Mistcaller push, but a lot of teams love to commit to 2 because they love the gamble.
Dude, I think it's good. I think it's...
Oh, wow, Udon's pulled trash to the wall. Ooh.
Interesting. This is trash from out of the way as well, right? This is not something they have to be pulling next, so they're going to get a little bit of extra count out of this. That's going to move them to like 10% more count than Try Another Way. I wonder if that's going to let them do anything cool at the end of this dungeon or not.
I think the answer is likely going to be no, but so the breakpoints are like, it's like 52% and then like 70%. Those were the breakpoints that we saw from Group A and Group B. For like count, any team that ended up going over that 70% threshold had a much higher chance of like losing, just because those staghorn pulls that you referenced earlier with like the acid gullets and whatnot actually are pretty efficient time wise.
Yeah, exactly. Like staghorns are difficult, but they're not necessarily slow. They're only slow if you are scared, right? And you don't get to pull a lot with them.
So the 70% mark is the mark that I've been referencing. The 70% mark allows you to not have to pull an additional pack of trash after Tredova. Everything above 70% is limiting the amount of pulls that you would have to pull before Tredova. But the thing is, the pulls that you're doing before that boss are normally seen as like pretty time efficient.
And you can often pull quite a bit of it onto Tradova itself
Exactly.
as well.
Yeah.
Although I do think there's some benefit of going up to, say, 84% count, and then you get to just pull like a very manageable pull onto Tradova.
But then we don't have like Shroud. We don't have Shroud.
We do have a Gateway.
Sure.
Gateway lets you skip past a cool part of that area.
Yeah. It's just tough. It's just tough not having the Shroud because, like, if you're saying, yeah, we want to go up to 84%, we want to actually skip one of the Tradova area pulls. That's, I can maybe buy that, but I feel like we need the Lust to actually for that to even be worth.
All right, Try Another Way have gotten the boss pulled first here, so they are certainly in the lead in dungeon progression. They only have 1% less count as well, so actually both teams on pretty much the same count here. 68 versus... Oh, sorry, that's 79% for Team Udon. So Team Udon have a bunch more count.
Yes. Now, can you do anything with that count?
That's the thing. I'm not sure you can. I'll have to see what they decide to do after this. Maybe it does work. Maybe it lets them do something more ambitious, like doing one less pull but taking something onto the boss at the end of this run.
You know something kind of funny? So they changed Mist Color a little bit ago to where the dodgeballs are inconsistent in what they're hitting. I figured out a way to actually get the dodgeballs to be a little bit more consistent on whether or not they hit the guessing game ads. If you tank the boss in the water, I think it has something to do with like the z-axis of the boss, but the dodgeballs will then begin to hit the mobs again during that guessing game. So you actually want to move the boss out into the water.
Interesting. Cool tech, yeah.
I think it has to do with the z-axis. It's kind of weird because there's that one that's in the I would describe it as like as you enter the room, it's like the top left one. That one normally gets hit, but I think this is the one that like Team Udon's on right now. That one I think normally will end up getting hit because the z-axis of that mob is a little bit different than where the rest of the boss arena is. There's something weird with z-axis and the dodgeball not hitting the ads anymore.
Okay, the boss is getting close to 10% here. Let's see if either of these teams can go for that push. Wake of Ashes Execution Sentence would be really good to try and make this happen. Rat Pallies can maybe single-handedly do this.
Oh,
9% to Try Another Way.
No,
they're just getting a guessing game. Yep.
They just missed that. That was way off.
Okay, Execution Sentence is going to go off for Team Udon, though, in this burn. 3%, 2, they've done it. Team Udon have managed. That is huge.
Nice.
That's like plus 30 seconds. That is a tremendous... It's difficult to overstate just how much time they've gained as a result of that. Massive play. And now, despite pulling the boss later, getting a bunch more count in this area, Team Udon will have this mist wall go down first. I think they're planning a gateway here. Let's see it. 79% trash.
Where would you even gate here?
So you can cage this mob and then run past. And then you can do... There's a very cool gate available here. Let's see if they go for it.
So you would, run up to this fork and then gate across to not pull this additional Staghorn
Yeah,
pull?
you can skip this pack here. There's that gateway.
I mean, I feel like that pack is like pretty fast relative to the count it gives.
There's Shadow Meld as well. Okay, here we go. Now they can take this potentially all the way onto the boss if they want and just end this dungeon.
So it's one Staghorn pull.
It's just one Staghorn. Yeah, that's the benefit of doing it this way.
Yeah, I'm down. We have Lust available. I mean, this is the advantage of lusting earlier is that that Team Udon are actually going to have Lust on pull for all of this. And right. I actually think their composition is really good at being able to deal with all of this trash. I think is assuming that the DK is able to kind of like plant on top of these ads and cleave his Breath of Syndragosa on top of both the ads and the boss, a lot of this trash should get melted rather quickly. You have the Rain of Fires, assuming that the tank is able to keep the mobs in the Rain of Fire as well. You should be able to just completely destroy the boss. And the boss is melting for Team Udon, about to actually enter the intermission already at that 60% threshold. And Team Udon, assuming that they're going to be able to get out of the shield rather quickly as well, because they still have their offensive CDs rolling.
Wow. Ethical Chaos Bolts as well instead of Rain of Fires out of their Warlock. That's what we like to see. That is not something I've ever seen a Warlock do in a situation like this, but really good for winning the map instead of padding your overall damage. Still doing incredible overall as well on this pull. But a lot of Chaos Bolts here, nuking into the boss, 39% and falling fast. Very little time left for Try Another Way here, and Team Udon have just found such a fast end to this dungeon. Skipping that Mist Caller, having Lust on pull for such a huge pull onto Tradova is such a time save.
I mean, I think that this is it. I feel like the beginning of the dungeon was kind of the big tipping point for Team Udon. Their maze was a little bit faster, but Try Another Way was just slower at very key points, and now Try Another Way is actually getting the boss engaged with their Bloodlust coming up, but it feels like it's too little too late as Team Udon are dropping Tradova sub 15%, and I mean, Team Udon, they're going to be able to make it over to the next round, and I think it's going to be really interesting to see the matchup between them and Dali only. Yeah, exactly. Dali only. I feel like Team Udon should probably be favored in this matchup versus Dali only.
I think so as well. Team Udon have looked quite good. This Mist has looked a lot better, in my opinion, than the Stone Vault did out of them. Both are going to be good enough for a win, though, against Try Another Way. That means Team Udon will survive in this tournament. They are one of the 4 teams to continue, whereas we are going to be saying a farewell to Try Another Way, going out tied in 5th and 6th with Champion of Strength. Sad to see them go. But that is a 12-minute, 31-second Mist +9. So, there are faster Mists possible for sure. But that was a pretty darn good run.
I will say it's kind of difficult to actually get sub 10-minute runs of dungeons, just generally speaking, because the second lust is just so powerful that we see it kind of time and time again. It's like, even on the sub 10s, it's like the 10:30 is normally the timer that you're looking at, because that second lust comes up and you just like annihilate the last boss with some trash, and then you kind of are able to make it through like that.
All right, so we will be moving in now to our upper bracket. Before we see Team Udon again, we are going to have Worms versus FTB ZM. Worms is our overwhelming tournament favorites, I would say. It would be a huge upset if they were to lose this series. They are one of the teams that has been putting up times. I wouldn't necessarily say, like, they're favored against teams like Perplexed and Mandatory, but they're certainly a team that could beat those teams in a map, right? It wouldn't be shocking.
I feel like the biggest question for me for Worms... So whenever we looked at their time trial times, they were very fast, incredibly competitive with like Western teams for time trials. Now, what I think we've seen this weekend is kind of like interesting decision making in terms of their composition, particularly like the Aug Evoker Destruction Warlock composition. I think that we're maybe less convinced that that's like the best thing that you can be doing with your comp. I think that there's a chance that like you could drop the DK maybe for something else, but I don't think you're dropping the Enhancement Shaman a lot of the time, or like the Assassination Rogue. I feel like both of those two specializations are very good, and so whenever you start dropping one of those, you better be doing something that's crazy good. And so for Worms, I think it's kind of an interesting matchup between them and FTB ZM to kind of see what's going on, because for FTB ZM, they're just kind of running the same comp in every single dungeon. They're not really worrying about it. They're worrying about execution first and foremost, and compositional differences secondarily.
Yeah, FTB ZM have been basically just playing a comfort comp in most of the maps we've seen out of them. They've been playing their Fire Mage, I believe. This was the team that was deploying that yesterday, so interesting to see if they go for that again. We are going to start off with a City of Threads +10 here. Interesting map, one that I don't think we've seen too much City of Threads recently. It's been one that has been largely getting banned out, but not bannable in this first slot in the series.
Do you expect... I think we saw Worms play this map yesterday, right? Because they did a first pull, or they did way more trash in the first area than I think we saw from Group A and Group B. They
didn't do the thing that Group A and Group B were generally doing, which is just going straight into boss as their first order of business, right? They would do like 3 mini bosses, and then they would they'd go activate a beacon and then go into the boss. But they were doing at least the quadruple spy, I believe, which is a huge time save compared to teams that don't have that down. So yeah, I'm curious what FTB ZM's strat looks like in here, if it'll be competitive with that.
That one goes hard. I'm kind of interested in seeing, because like I think that not having the beacon and all of your offensive CDs into the first boss, I feel like intuitively that is the big time save of why teams are doing that elongated shroud at the very beginning.
Yeah, it's definitely an open question as to what's the best here. We are going to see the teams getting started. It is indeed the Fire Mage still for FTB ZM. Worms starting off with a Shroud because they have a Rogue.
Interesting. Worms are actually playing the very meta comp of Enhance, Frost DK, Assassination Rogue. So again, we saw them dropping the DK and the Rogue yesterday for the Warlock and the Aug Evoker in a couple of dungeons. I think it was like the Arakara is the one that sticks out to me, but I think that actually playing this full meta comp, I think that this works phenomenally for this dungeon. And Worms, look at this, they've adapted their route, and they're playing the exact same thing that we saw from Group A and Group B. I think that this is a huge time save.
Yeah, so for reference, this was played during the Group B weekend, so they would have seen the first 2 days, I believe, of Group B's weekend by the time we got to this series. So that is something that they could have potentially used some of their time to adapt to.
Group A and Group B also notably had City of Threads as a time trial dungeon, so I think that they were a little bit more optimized in this dungeon than we would expected to see from Worms. Whereas Worms in the Chinese region had Necrotic Wake and Arakara as their time trial dungeons. So both regions had Necrotic Wake, which is how we can kind of compare some of the time trial times whenever we're looking at the teams.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough to see during the weekend itself because the keys are at different levels, but
exactly
for the time trial comparison, it is definitely valuable, and you can just see how much time Worms have gained as a result of this, right? They're going to be a little bit less count than FTB ZM, sure, but they are so fast through this first boss, and you can get a lot of count in the middle and later parts of this dungeon pretty cheaply.
I'm trying to pull up some City of Threads runs from last week. So Ducks Can Fly ended up putting up. It was a 9. We're both Group A and Group B 9s.
Yes, both Group A and Group B played this dungeon on +9, whereas here in China we are playing it at +10. So
I guess
it is a little bit difficult to directly compare.
I guess the best thing to look up is like what time trial times, which were on 10s.
Yes, yeah.
So some of the fastest time trial times on the 10 level were, the fastest one was 12:15, and some of the, I would say like a pretty good time is probably somewhere in like the 13 minutes.
Yeah, you do have to be a little bit careful with time trial times because sometimes you can do these like inconsistent strategies and you just know like it's a time trial, it's fine if it only has a 20% success rate. You can't really do those strategies when the key actually is, for real. Does look like we've had a death for FTB ZM. So that's 1 on the board for them. 15 seconds lost. Both teams as well have used their lusts, so they will be getting lusts again at the end of the dungeon, but nobody's trying any cheeky mid-dungeon lusts.
Worms is prepping here for the quad Eye of the Queen pull, which, again, I think that's something that we saw from Group A and Group B to be the best thing that you could possibly be doing. It involves a Tricks of the Trade snap from the very far side Eye of the Queen, where your Shaman and your Priest are then going to be tagging like the near side Eyes of the Queen, and then you just try to nuke the pack as fast as possible. The Rogue then will actually get like web wrapped and ported back to the very beginning after the snap occurs, and so that allows you to get all 4 of the Eyes of the Queen stacked up as fast as possible. It's a ton of damage. Like you are getting completely owned by these pulls, but I think the fact that they're looking to do this on a 10 is promising.
Absolutely, yeah. I think this is very much the fastest way to attack this dungeon. But look at those health bars. This is a lot of damage on Worms. Are they going to be able to get through this? Still got to survive for a while longer. That's Power Word Barrier and Darkness that are getting them through this set of damage, but they won't have those available now next time. These Eyes of the Queen are still alive. This is going to get awfully sketchy here for Worms in a moment. FTB ZM, on the other hand, playing it a lot more safely. They are just doing 1 Eye of the Queen with the Perfume Vendor.
Do they have 4? I think they had to have had 4. I think that so. Worms probably ended up killing off 1 rather quickly, is what I'm assuming happened. Yeah. But it looked like they only had 3 on the screen there. Yeah,
you can see they got 4. They got all 4 killed.
I mean,
yeah, activated the RP. Nice.
MDD is going to walk over and start the RP, which I mean, it makes sense that they had to have had 4. But like, there was only 3 on the screen whenever I was looking. Like again, this is the thing where I was like, I wish I could actually tell exactly what the mobs are.
Yeah, they're gonna fight retired Lord Vulazak there.
MDD is actually running. MDD is actually running to help them with the retired Lord. This is actually a little bit slower. So in theory, MDD should be standing up against that web wall because there's 2 activation points for the RP of getting the second boss spawn. There's the first one that you saw the priest walk up and do, which is, you just like end up moving the boss. The second one is actually standing next to that web wrapped wall and getting the boss to break down that barrier, the mini boss to break down that barrier. And so like you have to be standing up here for that to even be able to happen. So I mean, you look here, he's actually still standing there.
Yeah, they are going to be fighting a Void Emissary for a little while here. Actually, I wonder if you delay the death of this Void Emissary until right at the end of its cast. That's probably good, so that you can get as much that buff into the boss as possible.
I like the delay. I think the delay is good. Yeah. But I think that Worms probably lost, what would you say, 30 seconds there? Maybe 20 seconds?
Maybe 20, yeah. It's definitely not bad.
It kind of comes down to the fact that, like, do you need your healer there to be able to actually out-heal the swarm from the retired Lord?
You shouldn't, no.
Which I think is the answer, but I guess I don't know certainty.
Maybe, given there's a +10 with the Fortified, maybe it starts to become a bit of an issue.
Yeah, I mean,
Definitely something to think about for sure.
But again, we're looking to try to get like a 13-ish minute timer for this dungeon for worms to be like, okay, this is like a great time for them.
Yeah, exactly. So they are into this boss already. I mean, things are definitely going fast for them. They're already in the second boss here. There's really not too much dungeon left after this. The other question is, how big will they pull after this?
I think that this is a boss, too, that you can actually have a lot of time loss due to a couple of things that just like aren't necessarily within your control. I think that a lot of it actually comes down to the synergistic step, and sometimes the bosses just port. And sometimes if they port away from you, especially, dude, there's this one port that's on pull, and if you accidentally get the boss to like port like in a really bad spot on pull, you can lose an insane amount of damage from both your Enhancement Shaman and your Frost Decay. Those two specs will be in complete despair.
Yeah, if you're Frost Decay, there are some spots in their rotation as well where they're vulnerable, where it's like, if we lose 2 globals here, we're going to lose 20 seconds of Breath of Syndragosa. So very important that you have the uptime on the boss on that spec.
Yeah, but I mean, look at this.
They're going to be able to do it.
Ooh, they're actually going to have another Voidbound spawned. What do you?
It's kind of an awkward time for it.
It really is.
At least we're not going to get it while we're gathering the next pull, I guess, which would also be awkward.
But you can't. You have to kill it right now before the boss.
Yeah.
Because now the boss has 20% DR or 10% DR, I guess, with 2 seconds.
Okay, the Void Emissary does die. Yeah, I mean, you definitely want to kill it so you can mount up and move to the next area.
You would rather have it spawn like right now, I guess. Oh, FTB ZM having some deaths to the Retired Lord. They actually ended up pulling the Retired Lord into one of the Eyes of the Queen pack, and the damage from the Void Rush with that swarm from the Void Lord is or the Retired Lord is a ton of damage.
I'm going to level with you, Tuttles. I don't think FTB ZM have much agency left in this map. It's really going to come down to whether or not Worms have a catastrophe, because FTB ZM are so far behind already.
I think that's pretty accurate. I mean, look at this pull from Worms here. They shroud up. Oh wow, dude, they're actually going for the Gigas pull.
Okay, yeah, they're gonna go around the side of the stairs here. They're not taking it up into the Venom Shell, at least.
I think that's a +9 exclusive, taking that trash into the Venom Shell.
This is still a very scary pull.
The conscripts here do an insane amount of damage, and what I actually really like that they're doing here is they saved the Abomination limb for these pursuers. These agile pursuers are the most annoying mobs on the entire planet. First off, they like to just auto-attack you with a physical ability that can kill your priest, and it's so annoying. But I think that the second annoying part of them is that they'll just leap out, and then your melee DPS can't kill them because you're playing 3 melee DPS. But I think the A-bomb limb, saving the A-bomb limb for that is a great decision point for Worms.
Yeah, if you've played DPS DK for the last couple of years, A-Bomb Limb did quite a bit of damage. That's no longer true. A-Bomb Limb is almost entirely utility now, so if you ever have an opportunity to hold it to get good grips, you absolutely should.
Yeah. I think it is a slight damage game, but I think it, like you said,
it's a lot smaller than it used to be.
Exactly. All right, so now Worms here are going to be pulling into this, oh gosh, what's this guy called? Stag Shell?
The Venom Shell?
Venom Shell? Yeah, Venom Shell.
Yeah.
Into the Venom Shell here. They have to kill him off before they are able to actually progress into the Coagulation. Urxism on that Enhancement Shaman actually going down to melee swings. The Enhancement Shaman exclusive. We call this the I thought you had aggro. No. Okay, sorry, my Tempest killed me.
Yeah, the Tempest taunt does happen.
The Tempest taunt. That's a good way of describing it.
Yeah, gotta be careful on that Enhancement Shaman.
I think Worms probably just go straight into the boss here, right?
I think you do, yeah. I think you can take these... You at least want to be spawning the boss here, killing off those little droppies.
I think they're going to be a little bit slower in this dungeon than I would have loved.
Yeah, so you were benchmarking like 13 minutes as a 15 minutes as a fast run here?
Anything in the 13s. I think that anything sub 14 is what I would say is like a pretty okay run. Because
I think they're on pace for something like that.
You have teams like Holy Moly, you have teams like Perplexed, you have teams like Mandatory that were putting up the sub 14 runs, and then you have some of the I would describe them as global qualifier but slightly lower seeded teams putting up the
15 minutes, right?
The right below 15-minute ones, yeah.
So yeah, I think that is the question for me: is are Worms? Which of those tiers do Worms deserve to go in? Right? Are they on the tier with Perplexed, with Mandatory, with Holy Moly, where it's like these are contenders to win? Or are they in that tier where they're like underdogs to win, right?
Yeah, like are they on the tier with Polish Mountain? Are they on the tier with the Ducks Could Fly, like that?
Yeah,
that level?
Miscount perhaps.
Yeah,
who again, really really good teams, but looked a little bit less likely to win the whole thing than Perplexed, than Mandatory.
Miscount had a 1355 in this dungeon.
Okay. Definitely something to keep our eye on. Worms are on that second to last boss. I mean, there's not too much dungeon left here. We'll see what they decide to do. Remember, of course, though that was a different key level, but you're talking about the time trial times?
It was a 10. Yeah, the time trials were a 10, so that was the same key level. It might be a different affix. It was
and it was also before patch 11.0.5.
That's true. Enhancement Shaman's got better since then.
Yeah.
DK's got a little bit worse.
Things are different. Yeah.
DK got a little bit worse, Enhancement Shaman got a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that make the direct comparison a little bit sketchy as well. Also, just again, time trial versus live keys.
Voidbound versus Devour.
The live keys to be a little bit slower than your time trial time is your best possible time, whereas an actual tournament run is going to be slower usually.
I mean, Perplex put up a 12:15. So that's why I'm saying whenever I'm saying like sub 14 minutes, I'm like, all right, it's going to be a little bit slower. Those are just the rules.
I think that is a fair way to look at it. Just needs to be taken with a huge grain of salt.
But I think Worms are still actually going to put up like a pretty good time, all things considered.
Absolutely. I mean, Worms are looking so good here. And remember, they don't need to beat Perplex in a mandatory yet. That's going to be coming up actually this weekend. So mark your calendar. Friday, 10 a.m. Pacific, we'll be starting off the MDI Global Finals with a lot of these teams. 2 teams from China, 6 teams from the rest of the world. It's going to be very exciting to watch that. Worms will be able to stamp their ticket into that tournament if they can win this series. But of course, FTB ZM would rather not have that happen.
This is such an interesting lust. I would have assumed that was going to go into the boss, but it looks like
the same lust they did last time they were in here. They just like lusting this mini boss section, ending the kind of threat of 2 mini bosses being active at once.
It's way safer, but I think that like lusting Ezo, I think is much faster.
Yeah, I mean, you are getting pretty much a single target lust by sending it here. You do need to kill these to start the spawn sequence of Ezo, right? So
yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if it was faster than Lust Ezo, but I'm not sure how much faster it is.
The lust is still rolling here. Okay, well,
that's true. Yeah, if your lust is rolling and you don't have a good single target to be hitting, that's always a sad feeling.
Yeah, I mean the lust is still rolling. Typically, too, whenever you have lust up, you're building a bunch of resources. The enhancement shaman's a very streaky specialization. More Tempest turn into more Tempest turn into more lightning wolves, and so like the lust and haste is such a valuable stat on enhance this season as well. I feel like you have to be using those lusts perfectly for the enhancement shaman.
Yeah, definitely something that is maybe worth reconsidering for this team as we move into the global finals. But of course, it's not over just yet. Grand Splicer Ezo, still 75% health, no lust for Worms, but FTB ZM, I mean, they're just so far behind. They haven't even spawned the coagulation yet. They are in so much danger here. Worms are just looking so good.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Worms look like they are going to be very dominant in this region to the point where I don't know if there's a team that can actually take a map off of them. Like, I feel like the agency is in their own hands. I feel like, if they end up making mistakes, if they end up having wipes and stuff like that, any team can beat any team, especially this MDI with how Challenger's Peril works. But I think that for Worms, they're carving their own path here. I feel like they are so much faster than everybody else.
Yeah, this has been a dominating performance in at least this City of Threads. This is also a team that they just kind of seem like they're ready in every dungeon. That's been a huge characteristic of winning MDI teams in the past, is they don't have weak dungeons and strong dungeons. They just kind of look good and practiced everywhere. And so far, Worms has been looking like that to me as well, which is really, really, really good. That's going to be Grand Splicer Ezo going down for them as well. It's going to be about 15 minutes on the clock here. So, again, a little bit slower than some of those time trial times we've seen from some other teams over in the Western region, but you got to factor in the fact that this was a live run versus a time trial run. But still, impressive performance from Worms. That's going to advance them to a 1-0 lead over FTB ZM in this series. FTB ZM will have to try and claw their way back here, or possibly try and do this through the lower bracket instead, because Worms looked pretty dominating here.
Dude, that DK damage.
Yeah, it is pretty special, huh?
Oh wow. I feel like it's actually fairly seldom that we actually see the DK completely pop off.
We move directly in to a Necrotic Wake here. This was a time trial map for both regions, both the West and China played this map for time trials. So we've seen a lot of different good strategies in here. It's worth noting our key level is a bit higher on the Chinese region for this map than it was in some of our Western groups.
Wow.
So plus 11 key here.
They're playing Warlock Augevoker again in this dungeon.
Okay. I mean, Warlock is really good in this dungeon. This is a great Warlock dungeon. I like the Priest as well. The fact they're playing the Priest is so nice here. There's such good mind controls in this dungeon.
Yeah, during time trials, a lot of teams actually played double DK Aug, but that was before Frost DK got a very small nerf. And so Frost DK actually started falling a bit out of favor. I think that whenever you're playing solo Death Knight, I think the Unholy DK is definitely the preferred one. Yeah, like you said, a Death for Worms there. Really unfortunate situation. It looked like it was the Heaving Wretch in conjunction with that Throw Flesh ability. That Throw Flesh, like I was talking about earlier on the Clothies, is just so brutal. MDD losing that Bloodlust is actually really dangerous. Displaced Priest this season love haste so much. I think they're like stacking haste versatility. They are like a pure haste stacker. And MDD going down to the Heaving Wretch again, just really struggling to play catch up here. And are Worms going to wipe to this boss?
There's definitely some danger of this. Will they be able to get this last 37% done without a healer? They do have an Aug Evoker. That's been Defy Fate, though, popped. No cheat death available for their Aug Evoker now.
They still have a Gatekeeper. They just pulled a Gatekeeper right as MDD ended up going down the second time.
Aug Evoker getting awfully low here, trying to keep it going. Not casting any healing
He's so
as well.
dead. He's actually so dead.
Yeah, just accepting his fate, doing as much damage as he can.
Hold on.
Actually, that Breath of Eons. Oh, nope. It's going to be that Wrath of Zul'Ramus.
Okay, so horrible news. The only way you can reset this boss is by zoning out of the dungeon. We're not allowed to zone out of MDI dungeons.
Yeah, that is banned in MDI. You can't walk out of the dungeon. So, yeah, I mean, Worms 17% on the boss. You can maybe limp over the finish line here with your tank and your DK, but this is a huge opportunity for FTB ZM, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is a critical point for them. And looking at both of these teams, they have the same count. And Blightbone's going to die earlier for FTB ZM than it is for Worms. And I mean, we were kind of talking about it at the end of the City of Threads, where Worms kind of are going to carve their own path. But FTB ZM is not a team that, like, if you end up full wiping, you can absolutely still lose. They have a minute of death penalties against them. And Worms are going to be downing Blightbone first, but they're a minute slower.
Yeah, this is tough here for Worms. This death timer is just so brutal now for the rest of this dungeon. They are going to be able to release, though, so they do manage to at least down the boss. They've averted the worst here, but they are definitely behind compared to FTB ZM. Affix spawning for both teams, those orbs being collected. Let's see how they navigate this next section of the dungeon, because this could be an opportunity for Worms to catch back up.
So what I'm going to say is that, in theory, FTB ZM should probably be winning this map. However, Worms were minutes faster in time trials in this dungeon over FTB ZM, and I think that it's a situation that you absolutely shouldn't count them out. And Worms are doing a Omega pull here, and you actually see MDD on that Priest is actually running ahead to tag some of the Marauders and pulling them into Narzuda as well.
Yeah, this is a aggressive pull.
They're getting melee to the back by the Marauders.
One of the nice things about this comp is you don't have a lot of melee who will get cleaved, right? Your Aug Evoker and your Destrolock are a little bit safer on this pull than melee tend to be.
The downside is that you can't see the Shadow Wells.
Yeah, the Shadow Wells are sketchy.
There's so many mobs. There's so many mobs it's almost impossible to see the Shadow Wells.
Mm-hmm.
So they only committed one Anima Orb to this pull. I actually don't hate that.
Yeah, a lot of resources still will be available for the rest of this dungeon for them, at least.
Look at MDD. He's posturing to actually go into the Amarth area. What we actually saw during Group B for the first time was teams would actually send their priest ahead, meld out of combat, and then start like fading by or like invis potioning by a bunch of the trash to kind of get that Amarth area started. I think MDD is immediately going to fade by that Necromancer pack, and I wonder where he's going to go and what he's going to do. Look at this. He's also pressed his Shadow Meld, which opens up the possibility of him pressing an Invisibility Potion. And already, like we were talking... Yeah, look at this. He's running straight into the Marth area.
Okay, yeah, this is nice. This is a very speedy way to do this dungeon, and this could be what they need to catch back up here.
Fades back up, and so he's then going to be able to walk
look at what FTB ZM are doing. They are skipping past here with this gateway strat. This is a lot slower, though. Their whole group is having to do this. This is a much more slow strategy than what Worms are up to. Yeah,
Now
MDD now going
MDD's
to be able to land that grip.
He grips the
Beautiful.
two-seater over. So it looks like their Venge Demon Hunter is... So he leapt over the wall and then leapt over a different pack, melted the pack, and now he's grabbing the remainder of the trash that they're going to need out of this section to pull into a Marth. They're going to... They actually didn't commit... Did they commit a Javelin on Blightbone? I wonder, because MDD and AKD Venge have their Javelin still. Okay, yeah, that Javelin's not up in the Amarth area. So they're probably going to commit a Javelin on this pull. It's what we were seeing it consistently be done, where you just get that piercing effect of that Javelin, and you are able to, like, completely blow up the boss. Oh, it looks like they're actually going to be holding it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of damage that they have, even without that spear. You have that
wait.
Breath of Eons, Infernal.
I think...
Maybe a late spear?
I think it looked like a late spear. Yeah, I think it's on their... It was on their Vengeance Demon Hunter and it was on their Warlock.
Tank death for FTB ZM! That's going to be a full wipe almost immediately for FTB ZM. This pack is super low. They're going to maybe try and keep this going for a little bit, but I don't think it's going to work. They are in a lot of trouble here. FTB ZM throwing back over to Worms. Oh no! Now they don't have a B-Res either. They've got to reset this boss. This is catastrophic.
A Marauder
for Worms.
Fear went off, I think.
Oh no. It's hard to overstate just how much time was lost for both teams now.
Oh, wait, hold on. Can MDD meld?
Nope. Gets hit by that shatter from the monstrosity before he's able to.
Okay, good news for Worms. Bad news for Worms. Bad news is that they just wiped. Good news is that FTBZM also wiped.
Yeah, so 9 deaths for Worms compared to 6 for FTBZM means that 45 seconds are in favor of FTBZM here. Will that be enough? Does look like there's still... I mean, both teams were able to pull and kill some of the mobs in these pulls, but not all of them.
Well, I mean, you committed your spear for Worms as well, and like the spear is gone. Now
they did get a lot of the trash dead, but I think that you just don't take this into a Marth now, right? You just go up to the monstrosity and you just kill this off.
I'm pretty sure you just kill this off. I don't think you can take it into the boss anymore.
FTBZM also moving up into the boss area. They're starting that boss RP. Oh no, their tank is stunned. Their tank is stunned because of the boss RP. Okay, they're all right now. How is that good?
Like, dude, I don't know if I've ever seen the tank get stunned due to the boss RP during combat.
Yeah, if you walk up to the top of those stairs, you start the RP. If you walk up a little bit further, you get stunned until it finishes.
Wait, does the boss
did happen a little bit.
Does the boss have 10 stacks of the Oblivion Orb?
The mini boss does for Team FTBZM.
Is their tank gonna die?
The tank is in some danger for sure. Fell Devastation should be enough to get them through this, though. Ooh, it's sketchy, but yeah, Fell Devastation is so strong. More Death Bolts coming out. Necrotic Bolts. FTBZM are okay, though.
Good God almighty. And Worms actually ended up re-pulling the Amarth
Yeah, without
encounter.
the spear, they're just going on boss without CDs and everything. That is really impressive. I guess they have CDs back.
I mean, I don't know. Did they have CDs back?
It looks like it. It looks like they at least had many of them, yeah.
That's still scary. I'm surprised they were able to re-pull that boss.
Yeah, extremely well played by Team Worms. Death gripping these mobs in under the boss. Unfortunate timing with the AoE from the mini-boss. There's another Breath of Eons. They're playing Breath of Eons stun as well, which is always really nice when you use it on mobs like that.
Breath of Eons stun is really, really good depending on the dungeon and depending on the situation. Yeah. It's kind of like the old Outlaw Rogue Between the Eyes rotational stun. Rotational stuns are very powerful in some situations, and they can be so annoying in others.
Yeah, sometimes you really don't want to stun, especially if your group has a lot of stuns and you don't want to put them all on diminishing returns.
Exactly, like because you're heavily incentivized to be like pressing Breath of Eons on pull, but there's a couple of packs like the Beguilers in Grim Batol is like a great example of that, or the Soul Cleavers in Mist of Tyranid Scythe. Like your warrior wants to reflect those. Like there's a bunch of mobs that you just don't really want to stun like right off the bat.
All right, so we have the boss going down for Worms here. The question is it 45 seconds faster than FTBZM? Because that is the death timer difference between the two teams. Aside from that, both of them will be getting their Lust up soon and their B-Res up. Actually, identical timing on both Lust and B-Res for these two teams. Worms setting up this huge trash pull in the Necropolis. It's the entire Necropolis settles. This could be a make-or-break moment for them.
I mean, they're not going to have Lust available. They do have pretty much all their offensive CDs up. They pressed that Power Infusion. They pressed the DT with the Unholy Assault. They even had that Breath of Eons, like you were calling out earlier. This is an absolutely massive pull here. Oh, they actually get the Oppressing Roar as well, which is fantastic whenever it's combined with the Vengeance Demon Hunter's Sigil of Silence. But XMD on that Death Knight ends up going down. I didn't see exactly what ended up killing him off.
Yeah, that's really, really tough for them. They could have B-Res'd, but they chose to release instead. And they are going to be able to get through this pull. Looks like the Dominate Mind cast on that Flesh Carver is working out. XMD riding that horse back into battle there. Playing that Rider of the Apocalypse. That's so cool.
Rider of the Apocalypse Unholy DK is so sick.
Yeah. It's very, very powerful. Very powerful hero talent tree, and very cool as well. You just get this huge movement speed increase for so long when you're on that horse as well.
Yeah. You just get it for your Death's Advance, right?
Yeah, it replaces your Death's Advance, but it's longer, it's more movement speed, and you get to ride a horse. What more could you ask?
Get to ride a horse.
It's really good.
That is by far the coolest part, is that you're just on the horse.
Yeah.
The craziest thing to me about the Unholy DK Rider of the Apocalypse is that you get the free...
another death for Worms. Now they're 5 deaths behind. Is that the 6th, actually, between the two, or is that just the 5th? Either way. Oh, no! FTBZM tunnels! FTBZM!
It's a full wipe!
That is not good.
Dude.
These mobs were so low for FTBZM as well, and now they're all full healing, and that is FTBZM potentially getting shut out of this map because they were behind, but they had a minute and 15 seconds of death timer. Now the death timer is equal, and they're even behind her.
Yep. I think that we were questioning as to whether or not it would be okay, and it is no longer okay, because in addition to that, you have to also pay attention to the fact that Worms is keeping that Flesh Crafter alive, so they're going to be able to have that Throw Cleaver ability for Surgeon Stitch Flesh, for now for the Rhinebinder, and that Throw Cleaver just annihilates those bosses. It is absolutely absurd. Again, we're going to see this in the TGP in a little bit as well, and whenever the TGP happens, that Throw Cleaver from the Flesh Crafter does like 50 million damage on super high keys. Now it doesn't do that much on lower keys, but it completely nukes mobs still.
Mm-hmm. All right, Worms. Oh, another death for FTBZM. That's a gore splatter going off. Oh no, their healer is down. Ankh is available, but yeah, FTBZM are no longer in charge of their own destiny. All of this is going to come down to whether or not Worms have a wipe. Worms are on Rot Spew now. Once they finish this off, it is just going to be 2 bosses between them and the end of the dungeon. A tank death for FTBZM heralds another full wipe for them, potentially. If they try and stabilize and finish this pull, it's going to be tough.
I think it just kind of proves how annoying Necrotic Wake can be, and very coin flippy at times, where one thing can just like spiral into a bunch of deaths and like wipes, because then your cadences kind of throw off, your offensive CDs are thrown off a little bit as well, and it's just really difficult to recover in a way that's meaningful in the Necrotic Wake.
Yeah, this is this is going to be tough here. The boss is pulled now for Worms. They do have 1 spear left and Lust available. Let's see if they can try and one-phase Surgeon Stitch Flesh.
I think they can one-phase just with the Flesh Crafters cleavers. I don't think they actually have to spear this boss.
The cleavers are huge. That's one of the big benefits of playing that priest, although it is caged in the back right now. They do need to tag it and break it out.
They'll break it in a second.
They broke it out with the Breath of Eon stun. Nice.
That's funny.
That is funny. Okay, here comes that cleaver. Aiming it at Stitch Flesh. Nice work.
Oh, dude, that Breath of Eon's popped on Surgeon Stitch Flesh. It almost did, like, 10% of his health.
Looks like they're going to be able to do this pretty easily. Surgeon Stitch Flesh going down without escaping. They will re-dominate the Flesh Crafter and then head upstairs with Lust and no Spear. They did commit their Spear, I believe, to make that happen. Although, we'll see. Maybe it's just being... Yeah, they did commit their Spear. Yeah, so no spear on this boss.
But they have Lust. I will say the downside of doing it like this is... I think the downside of doing it like this is that you're going to end up getting the Dark Exiles going off. But you do, again, have that Flesh Crafter that should be able to speed up this fight by a considerable amount.
One thing we haven't talked about as well is this comp. You are rolling the dice on every Dark Exile, because if it targets your Aug Evoker, you are in absolute despair.
So they changed it to where your Aug actually can't get sent down.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Well,
then
you
then
can't
you're
get
happy.
sent down asterisk. It can get sent down as like if two players have been sent down before and one player is currently down, then the Augvoker is eligible to be sent down.
Okay.
It very rarely happens now.
That is huge. Yeah, I remember in beta that was really tough to play Aug in this dungeon as a result of that. But yeah, Worms looks like they should be able to avoid that.
They have Wernstone for their DK. Their DK actually AMS the dot and then immediately Wernstone'd back up and is back in the mix.
Okay, so when that debuff expires on XMD, he is going to die, right?
He pre-AMS the debuff from the Dark Exile.
I think I see it on his frame still.
Oh no, you're right. You're actually right. He is gonna die. Never mind. Well, you can AMS it. He didn't AMS it, of course, but you
once
could.
that green debuff does go away, I think the Death Knight's going to die here, but they do have a battle res available for him. Oh no, but we've lost our priest, so that's probably got to be our B res instead. Actually, maybe we just use it on DPS and send the boss over the finish line.
Oh yo, our warlock hit the gateway on the Dark Exile debuff.
Okay, so now our warlock is going to die when that green debuff expires. Worms, unfortunately they are going to get that root on their Augvoker with no priest alive to dispel, so Augvoker goes down for them. Now they just have 3 DPS players, or 3 members alive, and the Warlock is going to die kind of soon. And one problem with this boss tunnels is it does shield itself. So if you start losing damage, it's very hard to limp over the finish line.
Okay, so they're not going to get sent down by the Dark Exile anymore because they're
this could be a big opportunity for Soulburn Circle, but it's not going to work out.
Are they wiping?
Down goes their Warlock. DHDK, this was the combo that finished the first boss. The DK doesn't have Last Resort anymore. Oh, he gets spiked. 2% of the boss. Can an Unholy DK survive this? No. Tunnels, no. No, what are we witnessing here? Oh, the 1% wipe on now for the Rhyme Finder. Oh, goodness gracious.
What did I just watch?
This could have hardly gone worse.
Oh no. Oh my.
Oh no.
They don't have lust anymore.
It is just all over.
FTB ZM still haven't killed Surgeon Stitchflesh, by the way.
Oh yeah, brutal.
Dude, what you guys didn't see is Stratos. He recognized that they started wiping, just put his hand on his head as he intently was looking at the screen like, please don't wipe, please don't wipe, please don't wipe, please don't wipe.
There's so little that could be done about it. It's tough.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
They're just like me.
They are just like you. So they start off again, no lust this time, no spears, but they already did this without spears. And somehow, they are still 1 death less than FTB ZM. Somehow. I'm not sure how, but they are still in the lead here, but not by much. That was one of the most costly wipes you could possibly imagine here.
They lost what? Lust? They lost the... they didn't have the Javelin, but they lost the Lust. They lost the Fleshcrafter. Now they have to play the boss just basically straight up. They don't have any battle rests either.
Yeah, oh no. Oh man, this is I mean, Worms are still in position to maybe win this, but Lust is activated for FTB ZM. FTB ZM are not far off anymore. They are 15 seconds slower because of Death Timer, and their boss is still quite a bit higher. But Worms can't afford any more mistakes here.
I think Worms still win this.
I think you're probably right as well.
I don't feel great about it. But I'm pretty sure.
Nor do I.
I'm pretty sure they still win this because they're going to get Nalthor to the 20% threshold of which they are no longer getting sent down by the Dark Exile, and I think that's like a huge change.
Absolutely, but still, this cannot be feeling good for Worms. I mean, this is going to be a 24-minute Necrotic Wake. I mean, this is just so tough, right? Like, they made so many huge mistakes in this map. They're only going to get bailed out by the fact that so did FTB ZM, right?
17 deaths versus 18 deaths. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know the last time I've seen a match like this in the MDI.
It was yesterday.
Okay, well, I meant prior to this weekend.
Yeah, there's been a lot of this stuff happening so far in this weekend. Worms have to clean this up when they get to the Global Finals, but they will be advancing to the Global Finals. This is a 2-0 victory in the upper finals, which means they are one of our 2 teams out of this group, despite encountering some tremendous adversity there in the Necrotic Wake. They are qualified to Global Finals. We will see them this weekend playing against all of the other teams from Groups A and B of the Mythic Dungeon International. We will also see them later today as they will fight for the championship of this group. FTB ZM, on the other hand, being sent down to the lower bracket where they will still have another opportunity to also get out of this group.
Worms haven't dropped a map yet.
No, they have not, but they certainly deserve to. 23 minutes, 50 seconds.
That's probably accurate, yes.
17 deaths here in this Necrotic Wake. At least 3.4 million DPS from their Frost DK. That's pretty special.
I think he actually got to pad a little bit whenever they had to re-pull a Mars.
You are playing with an Ogg-Evoker, right? So the Ogg-Evoker is...
Don't worry about that. That's ethical.
Okay.
Here's the thing. You just have to... You have to always play with an Ogg-Evoker.
I see. All right, well, we are going to move on now to our lower bracket. We're going to watch Dali only versus Team Udon. The winner of them will fight FTB ZM for the other spot out of this group.
So whenever we watch the matchup between Dali only and Champion of Strength and Udon versus Try Another Way, I feel like Team Udon looked like the better team.
Yeah.
Just with the eye test.
The question for me is, which of these teams can stand up to FTB ZM, though? Because FTB ZM definitely looked pretty solid. That Necrotic Wake notwithstanding.
I was about to say, well...
Look, let they who haven't wiped a Necrotic Wake that way throw the first stone, is all I've got to say. That happens.
All right, everybody in chat, type 1 if you haven't wiped a Necrotic Wake that way, and type 2 if you have. I better see a lot of 2s.
All right, well, Dali only versus Team Udon coming up next. These 2 teams both lost to, let's see. Team Udon lost to Worms, and Dali only lost to FTB ZM.
Yes.
They did 2-1 FT, or 1-2 FTB ZM, though, right? Whereas Team Udon got 2-0'd by Worms. I think I would agree with you that I feel like Team Udon are the favorites in this series, but I'm not sure by how much.
I think it's a situation where it's just the eye test, right? But I do think it's a situation where if either Udon or Dali only are having a bunch of wipes or a bunch of mistakes, either of these teams realistically could win. I don't think there's like a significant tier discrepancy in between these 2 teams to the point where one of them is just going to be blowing them out of the water, even with a wipe.
All right, so we'll start off in Dawnbreaker. And then move on to a miss and potentially a decisive Stone Vault.
Ooh.
Dawnbreaker, though, up first. How do you feel about these teams in here?
I feel like it's kind of... I feel like the region is actually just pretty interesting in terms of like what compositions they've been playing, because they are overwhelmingly favoring comfort over optimization in terms of compositions. And so I think that it's just going to kind of come down to like, how are you pulling around your comp? What are you making sure that you're doing in terms of optimizing your individual offensive CDs at specific points, and less about like complete carbon copying other teams' routes from different weekends?
Yeah, I think you're right about that as well. I'm curious to see what comps they decide to field in here. Definitely, there are some options in Dawnbreaker. These 2 teams have largely, I think, been sticking with comfort picks as well.
Dali only... Are they the double Rep Paladin?
I think they're
the double Paladin,
the Fury
sorry.
Warrior. Yeah, Fury Warrior, Rep Pally, Holy Pally has been what they've been playing, right?
Yeah, I think that's right.
All right, well, we'll have to see what they decide to zone into Dawnbreaker with.
I would love a Rogue.
I do think Rogue is nice in here, yeah. All right. It is going to be double Shaman.
We don't get a Rogue. What is it? What spec of Shaman? What flavor of Shaman is that going to be? Is it going to be Ellie?
Investigating. Looks enhancement-y maybe to me. It's enhancement.
Yep. Nice. Okay, so
wow. We have all 3 flavors of Shaman in our series right now, Tuddles.
Oh my gosh, we actually do. So on the left side we have Dali only, and on the right side we have Team Udon. Those are what those teams are.
Yeah. You can, yeah. You can see they're both starting off here with this the same pull. Not really an option for what you do at the start of this dungeon. It's kind of just it's a very linear portion of the dungeon.
What I'm going to say about the comp differences between the two teams, I think the disc priest is substantially superior to Resto Shaman and Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, the Resto Shaman has some issues as well with Acid Rain not always working on the boat, so that is a large damage loss in the first and last part of this dungeon. I do like the prop pally from Dali only.
I like the prop paladin. I actually think the prop paladin's underplayed relative to how good it is. We also get the warlock again for Udon. I think that the warlock, I don't think it's exceptionally good at this part of the dungeon, but I do think that towards that courtyard area, and there's a couple of pulls in that courtyard area, that I think the warlock really can come online and start excelling. So right off the bat, Team Udon here are going to be able to actually get a little bit better of the first area exchange, and Dali only even committed their Bloodlust, and Udon is still a hair faster.
So Team Udon probably holding that lust for the big pull around the second boss, if I had to guess. Whereas Dali only will be getting a lust at the end of this dungeon, in addition to the start of the dungeon.
I think strategically, I prefer the Udon strat here over the Dali only strat. I think that lust during that courtyard area, that pull just gets a little bit dicey, and so I think that I would prefer the safety of the lust on that pull as opposed to getting the second lust over the course of the entire dungeon.
Yeah, I think I like the other side of it as well. It's definitely a very close decision, as Dali only accidentally landed on the middle boat on their way over to this left boat.
Do you like dragon riding in this dungeon, or do you like the static flight?
So if you go static flight, you do get a speed boost to static flight, right? So it's not that much slower than the dragon riding?
It's a hair slower. It's really not that much slower, though.
Yeah, we've seen some of our best teams over in the western region sometimes opting to just play static flight on everybody, right? The non-sky riding.
Yeah.
It is interesting. I love dragon riding, but you do have to be really careful in this dungeon, especially when you're flying out and back in on the first boss, right? Like, being precise with the static flight can be a lot better than... dragon riding, you're just always forced to be moving, right? Mm-hmm. Definitely an interesting decision.
I think it's kind of interesting. Both of these teams are going with that dynamic flying.
Yeah, I mean, that is...
It's just the default,
really
so it kind of makes sense.
Right, it's the default, yeah, so you'd have to think about it and change it, which some of our teams over in Group B, I believe, did.
I always forget. But...
I just stick with dragon riding. It's more fun.
Yeah.
It's also funny if it goes wrong, which it won't be for these teams.
Team Udon and Dali only, and it's all fun and games until you accidentally get hit by the circle.
Exactly.
But, both of these teams actually end up pulling the boss at the same time. Do you have any preference for compositions on this boss in particular? Do you think that one sticks out to you in terms of being able to do damage to the boss?
I don't think I have a strong preference for boss damage between the two teams, no. I think the Enhancement Shaman's really good, but...
The Enhance, I feel like, is just like the main character, but...
I mean, Ellie is doing more DPS right now.
Yeah, I mean, also look at the Disc Priest versus the Resto Shaman damage. I mean, the Disc Priest is 481k, where the Resto Shaman is 200. I feel like that's a pretty large
the power
discrepancy.
infusion as well, which doesn't show up as all their damage.
You also have redundant buffs with the
two Shamans,
Sky Fury. Yeah, with Sky Fury buff.
Yeah, I think I like Team Udon's comp a little bit better.
It's a little bit better, yeah.
The thing I do like from Dali only side is definitely the prop pally.
Pally's definitely better than Venge.
I don't think it's definitely better by any stretch, but I do think there are some strong arguments to be made for
Pally is stronger single target damage than Vengeance Demon Hunter. It's not definitely better than Vengeance. I feel like that. I wasn't exactly explaining what I was going to say. But yeah, it's better single target damage than Vengeance Demon Hunter. Vengeance Demon Hunter, I think, is like marginally better on AoE.
The burst AoE is very strong.
It's definitely better on burst AoE, though, I think is the discrepancy for the Venge. But I think the control that the Venge gives to the mobs is like a huge deal.
Chaos Brand is also quite a bit of extra damage, whereas the Prop Pally is only providing defensive value with Devotion Aura as far as raid buffs go. So
yeah,
that is another strength that is kind of hidden of the Vengeance DH.
Udon kind of accelerating on the boss here.
Yeah, they're going to be able to kill off this boss a little bit ahead of Dali only.
Yeah. Where do they go next? I think it's kind of the interesting question. It looks like most teams end up going towards this large chapel area.
Yeah, the chapel is almost always where people go, right?
And then they do a large pull that's inside the chapel with the Fear mini-boss. How many mobs are going to be pulled is the big question. These Shadow Walker mobs are actually very dangerous here. It looks like Udon's dropping a feast. I don't really know what they're doing here.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to kind of wait for the mobs to spawn anyways, right? So, may as well.
Fun, maybe? Yeah.
Yeah, you are playing. So the Disc Priest is very mana not intensive, right? You are never out of mana on a Disc Priest this season.
Your prop paladins before your Disc Priest.
Right. Well, so Dali only are playing Resto Shaman and prop paladin, so those two both need to drink, whereas the tank and the healer for Team Udon don't.
These manifested shadows that Team Udon grabbed, they grabbed 3 of them. Those are probably the most efficient mobs in this entire dungeon. However, they're also the most dangerous. They're the big void elemental mobs, and anytime you actually end up pulling those, they end up giving you an insane amount of count. I think they're like 16 count or something like that from memory, but they're very, very dangerous as they put those dots on you. But Team Udon, dude, the Team Udon pull was huge. They ended up getting 55% enemy forces, and they are already done with their trash pack. And Dali only is still trying to chip away at that pull.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is emblematic of Team Udon maybe being just a faster strategic team
the Warlock
than
is
Dali
online.
only.
I think the Warlock is really online in this area of the dungeon as well.
Remember,
Dali
Team
only
Udon
having
are
some
going to get a
deaths.
Lust as well. That's going to be potentially huge.
Dali only having a few deaths here.
Not good. That's
Yeah,
going to cost them as well.
Their Enhancement Shaman ends up going down. Enhancement Shaman, I think, is probably the worst specialization to be dying that we're actually seeing on either side. The Enhancement Shaman with the Tempests, it's such a streaky specialization where your Maelstrom builds into more Maelstrom, and you end up getting more and more Tempests and Lightning Wolves and stuff like that. And if you ever lose, like if you ever die, you actually lose an insane amount of damage. It's kind of like Sun King's Blessing from Dragonflight Season 3, if you remember that iteration of Fire Mage.
Yeah, you can still play that version of Fire Mage, although people usually aren't these days.
Okay, yes. Sure. People aren't playing Fire Mage these days.
If you play Frostfire, you play Sun King's Blessing. It's a good time. A little bit less damage than the Sun Fury variant, though.
Interesting. Dali only grabbing some more trash over in this chapel area. Oh gosh, they looked like their Enhancement Shaman actually got Umbral rushed by the Shadow Walker. Very, very dangerous there.
Yeah, if you are that first thing that those Shadow Walkers look at, they are Umbral rushing you. Even if the tank then taunts or something, that cast is already locked in.
Okay, Udon here actually are making great pace. They ended up dealing with the Grandma's House mini-boss that does that heal check AoE effect, and now they are making it to that Orb mini-boss. This is the consensus best Bloodlust for live key teams, but for here, Team Udon, they actually just end up pressing their Infernal. They end up pressing, I think it's just actually their Infernal, and now they're going to be taking the remainder of their offensive CDs, that Elemental Shaman and that Frost DK cooldowns, into the boss, and they have engaged their Bloodlust here.
All right,
I like this. I actually really like the separation of the offensive CDs there. I think that the Warlock utilizing his offensive cooldowns on one pull and then doubling up on top of the boss and funneling all of your damage into that boss. It feels like a great strategy from Team Udon.
I really like this Lust from Team Udon as well. I think it is a huge time save. Look at their count now as well. 91. Ooh. 93. Okay, 93.4. So they're good. They have all the count they need. Yeah, the last tick up. I thought for a second they were maybe going to be thinking about doing something that we saw Holy Moly do in Group B weekend, which is doing some trash during the flight sequence of the last boss. But no, they just have enough count now. They don't need to do that at all.
I think that really kind of depends on the
key level.
The level of the key. Yeah, that one's one that, like, if the key level is too high, you actually can't get the trash pack killed off fast enough, then Roshanon AoEs you and kills you.
Exactly. I think it might be a +9 special.
Yeah. I feel like if you're FTB ZM, though, you have to see this run from Team Udon and be kind of concerned.
I'm very concerned for Dali only at this point, yeah, because Team Udon are finishing off this boss. Dali only still working on the mini-boss here. Team Udon are going to be flying up and ending the dungeon here soon. This is going to be such a fast run from them.
I'm already kind of writing Dali only off after seeing this run from Team Udon. This looks like they looked so fast in here.
Yeah, there is still the last mini-boss and the last boss, but we actually very rarely see wipes from MDI teams at this point in the dungeon. Most of the danger in Dawnbreaker is in that second boss trash area, and Team Udon have made such short work of that.
I think Team Udon did, like, BIS MDI route. I feel like the best MDI routes that we saw from Group A and Group B played this exact route that we're seeing from Team Udon here.
Yeah, this is looking so good. Team Udon, I mean, this is going to be a timer that is potentially competitive with not just FTB ZM, but maybe even Team Worms. I mean, Team Udon, it's hard to point to any mistakes they've made in this run. It's looked so clean.
I think that the only thing you would actually be looking to point to, oh no, Dali only having the orb contact the wall a little bit too early, having people going down. Now, it was fortunately enough just their shaman, so they're able to onk back up, but I feel like that's just going to be like, we were already kind of writing them off for this dungeon, but that's definitely going to be the final nail in the coffin.
I mean, they're toast for sure. Team Udon, they could probably even wipe Roshanon here.
Dude, they're full boss.
Yeah, they are so far ahead. All right, Team Udon going to be getting this first set of bombs to throw into the boss here.
These bombs actually do an insane amount of damage on higher keys.
Yeah, when you're carrying it, you're taking fire damage, right?
Yeah, I think it's one of the situations that, like, I actually don't... I need to wait, like, on my Augurbooker, I need to wait until the wave comes out to see if the wave is on me to tell if I can actually even carry the bombs or not, because the wave is going to... If I was carrying the bombs beforehand, the wave is just going to kill me.
Yeah, it's a very strong spot for certain defensive stuff like when you are playing Evoker in this dungeon, Renewing Blaze goes so hard on this part of the boss.
Yeah. Renewing Blaze
basically Divine Shield against this boss.
Renewing Blaze is phenomenal. All right, so look at this. Team Udon here, they're actually going to hold this last barrel for a couple seconds. They're just kind of trying to milk the damage on the boss as much as possible. By doing this as well, you guarantee that your 2s are going to be up on the next phase. And that's actually what's really nice about 2-minute CDs on this boss in particular. That's better than, say, something like a 3-minute or even like a 1-minute, is that you can press the 2 minutes exactly on pull and, again, have them right back up for the very beginning of this next phase on Roshanon.
All right, Team Udon are landing here, 63%, on the boss. A free global coming up when Roshanon flies around. Let's see if they go for it.
The Ellie Shaman gets it. It's a flame shot for free.
Flame shock.
Yeah, jump.
Big value.
He's actually really short because he's a dwarf, so he's got to jump.
Looks like their Warlock has arrived as well. Their Warlock maybe was keeping resources going on the target dummies, the web-wrapped victims.
Yeah.
Just joins a little bit late.
It's pretty good. I think that Enhance is probably the specialization that gets the most out of hitting those web-wrapped victims during the flight sequence, because then they're able to top off a Maelstrom.
And full Maelstrom weapon.
Yep,
nice.
Farm another Tempest proc. It's actually huge value for them. Other specializations, kind of depends. It's questionable as to what the value is, but Enhance is huge. Okay, so Team Udon here are going to be downing Roshanon here in just a couple of seconds, as the boss is going to be able to hit 60%. And I feel like if you're Dali only, you have to be incredibly worried, as Team Udon finished this dungeon in 13 minutes and 4 seconds. An absolute masterclass. I felt like that was a fast run. Like that is a run that, like, beats many teams in Group A and Group B even.
Absolutely, yeah. This is one of those runs we really do want to see out of these teams. So incredible play by Team Udon. That is global level play in Dawnbreaker. Can they follow it up here in Mists of Tyrannus Scythe? This is a +9 key. Actually feels to me pretty similar to Dawnbreaker, where it is a very short dungeon as well. Of course, only 3 bosses as well. A lot of this dungeon as well is based on the boss burn phases. Both the first and second bosses have some very huge time saves if you can burn them correctly.
Yeah, not only I think that you're spot on with the first 2 bosses. I also think the first pull of the dungeon's sneaky hard, and you can actually gain or lose a lot of time depending on how the first pull ends up going. Really? You see this?
I do see this, Tuttles. This is huge as well for me, because I'm maintaining a list of all the specs that we've seen in this MDI, and I'm getting to add another one to it here. This is our first monk in this MDI, and it is a Brewmaster. Wow. Arcane Mage as well for Dali only. Ooh, immediately dead.
He died to the leaps from the spike claws. That's very unfortunate. That bleed is incredibly dangerous.
Okay, so
he lost an Arcane Surge. This is terrible.
Yeah, this could hardly be worse here for Dali only.
Is our tank going to die? He's in sack. He's got...
Our tank is in deep magenta stagger here as well.
Dude, our mage died again. Oh my god,
because our tank is kiting, so the mobs are now starting to jump again because everybody's out of melee range with them. Dali only here are going to keep their tank alive. Oh, but that frontal is going to hit him maybe. Oh, beautiful roll out of the way. but no more Ring of Peace available. And now the stun channel is going on him.
These soul
All
cleavers,
CD's gone.
These soul cleavers, by the way, are so dangerous for Brewmaster Monk just in general. I don't think that there's a tank that's worse at tanking those mobs than the Brewmaster Monk. And for Dali only, it's actually so unfortunate that they ended up wiping on a +9 Tyrannical. I feel like for Team Udon, you just kind of have to play your own game plan. At this point, your goal is to not wipe probably twice. I think that you can probably afford 2 wipes, but as long as you don't wipe twice, they're probably going to be winning this map.
Yeah, I think you are absolutely right. Team Udon, I mean, they have a comp here that should be so much faster than Dali only.
Is this the reason that we don't see Monk, maybe?
No, I don't think that was Monk's fault on that pull. Like, people started dying, and it just lasted a lot longer than it should have. I think that pull should have been over before the tank was the last person to die.
Okay. Good point. So now for Team Udon here, we have them moving on to the first boss. You kind of talked about it in the pre-map sequence. The most important thing is the first boss push. Are you able to kill Ingram Malak off in that damage amp? A lot of the times we've actually seen that answer be no, but you can save probably 15 to 20 seconds if you're able to kill that boss off during that damage amp, as opposed to having Ingram Malak phase and then you have to kill it outside of that amp.
Dali only. Oh, look at this. Paralysis Ring of Peace. Skipping that pack.
Nice. That's good tech.
The Brewmaster special. Haters will say that Team Udon easily skipped it with Gateway, saving a lot of time as well, but it is a cool piece of tech nonetheless from the Brewmaster Monk.
We didn't have to bring that up.
Yeah, you're right.
You were big the hater.
That's true. I'm the #1 Brewmaster op.
Oh,
no, I actually like Brewmaster. Brewmaster's a lot of fun this season.
You're the op, I see.
It's a good time.
Team Udon actually killed Droman off, pushing Ingram Malak into that damage amp.
10% when they lose the damage amp. They are going to be able to finish the boss here. So it's not a perfect push, but it's pretty good.
The problem is, like, you normally actually don't have cooldowns here. It's like a really weird timing of Miss Satyrn Sight. That's why we see pretty much every team kind of missing that. A lot of the times we've actually started to see teams grab that Discipline Priest in this dungeon, and they MC the Soul Carver to apply the 20% damage amp during that Bloodlust, and that's a huge time save. We're even seeing that on TGP level keys as well, where that damage amp is just like a huge deal. The alternative then would be maybe like the Restoration Druid with the Heart of the Wild Convoke. That's also a massive damage amp. I think that we were looking at some logs in Group A, I believe, and the Resto Druid during that burn was like their 3rd place in terms of damage, actually beating out a DPS and the tank.
Yeah, it is a very, very potent effect. Okay, look at Dali Only's comp, though, against this burn. The Arcane Mage should be really good for this, right? Like, the
Arcane Mage is the best spec in the game for this burn, but by
should
a
go
lot.
crazy for this.
I've seen Arcane Mages do upwards of 5, even like 6 million DPS against this burn.
Oh, there's the Evocate. Ooh, proc Lust as well. Here we go. Blast, missiles, blast.
He got the surge,
Where's Arcane
too.
Surge?
He pressed it.
Oh, he pressed it, okay. I see it still on the cooldown frames. Oh, no, that's not Surge. That's the other one. Okay,
Surge is to the furthest right, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. Somehow this boss is,
Why did our mage do no damage?
Fast.
Why did you do no damage?
It's, oh, Tuttles. Oh, no.
What?
They're gonna have to kill the tree again.
Why is our DK getting beat by a Brewmaster Monk?
This is tough here for Dali Only. They're gonna have to kill this tree again. And this is just so much slower than Team Udon at this point. Team Udon are looking so fast in this dungeon.
Oh, no. I think it's over, man. For Team Udon here, I feel like you just have to kind of continue to play your own game plan. Basically, assuming that they don't wipe, they should be 10 minutes ahead or something silly.
They are definitely miles ahead at this point. I mean, having to do an extra tree phase on this first boss is a huge time loss. Like, that's probably a minute, maybe.
That's like map losing right there by itself if we didn't have the wipe even.
Yeah.
You want to know something special? Okay, so for Dali only, these defenders here, they're actually in combat with some Soul Cleavers. If your tank jumps too far ahead too fast, the defenders are actually doing like an RP strike ability, and you wouldn't really expect it to do damage. However, it does 50 million damage, and you actually can get hit by the RP strike. So be really cautious about not getting hit by it.
Oh, the one that it's supposed to hit the NPCs, but it can hit your tank if they're too fast?
Yeah. Exactly. It's supposed to hit the NPCs, but it can hit your tank and just delete them.
Yeah, you want to be really careful with that.
I watched a Dratna stream and saw that one time.
These things happen.
All right, now so I think Team Udon's almost done with their maze even.
They are moving very quickly through this portion of the dungeon. I mean, it's not surprising, right? They have 0 deaths compared to 7, so they're faster positionally. They also one-phase that boss instead of 2. And yeah, there's 2 rooms left, I think, for them in this maze, and then they'll be on the boss.
Dude, this Ret Paladin is gonna pop it off. I feel like, is Ret underplayed compared to how good it is? Because we've only seen it. I think the only other time we saw it was like Thanner playing it, right, in Group A.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of it in the Western region, but nowhere near as much as we are seeing out of China here. I do think it's pretty good. The problem is, the Chinese teams tend to not be playing Assassination Rogues and Enhancement Shamans, and those are so good as well. If you're already playing those two, there's really not many spots left for the Ret Pally, and you often want something like a DK in these comps too.
Yeah, the DK kind of fell out of the favor of the Western region just in general. Like the Western region teams are starting to see DKs a little bit lower DPS than they're kind of preferring, especially compared to, like you're saying, the Enhance and the Assassination Rogue. Okay, Team Udon here are into Mist Caller, and like you shouted out before the map started, the pivotal point for Mist Caller is going to be that 10 to 0% burn. Are you going to be able to use effects like Mad Queen's Mandate? Are you going to be able to use effects like Execution Sentence to be able to beat the boss from that 10% health to 0, or are you going to be getting the final guessing game of this fight? Those are kind of the most important things to be looking out for, because that can actually save you an insane amount of time.
Yeah, Team Udon, I think they'll be able to make that happen. The Ret Pally is really good at it as well. Ret Pally, you can preload up some damage, you can start your Execution Sentence, and then you can go in with big damage into the burn. I think they should have the comp for it.
I think they should have the comp for it, but I think actually a lot of it isn't necessarily composition. I think a lot of it's actually just Mad Queen's Mandate crits. We've seen a lot of the Western region teams running 2 Mad Queen's Mandates, where the teams that ran 3 had a much higher consistency than the teams that ran 2. I think the teams that ran 2 only ended up killing Mist Caller off about 30% of the time, where the teams that ran 3, I think, killed Mist Caller off from 10 to 0 100% of the time. So, it's a little bit of a gamble to only run 2, but it is something that you absolutely can do.
All right, here's that Execution Sentence. It is going to pop sub 10% for Team Udon. The guessing game cast, ooh. Wow, they done it.
Oh, they won it.
The cast finished, but they had it low enough that it just died right after it got that DR. Nice work for Team Udon.
They're not Warlock gaining through the wall.
No, they're holding the Warlock gate. So they're 81% count. They're going to use the gateway to skip one of the Stag Shell packs, I believe.
Oh, you're right. I think you're absolutely right.
If you use the gateway through the wall, it's on CD, and you can't use it for that skip that we're going to see, I think, out of them.
So what's the tech here? They cage this?
Yeah, cage, run past, and then you run over to the right and you gateway across the chasm there.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
Looks like that is what they're setting up. Yeah, there it goes.
This is a convincing 2-0 for Team Udon, by the way.
Team Udon, ooh, they have pulled that Stag Shell pack. The meld comes out from the DK, but unfortunately the mobs were too close, so they are going to have to just fight this.
Paladin notably can't meld. Neither can Shaman. Oh, now they get the bees, the extra bees.
Ooh, this is a double Stag Shell pull. This is actually super dangerous. 2 Stag Shells is a lot of Stag Shells, especially with 2 bees involved as well.
What I will say is that the comp is actually pretty okay at dealing with the double Staghorn. It's 2 melee kicks mandatory, and so I feel like they have the interrupts available, especially whenever they're playing with this Restoration Shaman. If they're playing with the Warlock and say a Discipline Priest without a kick or something like that, I would maybe be a little bit more concerned, but I feel like you can actually win this pull pretty easily.
Yeah, they're okay, but it was a little sketchy. Now they are going to be way over count as well, but that's okay. It doesn't really matter.
The double Acid Nova
they're still so far ahead.
The double Acid Nova can get sketch, but I think on a 9 Tyran non-fortified, I feel like you shouldn't die to a double Acid Nova.
Yeah. All right, they're going in now to the boss. They are going to have lust for this. So despite that little hiccup there, probably cost them something on the order of 45 seconds for Team Udon. This is still going to be an impressive run. And let's not forget as well, this is 0 deaths. This is exactly what I want to see out of Team Udon. I think if they play like they played in this series, they are better than FTBZM by a moderate amount.
I 100% agree. I think that they are much better than FTBZM if they continue to play this way. Now, there is the question about compositions between the two teams. I actually think that the Team Udon comp is actually noticeably better than the FTBZM comp, but ultimately what we see with the MDI time and time again, and we saw it with teams like Polish Mountain versus Miscount, we thought that Miscount was going to be much better than Polish Mountain, but we even then saw Polish Mountain get the better of Miscount in that series, and I think it kind of proves true that anything can happen in the MDI, and even while we think that Team Udon is going to be, like you said, a decent amount better, we still have maps to play ahead of us.
Yeah, exactly. That is the thing, right? Is that we have a pretty small sample size here. Sometimes teams can overperform in some maps and underperform in others, but Team Udon, I mean, they've just looked so good. Dali only, I don't want to count them. I don't want to be too negative about them either. This run was off to a very rough start for them, and they've done a good job of battling back, but it's just not going to be enough. I do love the Brewmasters they played. Look at this. They have burned Mistcaller easily as well. Really nice work by them on that burn phase. But yeah, it's just not going to be enough. Team Udon have looked so good here.
Yeah, I mean, Team Udon just going to be downing Tradova in a couple seconds. I'm kind of interested in seeing the damage, end of dungeon damage screenshot from Dali only.
Yeah, it'll be a pretty good benchmark as well because it should be just right after that boss. So yeah, we'll be able to see that momentarily. But that is Team Udon 2-0 over Dali only, advancing to the lower finals where they will get to battle FTBZM for a shot at the global finals. Unfortunately, we are saying farewell to Dali only after busting out the first monk of the MDI, potentially the only monk of the MDI this season.
John super happy with their monk. Their monk on DPS, their mage.
Dude, mages have been doing bad damage this weekend, haven't they? We've seen two mages now beaten by tanks.
This is the second time we've seen a mage get beat by a tank. The first time it was a prot paladin. This time it's a brewmaster monk.
Yeah, that is tough.
What's going on with mage, man?
This one is an arcane mage as well, which this dungeon should be a good opportunity for arcane mage damage. But they remember that cooldowns just got all scrambled when that first pull happened, and also the mage was the first death on the first pull during CDs. So it's not like this wasn't what it was supposed to look like. Things went wrong very early in this dungeon for Dali only. Meanwhile, FTBZM, Rep Pally, and DK equaling each other's damage.
Rep Pally supremacy in this region. Dude, every single time I think we see the Rep Pally, I think he's just like topping the meters.
Yeah, it is. That spec has been looking really solid in these maps. I like it a lot. Very impressive.
Okay. What's the next matchup we have is FTBZM versus Team Udon for the second spot in the global finals, right?
Yes, so this is a pivotal series. This will determine who we see this Friday in the global finals and who is going home with a third place and shattered dreams.
I think that Team Udon has looked like a better team than FTBZM.
I think that FTBZM has looked like they might have faster strats and better comps in some of these dungeons, but Team Udon have had far fewer catastrophes in their runs. Mm-hmm. So I think it's going to be a question of which FTBZM shows up to this series.
Yeah, FTBZM is interesting too because they actually end up playing that Fire Mage, but the Fire Mage actually looks good whenever FTBZM. Yeah, I feel like they've learned something that the other teams haven't. They're also playing with like the Warlock as well.
Oh, Tuttles.
This dungeon pool. Oh, this is cursed.
We're starting off in the old grimy B. This is a map that has averaged something like 15 deaths per run across this weekend, and it is unbannable here. This is going to be the ultimate test of these teams. Will they be able to stay clean or not?
This is, I don't know. I feel like this is the dungeon that, like, okay, here's our goals. Here's our goals for this dungeon. Don't wipe, and if you wipe, don't wipe twice. Because I feel like, what did we see yesterday? It was like a 20...
We've seen some north of 20 death runs, yeah.
Yeah, we've seen some north of 20 death runs. We cannot be having that happen. You have to just be consistent in this dungeon. This is probably the hardest dungeon that you're seeing in the MDI level.
I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, it is just such a long dungeon as well. There's so much difficulty over it's a marathon, not a sprint in here.
Well, it's the MDI, so it's kind of a sprint.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the lower finals map. So the winner of this between FTBZM and Udon are going to be making it to the global finals. So that's what's on the line here.
Yes, this is probably the highest stakes series of our MDI China here, because Worms have already qualified. We thought that was a very likely thing to happen. Team Udon and FTB ZM, if you run this series a couple different times, I think both of these teams would probably qualify. It is all going to come down to whether they show up, though, in these maps, starting off with this Grim Batol.
Dude.
Very important series.
I just look over, and I just glance at chat out of the corner of my eye, and I just see somebody in all caps typing, "Yes, wipe fests."
I mean, yep, it's this is the map for it. It would be very impressive if either team can escape here without a wipe.
The third map of the series is also Necrotic Wake. So
yeah.
this series has the potential to be a complete bloodbath.
Absolutely. Okay, we are going to start things off. It's double Shaman, double DK, 2 pair for Team Udon.
This was the comp that they played in the Stone Vault earlier today as well. I actually like this comp from Team Udon. Now, that is notably, it has in the past actually been an Elemental Shaman, not an Enhancement Shaman, but I still don't think it's too bad.
Yeah, it is a very, very cool strategy. Meanwhile, FTB ZM, they just play basically this comp everywhere. That Fire Mage, their specialty. Wait. Is that a Fire Mage? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's fire.
It is. I thought I saw Arcane Surges go, or Arcane Mirages going in.
Nah, he's fire. Both of these teams actually looking to elect to press Lust on this first pull, and both of the teams are going to be downing this trash about the same point. The actual limiting factor is normally that Destroyer. Team Udon absolutely annihilate their Destroyer to the point where the Destroyer wasn't even the last mob to die, and FTB ZM, on the other hand, do end up having that Destroyer be that last mob that they end up killing off. Oh, dude. Look at Udon on the right-hand side here. It looks like their tank might be going on a mission.
Yeah, one-shots all those mobs left on 1 HP. Beautiful.
Wait, it's so clean. Did you see that?
Yeah, I love that. Okay, now here we go. Silent Sigil on these, running forward, grabbing the bridge, and grabbing this dragon, and then he'll be grouping them up and getting them bombarded with the rest of his dragons as they fly overhead. There they go. Bang, 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 bang. That's going to kill this pack off entirely.
Oh. Fantastic. This is what we saw on like day 2 of the Group B weekend. Yeah. And so Udon actually seeing that be deployed from Holy Moly, and we're actually able to adapt and adopt this strategy mid-weekend. This is huge. Now, the downside is that your tank then is not actually able to get into the dragon running bit. So there's 2 packs of trash that are full health. But the upside is that you no longer have a dragon to deal with, and that is very good.
Yeah, they are going to take this pack into the boss, it looks like, for Team Udon. This is a very dangerous section of the dungeon. Ooh, their tank actually ran on top of those tents for a little bit there.
That could be really weird, depending on what actually ends up happening.
It doesn't look like anything did anything weird. Yeah, there's definitely potential for things to start evading if you do that, but
yeah,
looks like Team Udon are going to be okay. The Frosty K super low. Big shield comes out there from that AMS. Should be all right for now.
This can actually go pretty bad on General Umbris, depending on what sides they end up getting sent to. Now, they do have 2 DKs, so you should have actually a bunch of grips. You should have Abomination Limbs to be able to get the mobs grouped up rather quickly on top of the pack, but it can get really annoying if those casters, those Earth Callers, get spread too far. And Team Udon still have 1 pack of trash left to deal with. Dude, FTB ZM has killed off all of their trash faster and are ahead in terms of percent on General Umbris. So while Udon has looked like they've had better finesse, it seems like FTB ZM is still just going a little bit faster?
Huh. It does seem like that, yeah.
So Udon's going to have 1 dragon's worth of count more than FTB ZM, which is a big deal. Like, the routes in this dungeon, those dragons are a huge deal, but I think that this is terrible for Team Udon. Having that Elemental Shaman going down, having to commit that Onk, 15 seconds here whenever we were kind of questioning as to whether or not they're even ahead, and Team Udon might be wiping here, Dranos. Oh my god.
This is not good at all for Team Udon. FTB ZM. I mean, Team Udon came into this series and we were saying, look, if they show up like they showed up in that Dawnbreaker and in that Mists, they will be solid favorites here. After this wipe, this is so rough for Team Udon now. Now, FTB ZM, there's still a lot of dungeon left ahead of them. This was a team that looked so sketchy in their Necrotic Wake as well. But if they can keep a zero-death Grim Batol going, that is a huge thing in their favor.
That was right on cue, Dranos.
That's okay. One death, as I was saying, a one death Grim Batol would be a great outcome for FTB ZM. If they can keep it on one death, they'll be really happy here.
Gosh.
I've always said, you get one freebie.
The wipe that Udon had is actually a huge wipe. So not all wipes are even made equal, even in the MDI, where the wipe that Udon had is probably a multi-minute time loss from the boss itself, and then a multi-minute time loss from the run back, a minute and a half, probably time loss from the run back. Where FTB ZM, even if they wiped to this trash pack, that would probably only be a 30-second run back, and you just lose the damage that you lost from the offensive CDs, and so it wouldn't be the end of the world, but it is it would be a situation. I think for FTB ZM, like you're saying, they just need to make sure that they play clean, and it doesn't even have to be perfect from this situation. Udon has already made the first major mistake with the full wipe, so FTB ZM just really needs to make sure that they're not having a full team wipe and continuing to maintain a good and consistent strategy.
Yeah, exactly. They don't have to do anything fancy at this point, do FTB ZM, right? They just hold the line, don't wipe, and the 5 minutes or 4 minutes or something that Team Udon lost will carry them over the finish line.
Yeah, they have pulled Throngus, and they pulled him on top of one of these giants. This is actually pretty dangerous because the giant damage in conjunction with the Throngus AoE can be very scary. They do have some really powerful tools to be able to deal with it, like the anti-magic zone and that spirit link if it is necessary. And it looks like they're actually going to hold it. If you're able to hold the link for the pull that's after this pull with the lava benders, that is the ideal situation here.
Team Udon 30% on the first boss here, just so far behind, but they have to keep going. Things could always go wrong for FTB ZM,
exactly.
and Team Udon have to put themselves in a position to capitalize on a wipe from FTB ZM.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really give up because there's always the opportunity for a team to wipe in a more spectacular fashion than you wiped prior to it. Of course, it sucks whenever that happens because then your fate's no longer in your own hands, but completely giving up and like stopping playing is normally worse because I think that there's so many situations where the team that is ahead ends up having a full wipe and the team that is behind ends up coming out on top. That happens really often in the MDI.
Absolutely, yeah. You've got to play for that possibility. But FTB ZM nearly a full boss and trash section ahead here of Team Udon. I mean, I think it's fair to call this. Yeah, I mean, just looking at the boss splits at the bottom here, it is a 5-minute lead for FTB ZM, right? 4 minutes of that plus a minute of death timer.
I think the minute's calced in. The minute 45 death timer is actually calced in.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so 4-minute lead for FTB ZM here. That's still a lot of time.
It is still a 4-minute lead is colossal. Like it requires a wipe to a boss, I think, for FTB ZM to lose this map.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, this is probably the hardest part of the dungeon here. This into Valiona, all the way from here into the next boss, is probably by far the hardest part of this dungeon. You have these lava bender mobs that are the most dangerous things that you can possibly be pulling. In addition to that, there are these warlock mobs. All of the trash mobs here too, as well, need to get interrupts on them, and so you're going to see things such as like the Sigil of Silence coming out to be able to lock those down. But you need a really coordinated CC chain as well. But ultimately, this pack is on a timer, and I think the timer is probably going to be somewhere in the order of about 40 seconds, and it looks like FTB ZM is going to be able to beat that 40-second timer on this pack and is able to completely annihilate that trash pack, deploying all of their offensive cooldowns.
FTB ZM now, where is their Demon Hunter going? Okay, nice. They're grabbing the side of the bridge into the lava bender as well. I like this pull. This is a nice medium-sized, medium-danger pull for FTB ZM.
Yeah. I think that's
it's pretty low danger, but it's pretty high count.
It's really scary, like, on live to be doing this because it's double Warlock. Or I think there's actually 3 Warlocks here, and there's some Beguilers. And so the amount of kicks that are actually required on a pull like this is really, really dangerous once you start to get up to higher levels. But I think in a plus 10, they just have the kind of firepower that is required to be able to nuke this down on top of the Lava Bender. And you see that Fire Mage actually having that combustion, just flame striking the entire pack to death.
All right, Team Udon, half health here on Throngus. We'll be able to see if they've been able to close a little bit of this gap of timer on Throngus, although there is still a Molten Giant
It looks
pack
like
alive.
the answer is no?
Yeah, they're definitely a little bit behind still. Probably still about 4 minutes FTBZM.
Oh, he's grabbing a
Gonna
dragon.
be grabbing a dragon. Okay.
Yeah.
What are we going to skip with this? Because didn't we already do a dragon at the start of the dungeon?
So I think they're not pulling the double lava bender. I suspect that this is going into the quad warlock pull. Yeah. So they're going to be lining this first AoE from the dragon. And so whenever you're doing this route here with the double dragon, you actually don't have to pull the 2 lava benders. The 2 lava benders has been something that we've actually seen as like a pretty strong staple of some of the MDI teams, but it's not like the most popular route just in general, like for live. And so I think it makes sense that they're looking to skip the double lava bender. Double lava benders are also, while they are just placed in a really good spot, they're not exactly the fastest and most efficient mobs that you can possibly be doing. Those would actually be the dragons.
Okay, Team Udon have finished off
That was it.
Throngus. Looking at the splits at the bottom, yeah, they've actually lost a little bit of time.
That pull that FTB ZM did, by the way, I think it was the pull that wiped Cursed a few weekends ago.
Their DKs
what?
died just in the puddle, it looked like, after all the mobs were dead.
Dude, I looked away and I was like, wow, that was good. That was good that they killed the pull off. The DK just like randomly dies.
Yeah.
Is he DC'd?
Is nasty. Looks like maybe... Oh, no, Tettles. This could be a tough spot for a DC. They're going to pull the lava benders now.
Well, I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense is that he DC'd. Like,
I think you're right. I mean, they basically stood in the puddle, right? So
yeah.
That is...
Okay.
That's often something that happens with the DC.
Which one do you prefer? 4 DPS FTBZM's position, 5 DPS Udon's position.
I think if FTBZM's Death Knight comes back in the next, 2 minutes, I still prefer their side.
Okay.
If it's slower than that, then maybe Team Udon actually have a better shot at this.
Okay.
Because doing this boss with a DPS down is so nasty.
You're budgeting 2 minutes for DC?
Yeah, as long as they come back within 2 minutes, I think we're okay.
Okay.
Team Udon are catching up, though. That death also does eat into the depth advantage.
FTBZM actually pulling more trash. I actually like this because then that allows them to get the DK rezzed, assuming that he does come back at some point. A DPS or 4 minutes? It's kind of an insane question.
Yeah, I mean, you just still have 2 bosses to do.
Oh, he's
Doing
back.
them down to DPS is so bad. Okay, Death Knight is back.
Did he release? Are we summoning him? What's the sitch here, I wonder?
I think release and summon is probably the fastest way to do this, yeah.
Or did he already have
no,
the
there
res?
was a res. There was a res
we're back.
pending. Okay, nice.
We're so back.
We are absolutely back. This should be great. So FTBZM still are in the lead noticeably
I think
here.
probably, what would you say, 2.5 minutes now?
I
was
would
a
still
huge-
say 3 minutes, maybe.
That was a huge point of catch up for Udon, I think.
It definitely was, but I think it is still like a 3-minute advantage for FTBZM.
Yeah. Now this DK has all of his offensive CDs for the boss whenever he wants to. He pressed Dark Transformation there. He's going to press the Unholy Assault in the Dark Transformation whenever Valiona comes down.
Yeah, this is a little bit of an awkward spot here. You can see some CDs just kind of expiring in Infernal, sitting around doing nothing as they wait for Valiona to land. Always does feel bad. Sometimes it's unavoidable, though.
FTBZM here. I would actually like to see them tank the boss in the corner. So a lot of the times we're seeing the MDI teams not actually tank the boss in the corner because they want to actually pull trash on the boss. But I think that in this situation, since they've already killed off all the trash, I feel like just tanking in the corner would be a superior strat.
Team Udon here. Now into this boss as well.
But they have
maybe...
There's a trash pack that they haven't pulled that FTBZM has.
Yeah.
But, again, that's the pack that you normally pull into the boss, right?
Yeah, Team Udon might be able to take that into the boss, and I mean, the problem is there's still 1 minute and 15 seconds of death timer against them, right?
Yeah. I think the way that
don't love
FTBZM
this.
is tanking this boss is it actually makes it really hard to kill off these ads. I would much prefer the boss to be tanked in the corner.
Yeah, I mean, FTBZM luckily do have 2 range DPS that can kind of, especially Fire Mage kills those ads pretty much for free. Your Ignite just spreads onto them. It's really great.
Yeah. It's one of those things that you can utilize the terrain of the room to have the tornadoes spawn and the ads spawn in a more favorable manner. But it's not really going to matter too much. FTBZM here, once they get the boss to 50%, they are going to be able to kill this boss off and then move on towards the last boss area of this dungeon.
Team Udon have this trash pull in.
They got the trash. Oh my god.
Oh, wow. This is sketchy for Team Udon.
I'm actually their tank there is in immense danger as well, because those flame slashes also hit your tank so hard here.
It looks like all the trash is dead, though. Wow, Team Udon have just melted that with their Death Knights.
That's great.
Beautiful work.
Fantastic work. But I think it's probably too little too late, Dratnos, as FTB ZM here is going into the double Corruptor pack. Now, this pull is pretty dangerous, but I do think that on a plus 10 Keystone level, this should be more than fine. Now, they do have only one Shadow Meld on a DPS that can be targeted by the Corruptors, and that Death Knight was never in any danger anyways, but they do have effects like Invisibility or Greater Invis to be able to get that channel of that Corruptor off of them.
Yeah, your Death Knight could even play the AMS thing that lets it cleanse, but that does give it a longer cooldown, so pre-AMSing though as you get targeted is big.
Well, they also get the Rider of the Apocalypse.
Yeah, random AMSs.
That thing's cool.
It is very cool, yeah.
That is actually very, very overpowered.
Yeah, so much HPS if it lands on incoming damage, yeah.
Dude, I was playing with Evade on his Unholy DK, and he just like got it at the same time that a fiery ricochet was hitting him, and then whenever we went into City of Threads, the dungeon after, he got it right as the first boss was applying the dot to him, and so it just didn't happen. Oh, did you see what happened on the left side for FTB ZM? The DK pulled the pack and then melded it off, and that makes the hatchlings not apply the shadow damage taken debuff to the party.
Nice, yeah, great tack.
It's by getting in combat with those hatchlings and then dropping combat with the hatchlings, and you can drop it with anything such as an invisibility, such as a shadow meld. You could feign death it. You could potentially wipe to the pack. The shadow damage taken is then not going to be applied to you. That's why you see it on none of the players' frames here. That's actually insanely good tech by FTB ZM.
They are nearly done with this pack now. We can see from the bottom of the screen that their lead has shrunk to only 3 minutes as a result of that DC, but they are still firmly in the lead. Team Udon trying their best to catch up. They're actually so close here in dungeon positioning, but 1 minute and 15 seconds of death timer. If FTB ZM can avoid wiping here at the end of this dungeon, they should be in great shape. Team Udon won't be out of it just yet, though. This is, of course, only game 1 of this series. The last boss is now pulled.
I think Udon had a slightly faster strategy, but the Umbrus wipe, they lost 1 minute 45.
There was so much time.
Yeah, I mean, they lost 1 minute 45 to the time loss. They probably lost 1 minute 30 to the run back, too. Like, that's almost all the time that was lost there. Plus, however much health Umbrus had. I think Umbrus was like 50% health whenever they wiped to it. It was just the biggest wipe that you could possibly have. I think that we talk about not all wipes being made equal. That is by far the worst wipe that you could possibly have.
Absolutely, yeah. FTB ZM already now sub 50% on this boss with Lust rolling. They are doing a huge amount of damage to this. This is such a long and grueling dungeon. Almost 18 minutes here for FTB ZM. But they only have 2 deaths on the board, and one of those was to a DC. We take this. This is really, really clean from FTB ZM.
Yeah, I mean, the DC, I think, lost them somewhere in the order of like 1.5 minutes as well. They actually weren't able to get their sequencing well. They ended up pulling a trash pack that they otherwise would have pulled with a boss. Like there was a lot that was really unfortunate whenever their DK ended up disconnecting. But fortunately enough, they weren't punished because Team Udon ended up having those major mistakes at the very beginning of the dungeon, and that puts FTB ZM in a position where they only have to win one more map, and then they make it to the Global Finals. And for Team Udon, they're going to have to reverse sweep if they want a chance at the Global Finals.
They absolutely will. They are now, their backs against the wall. FTB ZM in position to qualify here. They'll have to win another map, but this was a great performance in this Grim Battle. That is a 1-0 lead in the series. Well played by FTB ZM, potentially sending a Fire Mage to the MDI Global Finals as well. That would be an incredible accomplishment here for this team, playing this comp that they've just run this everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, look at the damage differential as well. I mean, that DK and that Warlock, actually 2.3 million DPS here.
Look at the Mage, though. Like, the Mage is in third, but consider that a lot of the other mages we've been seeing in a lot of our post-damage breakdowns have been in fourth.
Yeah.
Well, I think their Mage is doing just a lot of damage for playing that Mage.
It's kind of funny that the DK was DC'd for 2 minutes and still top the damage.
Still top damage, yeah. Death Knight.
That goes
pretty
hard.
good. It's also pretty cool that if you look at our bottom team there, Team Udon, their 2 DKs were tied. They're playing different specs, exactly the same damage. Very cool.
I mean, they're really good at different things, Unholy and Frost DK. Like, Frost is incredibly good at Breath of Sindragosa. I think they have a little bit better boss damage. Unholy DK, once you start to do these like large pulls, they are your main character for large pulls.
All right, we'll be moving on to game 2 in this series. It is an Arakara plus 11.
Okay, and so
very different dungeon to Grim Batol.
This is a situation where if Team Udon wins, then they get to go to Necrotic Wake, which is a fantastic dungeon.
Yes. I think they'll be very happy. Like, they looked a lot cleaner, and FTB ZM had a catastrophe in their last Necrotic Wake.
Yeah, I think that's phenomenal. If you're an FTB ZM fan, I feel like you want FTB ZM to clear this dungeon as fast as possible and close out the series right here, right now. I think I prefer the double DK composition in this dungeon, by the way. I think that I prefer it by a considerable amount compared to the Warlock Mage.
Yeah, I'm not sure about it in this dungeon. The one thing I really like in this dungeon is the Sin Rogue Resto Druid combo.
I'm missing the Sin Rogue. I feel like this region needs to play way more Assassination Rogue.
All right, here we go. It is double DK from Team Udon. FTB ZM, of course, they are sticking with this tried and true composition. I think they run this in all 8 dungeons. They are they're just making it work. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, FTB ZM here, they even have their logo. Their logo is this composition. This is what they want to play. This is what they're playing, basically. Okay, Udon here pressing the Bloodlust on this first pull. Kind of contentious as to where you're pressing the Bloodlust. We even saw it in Group A and Group B being contentious whether or not you end up holding it for something that's a larger pull in the middle section of the dungeon, or if you go for and try to optimize the 2 Lust strategy. FTB ZM looking like they're going to be committing that Lust later on in the dungeon. From memory, I think they actually put their Bloodlust on the first boss.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot to Lust in here, because if you're going to hold your Lust, you're starting to run into danger of, like... I mean, I guess you do get it at the end of the dungeon, but Team Udon might be able to just finish the dungeon before FTB ZM gets their second Lust if they're not careful.
Ooh. Udon here already off to the races here, getting the second mini-boss stunned up with that tailoring wrap, and also trying to pull a pretty considerable amount of trash on top of this mob as well. Now that mob does come out of that tailoring stun, and the mob can queue into 3 different abilities. First off, it can queue into the web bolt, it can queue into the frontal, or it can then do the AoE. And it looks like it queued into the frontal, into the web bolt, and didn't even do the AoE for Team Udon. Very
I think
weird.
it did the AoE right out of the stun, but they had barrier and AMZ for it.
Okay. Maybe I missed it doing the AoE. Maybe the barrier and the AMZ just made their health not move, and I didn't even notice it.
Yeah, they also had a pain suppression on it as well. They really overcommitted to surviving it, which is smart. But not smart is dying to a toxic rupture, unfortunately, is their shaman. That's going to be an instant onk.
Dude, that happens to everybody. I feel like you just like accidentally walk too close to the mob as it's exploding, you die to the toxic rupture. I feel like it happens.
What Team Udon are up to here? They've gone and grabbed a bunch of trash from the side, and they're pulling it onto this third mini boss.
This pull is very sketchy, by the way. They're going to have triple web mage into this pull. Now, they do have a Vintage Demon Hunter, but notably, he committed his Silent Sigil to actually get the pack grouped up. I think this is where the DKs come into play here. With things like an Abomination Limb, you can actually get these web mages stacked on top of the mobs. I actually think there are attendants in this dungeon. Web mages is somewhere else. But yeah, point still stands. These mobs are really hard to group because they have 2 different spell schools from their Web Bolt versus their Gossamer Burst effect. And so you have to kick both sides of it to actually get them moved. That's why the grip is just the most valuable tool here.
Absolutely, yeah. Team Udon are going to be able to survive this pull. We do have mobs now starting their Toxic Rupture. They need to make sure they don't get hit by these green circles. That last caster still needs to get killed as well.
Nice.
And the last Rupture they need to just run away from. Excellent work for Team Udon. And they will head into this boss spawning sequence. Meanwhile, FTB ZM are doing a little bit of a like perplexed pull here. Oh, but they're actually taking it into boss. Okay, so FTB ZM are also doing a bunch of this side trash, but they are taking it right into boss. This is their lust as well.
Yeah, this was their lust whenever we saw it earlier on in the weekend. I feel like you should be maybe a little bit faster, just pacing faster in this dungeon to the point where this lust doesn't make sense. I actually don't hate the lust itself. But it kind of makes me think, is this dungeon going to be a 13-minute run for FTB ZM or like a 14-minute run for FTB ZM? Because whenever we're looking at global finals caliber teams, I think we're wanting like a 12-minute run of this dungeon at the most.
Yeah, I mean, plus 11 is a fairly high key level compared to it's the highest key level we've seen so far. At the Global Finals, we will be moving up to plus 12 in some of our dungeons, but plus 11 is still quite high. It's a lot harder than the plus 9s in terms of timer, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, FTB ZM, whenever they popped Lust on this boss, they really put their foot on the gas, and they have been taking a ton of HP off of Ivanax. Udon pulled the boss probably somewhere in the order of 20 to 30 seconds ahead. And Udon having a death here. The boss is actually enraged. Look, the boss is big and red here. It actually ate some of the
that's
mobs.
Last resort.
I didn't see how many stacks the boss has. If it has one
it's
stack,
a minute. It lasts for a minute.
If the boss has one stack, they can probably live this next AoE here. But if it has anything more than one stack, I don't know how they live the next alarm shrill.
I am very, very worried here. I'm also worried about the tank. Last resort fading now. The next bite is going to be huge.
You can meld it.
Super low.
You can actually meld it. I don't know if he knows that, though.
And here comes that alarm shrill. Bang, 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 bang. Team Udon go down.
No, man.
And that might be their Global Finals aspirations dying with them. That is so many deaths on the board and so much time lost on that boss. Meanwhile, FTB ZM with that Lust pull have already killed the boss and are marching forward to the first Hulking Bloodguard pull. This is only a 3-boss dungeon. There's not much time left for Team Udon to catch up. If you are a Team Udon fan at this point, you are hoping for a disaster from FTB ZM because I think that's what they need to get back into this.
Yeah, I mean, that is a huge time loss. It's kind of similar to wiping on General Umbrus in that Grim Batol. They wipe 50% of the way into the boss after they committed all their offensive CDs. There's also the run back time. There's also the respawn time of the boss. I think that this, while it is 1 minute and 45 seconds worth of death penalty, I think it's more in the order of like a 3-minute time loss. And I think that for Udon, they're pretty much as good as done here.
All right, FTB ZM setting up a double stag shell pull. Beautiful Sigil of Chains is going to stop both of those casts. Dragon's Breath as well. Some nice utility from the Fire Mage to stop those casts.
I don't hate how FTB ZM are pulling this area. This is very similar to it's very reminiscent to what you see on like a live route, where one Bloodguard is like the most you can reasonably pull here. This left side is actually much faster than the right side, assuming that you're not pulling like 2 or 3 Bloodguards together. Now, if you are able to pull 2 or 3 Bloodguards together, the right side can be faster, as we've seen a couple of times. But it kind of just depends, and I don't think that there's a clear best route for this dungeon. As we see another tank death on the right side for Team Udon, and they're going to be jumping off, and I feel like their MDI Global's aspirations are jumping off with them.
Yeah, I don't think there's much that they can do here. This is it's brutal.
I think this is over. Like, the second wipe, too. FTB ZM would have to have something catastrophic happen for them to not win here, I think. It sucks. I felt like, just with the eye test,
Udon so good.
Udon looked like the better team. It's just, wiping the first boss. I mean,
FTB ZM, the silence or the Sigil Chains into Sigil of Misery into Meld here, letting that skip that double stag shell webcaster. Cool. I like that a lot.
I think that pack is actually low-key slow.
It's like, I mean, it's like they're not hard, but you don't get much count from it. Yeah,
it's like 21 count, I think, from memory. I think they're all 7 count apiece. Yeah, so the 2 stack shells are 7 count apiece, and the web mage is also 7 count apiece. So it's 21 count, so it's not like the end of the world, but it's a lot worse than some of the better stuff that you can be doing. I suspect that teams might actually be looking to adopt that.
Yeah, I think that is a strategy worth yoinking for sure.
How are you feeling about FTB ZM on the global final stage?
I would say, I think that this comp that they're playing has a ceiling that is quite a bit slower than the regular comps that we've been seeing. Stuff like those Resto Druids, those Disc Priests, those Sin Rogues, those Enhancement Shamans. I think that comp should be faster in almost every dungeon. So I think FTB ZM have gotten as far as they have off of playing well in these maps, and often off of things like what's happening for Team Udon, where they just are wiping and are a lot slower than their potential. I don't know how long that will hold in the global finals. If I had to guess, I feel like FTB ZM are going to go into global finals as massive underdogs to almost all of the other teams. But that is a fun position to play from.
How do you feel about them?
They can often be like fan favorites as well, coming in with this Fire Mage.
How do you feel about them versus a team like Ducks Can Fly or a team like Polish Mountain?
Yeah, those should be interesting series. If we get those matchups, I think those will be a lot of fun to watch for sure.
Yeah,
I do feel like this has to be slower than the Sin Rogue Enhancement Shaman. I'm not sure. Like that. That's just my gut instinct is that it just has to be.
Yeah, I'm also kind of questioning as to the lust in this dungeon in particular. I feel like we should be pacing about a 12 to 13 minute dungeon for this place. And I think that, like you're saying, I think a lot of it comes off the back of the Assassination Rogue Enhancement Shaman. And it's not even necessary. Like I think the Mage maybe in isolation is not too bad. I think the Warlock maybe in isolation also not too bad. But I think that like the entirety of the comp, you better be doing something that's like crazy cool whenever you're dropping some of the better specializations.
Yeah, I've been looking to see if they have any like, oh, this is the cool thing that this spec does in this dungeon. And I haven't really seen it yet, especially from the Mage. Like, I haven't seen any like, oh, this is the Mage skip or something like that, right? That like it's like, oh yeah, this comp is maybe a little bit slower on average, but we gain 30 seconds with this skip, and that's how we're able to stay on par. I haven't seen it yet, and they've played almost every dungeon now.
Yeah, I mean, but they have a lot of time to actually start to pick up some of those more meta specializations for the global finals as well.
Or they don't have to. I mean, sometimes you just play your comfort picks, and you just play it cleanly, and other people are trying to learn 5 different specs, and they just wipe more often because they're not as comfortable on their characters, right? FTB ZM, that could be their path to victory as well.
Yeah. I think narratively that's what we should probably be looking at for the global finals as well, is like, are FTB ZM with this unconventional composition going to be able to overtake some of the teams that have optimized a little bit more for the meta?
Yeah, that should be very, very fun to watch for sure.
And then I think for Worms, dude, Worms look insane.
Worms have looked so good out of this group. Yeah, it's Team Udon wiping once again on the right-hand side of the screen. I mean, this is just sealing their fate. I wouldn't be too sad. I mean, Team Udon have put up a great showing. I'd love to see them play again, maybe in the TGP later this season, or maybe in the MDIs of future seasons, if we have those. That could be, they're a team to watch for sure, but this is a unfortunate way for it all to end for them. Meanwhile, FTB ZM, last little bit of trash that they need, and then they'll be able to go into the last boss, and they will make their way into the global finals with this match win. They're already up 1-0 in the series, so literally just don't wipe 3 times, and they are in the global finals.
4. I think the number is 4 times, dude.
It is a lot of times, yes.
These Udon wipes are huge.
Absolutely. All right, FTB ZM.
They don't have count.
They do need to get. No, they'll get double overseer into this boss, right? Yeah, there they go. 2 overseers is count.
Double overseer into this boss is actually really sketchy because of the web wrap ground effect in conjunction with like the boss.
They're just gonna fight them without the boss, maybe. Yeah.
I don't think you can like pull them on pull with the boss. I think you need to get the pack to at least 50% before you can actually chain it into the boss.
Yeah, I think as well. They probably know at this point how far ahead they are, and so they're just not gonna risk anything, right? They're gonna play this as safe as they can. Makes a lot of sense to me.
Oh, dude, they're going to completely kill off the pack. I'm okay with this.
This makes sense. I mean, again, you probably know how far ahead you are. Seems very smart.
Yeah. It's, we've actually seen teams play the Hauler with those Overseers into this boss, and that, to me, I think is the most sketchy thing you could be doing here.
Yeah. It is scary. It is a big time save if you can make it right.
What do you think about going left versus running straight down middle?
I think straight down middle has to be faster, but I don't know. I'm not convinced.
I feel like it is, but
the Hauler is annoying to fight.
The Hauler is annoying, but I think it's the most efficient mob in the dungeon. Let me look.
It is a nice thing to target. It does stun everybody, which is dangerous and also slows you. Like it slows you down.
The only thing that's more efficient than the Hauler in the entire dungeon are the stag shells in terms of like a count per HP threshold.
Hmm. All right, FTB ZM 65% lust rolling here as they are sending this boss home. Team Udon a full boss behind, 17 deaths behind as well. Just no way that they can come back at this point. FTB ZM, the finish line is in sight. The global finals are in their future here. We will get to see them play. It's actually Friday. This Friday, the global finals will start. But before then, FTB ZM are not done yet. They will get a chance at a rematch against Team Worms to secure more money, better seeding potentially into the global finals, and also the glory, the first place of the Chinese teams. Definitely something that they would like. But it's going to be so hard. Worms have looked so good.
Yeah, I was about to say that same thing. I feel like Worms have looked so much better than FTB ZM. We've seen crazier stuff in the MDI before. We see crazy upsets all the time. I think we've seen some insane upsets even this weekend. But I think that for FTB ZM to be able to beat Worms, it is going to require some insane grit.
Absolutely. But there it is. Boss does go down for FTB ZM. 2-0 victory over Team Udon. Very, very well played. That is your second Chinese global finalist is FTB ZM. That also rounds out our global finals teams. We now know all 8 of them that will be playing this weekend in the global finals after a 14:30 there. So yeah, FTB ZM and Worms coming out from China, joining Perplexed, Polish Mountain, Missed Count, Mandatory, Holy Moly, and Ducks Can Fly. All of them will be playing this weekend in 2 days, less than 2 days. We will be watching the MDI Global Finals. But first, we get to see the thrilling conclusion to the Chinese regions bracket, as we will have Worms facing off against FTB ZM in a rematch for the ages. This time, not a best of 3, but a best of 5 as well.
Does Worms drop a map?
I don't think so. I think Worms are going to be completing an undefeated path through this group. They have looked unbelievably good. They have looked 2 cuts above the rest of this field.
I feel like there's a world where they can drop a map if the Necrotic Wake happens again, where we have situations like that where they just chain a bunch of deaths. But I don't know if FTB ZM is going to be the team that's actually going to be taking a map off of Worms. I feel like Worms are going to have an undefeated streak coming through the China finals here as well. Assuming that they are continuing to play their game plan, because they have looked dominant. And
okay, so we banned out some maps already. So it is a 7-map series. We banned out 2 maps, I don't know which, but this is going to be the 5 that will play in this best of 3 or best of 5. So Stone Vault, Arakara, Dawnbreaker, if we see a 3-0, and then if we need more, we'll go to a Siege, and then whatever that last map was, I forget what it is already. So Stone Vault to start things off in our finals of the Chinese region. Team Worms versus Team FTB ZM.
This is an 11, isn't it?
It is an 11, yes. This is a tough key.
I think Group B had the 11, didn't they?
I think you're right. Yeah, that sounds right.
Let me look. Yeah, okay, so Group B had an 11. Mandatory was able to do Stone Vault in... one of their runs was 12:15. One of their runs was 11 minutes and 8 seconds. So, and then we had No Title do this dungeon in 13 minutes. So yeah, we're looking to see maybe like a 12-ish minute run, maybe a little bit lower than a 12 out of Worms here.
All right, we are about to get underway, and yeah, a lot of it's going to be a battle between these 2 teams, but also it's going to be a battle for these 2 teams to show whether they're competitive with the times of the global finalists that they'll be playing this weekend.
Mm-hmm. I think that's the big thing that we're looking at. And right off the bat here, we see on the left side here, Worms. I'm surprised that they're not playing that Assassination Rogue Enhancement Shaman comp instead. They've played two comps in all of the dungeons this weekend. The first comp that they've been playing is that Assassination Enhancement Rogue DK composition that we have seen time and time again from all of the Western teams. The other composition that they've been playing is the comp that you're seeing on the left side of your screen right here. It's that Destro Warlock, Aug Evoker, and then DK, and it's been a specific flavor of DK. How well does this composition work in this dungeon is really up for debate. This is probably one of the most AoE heavy dungeons in general, and the comp of Destro Warlock and Unholy DK do a lot of AoE damage. Now, Dratnus and I have questioned a couple of times, is it too much AoE damage? Like, are they over-indexing on
Right.
AoE.
Are you just stealing damage that somebody else was going to do anyways, right?
Exactly. That is kind of the question. And Worms are able to get their first trash pull of the dungeon killed off rather quickly. They do end up committing that Bloodlust to that first pull, and FTB ZM on the right-hand side are a little bit slower on the first pull, also clicking their Bloodlust there.
Yeah, Lust is still rolling here. Oh, wait. We got to watch out. Worms are playing an Aug Evoker, so...
No, but Worms did press their Lust. They actually pressed their Lust.
But for the rest of this dungeon, you are going to see Lust light up for Worms whenever they cast Breath of Eons. That does give the Aug Evoker a little bit of Lust, and that does show up as Lust on our UI.
Yes, that is a good point, actually.
All right, Worms.
How do you like the Worms composition in this dungeon?
I think Disc Priest works really well in this dungeon. I like it a lot.
Disc is, in my opinion, probably the best healer, especially for like the Skarmorak boss encounter.
It's great on this boss too. You can ramp every time you get those spikes. You just break 6 spikes at once and you ramp through it, and it's easy.
Mm-hmm. That is good value.
Yeah, it's great.
I think that the Disc Priest is really good. Also on Skarmorak, I think that Skarmorak's not a boss to be understated because you're getting that damage and healing amp buff. The Priest is actually double dipping from that, and so they're able to heal even more than another specialization.
Absolutely.
But I mean, look at this. FTB ZM ends up pulling Edna a little bit behind, and they're going to be killing off the Edna around the same time that Worms are, with close approximation. And that kind of holds true. Like, are Worms over-indexing on AoE damage, and are they under-indexing on single target?
I'm a little bit worried about that for sure. I think it's going to be something where over the course of the dungeon, we'll definitely have to keep an eye on it. As we see right now, though, Worms are going to be finishing off Edna solidly ahead of FTB ZM.
I will say that if Worms are able to do just like a massive pull, like bigger than anybody else has actually done in the Master Machinist swing, I could be completely down for something like that. I feel like that would kind of make this composition make a ton of sense. And the same with the Skarmorak wing. If you're able to take all that trash in the Skarmorak boss without actually needing the Bloodlust available, I think that is also like a huge advantage of a specialization, like, or a composition that is like this from Worms.
Oh, their tank is in a lot of danger here. This is a very sketchy pull for the tank. These mobs just do so much tank damage. There is that Breath of Eon stunning all these mobs. Grip, silence, last resort, popped by Worms.
Ooh,
their tank
impressive.
is dying. Barrier comes out. Their tank flees with that vengeful retreat.
The oppressing roar there as well on top of the silent sigil to make sure those mobs are actually staying silenced for 50% longer. That's actually a great effect. We saw that combo a lot during the last TGP of Dragonflight, where the Vengeance Demon Hunter Aug Evoker was a very popular pick.
All right, so no deaths for Worms, but they did use almost every resource to try and make this pull work. Well played.
That's good. FTB ZM is actually going even bigger. They're pulling the Despoiler into this pull that Worms did, Dratnos.
Yeah, this is a scary pull for FTB ZM for sure.
Ooh, my
nice
gosh.
target for a Fire Mage, though. You got some big health things to dump into.
I mean, the tank, the Shadowy Claws from the Despoiler into the tank on top of all of these Forge Hands, just absolutely pelting your tank. That has to be very, very scary.
All right, this versatility buff now available for Worms. Meanwhile, FTB ZM still finishing off this trash pull.
Yeah, it looks like Worms are just a little bit faster getting their pulls set up at every single point.
Yeah, they also were just, again, a little bit faster on that first boss, right? 20 seconds faster killing that boss.
Mm-hmm. Worms here, they're looking like they're posturing to maybe pull the boss as the next pull of this dungeon here. They are going to have the Unholy Assault and the Dark Transformation. They aren't going to have access to the Infernal or the Power Infusion, though, but they are going to have the Aug Evoker cooldowns. So they're going to have 2 out of their 3 sets of offensive CDs here.
Yeah, this is powerful.
The Aug Evoker works really well with something like the Discipline Priest as well, because whenever you're buffing up that target that's getting that Power Infusion, you're able to stack the multiplicative buffs on top of one another and really just amp that spec a lot.
Yeah, things like Destro Lock as well. Destro Lock does good AoE kind of all the time. They do great single target during that Infernal as well.
I think their Evoker is playing Motes of Possibility. I think I saw that, which is a crazy build. I am stunned.
Interesting.
I thought that talent was bad.
So modes of possibility, I know this talent. This is, you drop these little orbs that people can run through to get cooldown reduction on their major cooldown.
Well, they don't get cooldown reduction anymore. That was a change. They changed that from Dragonflight into War Within. They just give you a buff, like a random buff now. And it can vary between like Shifting Sands. It can be Inferno's Blessing. It could just be like a random buff. But
oh yeah, there's a moat running. It's going into the Aug Evoker.
That node is not seen as like particularly great. Now, nobody's going to be able to tell you that you're wrong, though, because you're playing an Aug Evoker, but I don't think it's great.
Interesting. Very cool. Yeah, sometimes there are regional differences as well, where just, you know, especially stuff like that, where the math is kind of hard to do.
Yeah.
Different people just have different ideas about what's best.
Math on Aug is really hard. Yeah, I feel like a lot of it's just kind of feely craft.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's mostly just because it's like not super clear cut. Like you can look at logs and stuff like that, but there's always a question as to like, are the logs working properly?
Right. Yeah. The log situation. You know, not always clear.
Dude,
on that
okay.
Evoker.
Worm's able to get Master Machinist dealt off pretty fast. What's the cooldown situation looking like? Okay, so they have the Unholy Assault. They don't have the Infernal. They're going to have the Dark Transformation and the Breath of Eons for the next pull they want to do. How big are they going to go? Oh, they have a bad pat.
Go quite big here.
They got a bad pat on that Forge Loader, so they're actually just going to have to walk all the way across.
Okay. A little bit of a time loss here. They are probably going to skip to like meld off this pack, right? Or that's in front of the room here.
It's a good question. Looks like the answer is about to be yes. Their DH is posturing to pull that to the side. Then he's going to Infernal Strike past as everybody's able to make it through.
Oh, Wernstone's passed.
I like that.
Nice.
That's even better. That's even better.
That's much better, yeah.
We were talking about how the Demon Hunter skipping that pull, like early on in the weekend, we talked about how the Demon Hunter skipping that pull was really inconsistent. I think the Wernstone makes that skip way more consistent.
Absolutely, yeah. Very, very nice move from Worms. They're not going to go all the way into boss. They're going to stop right here.
This is fine. I think we've seen teams break it up into two separate pulls here as well.
Yeah, it can make a lot of sense. It is scary to go all the way into the boss with that.
For FTB ZM, though, on the right-hand side of the screen, they're actually kind of having like a quietly very fast route here. And they've already killed off and pulled that despoiler that we saw Worms skip. And so they're about half a pack behind of Worms.
Yeah, this is going to be actually quite a close finish between these two teams. Worms were pretty massive favorites, and they were dominating in the series earlier against FTB ZM. But so far, FTB ZM are holding their own in this Stone Vault. Worms in combat now with Skarmorak.
Worms have a lot of offensive CDs here rolling. They have the Breath of Eons, they have the Infernal, they have the Power Infusion, they have the Dark Transformation. They don't have the Unholy Assault. That's the only cooldown that they're missing, but they do have the 45s for the Unholy DK. And so he's able to even hold his own versus the Warlock on a pull like this. And Worms, they need to make sure that they're actually getting the Skarmorak's shards killed off as well. What we've seen is on this 11 key level, you actually end up getting one, if not multiple, of the shields from Skarmorak. And so that's something that you have to be looking out for to make sure that you are able to get those shields cleared through.
Absolutely, yeah.
These are pretty clean, though. These are pretty clean
looking
pulls.
pretty good.
What was the
Trash all dead now.
What was the timer that we were kind of looking for the Stone Vault? Like 12 minutes?
Yeah, Worms are going to be definitely slower than 12. I don't think 12 is very fast for a plus 11 Stone Vault, I think.
The fastest that we saw was 11:08 for Mandatory.
Okay, yeah, this is definitely going to be slower than that.
Mandatory had a secondary run where it was a 12:15.
Mandatory did pull all onto this, right? Like they pulled this in one fewer pull. They just ran straight into Skarmorak.
They did it in one fewer pull, yes. And they saved their lust for this. I think it's kind of a decision point where I think you can either be two lusting this dungeon, or you can cut out one pull and pull all this trash into Skarmorak. And I think that the consensus for the fastest strategy is going to be pulling all into Skarmorak with the lust and utilizing that lust to kind of be able to scrape by this. I wonder if it's something that Worms is going to have. I think this is a route that Worms is going to have to look to drop, because this fortified shell that they're getting at the 19% mark, that's skipped if you're lusting the boss as well.
Yeah, this is I mean, Worms aren't even that far ahead at this point.
No, they're not, actually. FTB ZM is actually holding their own here.
It's very close. Yeah, the Fire Mage is doing a lot of damage on this pull as well. A lot of free Ignite Cleave here.
I think that this is a dungeon as well that has a lot of packs that have one large priority target, and
Yeah.
they're missing the good priority damage specializations. They're missing the Assassination Rogue. They're missing the Enhancement Shaman. And I think you have to have at least one of those in this comp. I don't think you can afford to double down on like mass AoE with the Unholy DK and the Warlock and the Augurvoker. I mean, that's tripling down even.
Okay, Worm's going for a nice big triple pull here. This is a scary pull. I wonder if you press Lust on this or if you hold it for the boss.
Most teams have been saying
There's
that
Lust. Oh, wait, no, that could be Wrath of Beyond.
that's the Augurvoker. That's the Augurvoker Lust. Yeah. Most teams have actually been playing double Rock Smasher into the boss with Lust.
Ooh, their tank is dropping super low here, but it looks like Last Resort is back available for Worms, so there shouldn't be too much danger for the rest of this dungeon, at least for a tank death, with that huge cheat death available.
FTB ZM, though, are able to down Skarmorak, and they don't actually have to kill off these two mobs that are at the beginning of the final area. They're going to be skipping these with a Shadow Meld here in just a couple of seconds. And FTB ZM, I feel like they're not completely out of it here. If Worms have a death, I feel like FTB ZM could take the Stone Vault off of them.
I think you're absolutely right about that, yeah. Okay, Worms, Power Infusion, or sorry, not Power Infusion, Pain Suppression on pull here. Making sure that their tank doesn't die as this all gets grouped together.
When do you pull the boss?
They're waiting
is the
to
real
pull into
question.
boss.
Yeah.
Lust is rolling.
They power infused as well. I mean,
We don't have Unholy Assault here yet.
Yeah.
So the CDs are not well synced with this Lust. The Lust only lined up nicely with the Infernal. Now they're into boss.
That feels
this
bad.
is still good, right? They're still going to win this map, but it's going to be solidly slower than our runs from teams like Mandatory.
I mean, it's slower than like no title Stone Vault even.
Yeah.
So I think that Worms have to go back to the drawing board for this dungeon in the future.
As they get to the global finals, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they had a lot of the recipe right. I think the Wernstone is sweet in here as well. I think they just need to figure out a way to pull onto Skarmorak and onto this boss right at the start of the pull instead of chaining in.
I think it's those two specific things. I would also love to see a composition that prioritizes a little bit more boss damage and a little bit less in the AoE.
Mm-hmm.
I think that those are
I agree with that.
Kind of the two things that I would be looking to change a little bit. I think that they have a lot of the pieces there that are right though, that's promising.
Absolutely. All right, Worms 50% on the boss. FTB ZM getting into the pull here. They have Lust rolling as well, so can they do twice as much boss damage as Worms to try and claw their way back into this map? I don't think so. That is a lot of extra damage.
But they have Mage. Mage is very powerful. Yeah.
Yep. That Mage, currently not in combustion, coming up soon, though. Oh, wait, Mage actually combusting.
Main character of World of Warcraft.
Bang.
I feel like it's too little too late right now, so I feel like Worms are going to be able to down this. But FTB ZM was more solidly... They were more solidly in this match than they were in that last series versus Udon.
I mean, one mistake from Worms, and FTB ZM would have been able to capitalize here, which is a very good spot to be for FTB ZM. But unfortunately for them, Worms did not make a mistake. Worms played this cleanly. It's still going to be a 14-minute run here, so definitely slow by the standards of our best teams in the world, which... To me, that's what I want to see out of Worms. Is I want to see them putting up times that are competitive with our fastest teams in the world. And this wasn't one of those runs, but it was clean, right? It was well executed, 0 deaths. That at least is great news for Worms. They will advance to a 1-0 lead in our series off of that Stone Vault, which means we move in to an Arakara after a quick look here at our damage meters, where you can see it's actually interesting. The Death Knight top damage versus the Warlock top damage for FTB ZM.
Oh, they have an Augurvoker too.
Yeah, the Warlock was really pumping though for FTB ZM. We will move into Arakara, which can be this could be a great Warlock dungeon.
I think that kind of proves our point, where they're kind of cannibalizing damage from one another a little bit.
Maybe.
Where it's like there's only so much AoE to realistically go around, and they're just like over prioritizing, over emphasizing that AoE. That's why you had that Warlock on the side of FTBZN out DPSing both the Warlock and the DK. That's getting Aug buffed by Worms.
All right, so we are going to see Warlocks from both teams here. Still the Augurvoker, so the same comp from Worms, except their Death Knight has activated that Frost specialization. We're going to have this big first pull coming from both teams.
We've seen this run a couple of times by by Worms I think I've seen it like once or twice by FTBZN as well. I think that this is a map that a lot of the teams have been playing in this Arakawa.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Arakaras, that is for sure. This will be the last one of this cup, though. It is that plus 11 level, just like the Stone Vault, the highest level of this weekend. When we do get to the Global Finals this weekend, it will be plus 12s will be the highest level keys. Little bit more difficult, especially with the addition of that Xalatat's Guile affix, so these teams have that to look forward to and to be preparing for.
Yeah. I mean, right off the bat here, we see Worms here doing a pretty massive pull into the second mini-boss. Lusting the first pull as well. They're actually chaining that Lust a little bit longer. They do part of that is the Aug Evokers Plot the Future addition to Lust, and so it wasn't really rolling for that much longer. It was rolling for maybe a few seconds while they were gathering the pack.
Mm-hmm. All right, so that tailoring stun gonna wear off here for Worms.
I love that
into the AoE.
I love the tailoring stun. I think tailoring stun's great.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of just keeping this pull rolling as well. That is what I like to see.
Tailoring stun also allows the pack to just stay stacked a lot more consistently, and that allows things like the Rain of Fire and just like the DPS cooldowns, or the DK's DPS cooldowns, to be able to continue to hit the mobs a bit better.
Yeah.
Because the mobs have to get moved a lot less from the frontals, and just like a couple of other like, ground effects, fewer ground effects and whatnot.
All right, third mini-boss for Worms.
Dude, Worms are just like sprinting at the mini-bosses. They're actually not even waiting to finish off these crawlers.
Great. I think this is really smart.
Yeah, I like the way that they're doing this. I feel like this is very similar, very reminiscent of how Mandatory was doing this, where they weren't even waiting to try to like finish out the pack and play one pack at a time. They were just like, all right, time to chain.
I think it's a good understanding of what is slowing it. Like, what is the thing we're waiting for in this dungeon? It's the mini-bosses dying, right? So
the first boss to spawn is what we're waiting for, right?
Yeah, exactly. You have to always be thinking in a speedrun situation, and just in keys in general, what is the thing that is impeding our progress right now versus what are these things that can die at any time? And most of the trash here, it doesn't matter if it dies a little bit slower. As long as you're killing those mini-bosses just as fast as possible.
Yeah. I mean, look at this. Worms here have already engaged Avanax, the first boss of this dungeon, while on the right side, FTB ZM have finally downed the third mini-boss and still have one more pack of trash to deal with prior to the boss being engaged. Now, they do have Bloodlust available, and we have seen them Bloodlust the first boss, but I don't think that they're even going to be able to get close to catching up to Worms here in this first section.
I think you're right. Worms are on a tear through this dungeon already. 50% on the boss. FTBZM getting the boss pulled, hitting that Lust, but there's some serious danger here that Worms will finish this dungeon before FTBZM's Lust comes back off cooldown here.
Oh, I think that that's a reasonable concern. I think that absolutely could happen. How are you feeling about the lack of Rogue Resto Druid gameplay here and like splitting the mini-bosses? Because I feel like that is such a fast strategy that I feel like these teams should be looking
I don't know
to do.
how much it scales into the key going up, though. As the key gets higher, it gets so much slower and more dangerous to do that.
We've seen it in 10s and 11s. We haven't seen it. But we have seen it in 11. I don't know if we.
I doubt it scales into the 12 if we have. I don't know what key level this dungeon is in our global finals, but if it does ever go up past 11, I think it's not a strat worth doing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look at Avanax here, has died for Worms, and for FTBZN, FTBZM.
Yeah, 34%. Not that bad, actually. They've caught up with that Lust on this boss, but the pivotal question is going to be, will Worms be able to stop this clock on 2 Lusts before FTBZM's Lust has come back up?
Yeah. Dude, I keep calling them FTBZN. It's M, I think, right?
Yeah, it is them.
Yeah.
It's actually, even in their team name there, you can see they've got the M, even in the Chinese version of their name. The FT, B, and Z are... Yeah, those are all... Like, we anglicize those to FT, B, and Z, but the M is just there. That's their in the real name, too.
Huh.
Pretty cool.
What it actually means.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Guess we'll figure it out. We'll have to add that in the questionnaire.
Yeah. I'm trying to look at their characters' names. Maybe it's just... Their mage's character name is also in... in our alphabet, right? Not in Chinese characters.
It's anglicized,
so
yeah.
That's probably the M, right?
Oh.
Yeah, it's just the first letter of every player, and the first letter of that player's name is an M.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, okay, you're right. Holy, I had not considered that.
Yeah.
Genius.
Yeah.
Anyhow.
Anyways, they pulled a lot of enemies here. There are 3 blood guards for
I like this.
FTB ZM. Well, I think one of them might have been summoned by a stag shell. I'm not sure.
Okay, I really don't like that because now we lost 7 count if that happened.
I'm not 1,000,000% sure, but I think that might be what's happened here.
We saw Worms on the left side of the screen there. They ran left and they ended up pulling double blood guard in this area, and I thought it was a pretty good pull. Now they're doing what I would describe as actually a rather small pull.
Yeah, this is extremely small. Oh, but a death for FTB ZM. That's going to be a Ankh. Another death is going to come out, though, on their Warlock. No Ankh, of course, available for that spec. B-Res is available.
I think you have to. I think you have to commit it. Yeah. I don't know if you have a choice. And the Warlock is back up. You had to wait a second for the slams from the blood guards here to go off. I wonder if they lost the 7 count that you're talking about. That is again, I was talking about it earlier. Those stag shells are probably the most efficient mobs in the entire dungeon. But losing 7 count there from having the shrill go off is terrible.
I thought I saw it like burrowing up from the ground, so I think it was summoned by the Sentry Stag Shell, but I'm not 100% sure. Meanwhile, Worms already about to pull the boss here. There's that glaive thrown. The rest of the group teleporting in. Ooh, they need to dispel this their tank immediately here. Okay, they managed to do it, it looks like. Avoid the boss. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, they've done it. They've avoided the boss getting healed. Nice work. Yeah, FTB ZM are so far behind at this point. Just off the back of Worms playing so cleanly. Those 2 deaths for FTB ZM certainly not helping.
Mm-hmm. Dude, this Frost Decay is actually just crushing this boss.
Absolutely.
Worms. Oh, here comes the Infernal and the Power Infusion. The Warlock's going to be catching up a lot now. What time do you think we're looking for this Arcara? Probably like a 12?
I think that, yeah, 12 minutes. Worms are on pace for something on that level, maybe even a little faster.
We saw a Ducks Can Fly 13-14. We saw a Holy Moly 10-09 of this level. We've seen a mandatory 10-15 on this level.
Yeah, I don't think 10-15 is in reach here for Worms.
We saw a different Ducks Can Fly 11-07. I feel like the sub 12 is pretty much on the table here for Worms. I don't feel like the sub. I don't feel like the sub 11 is even.
I think 11 minutes is probably their ceiling at this point. Yeah, they've got, that would be what, 3 minutes? Maybe it's even slower than 11 minutes. Maybe this is a 12-minute run for Worms.
Yeah, I think it kind of comes down to the composition that they're playing.
It feels like the bosses just take so long to die.
Dude, yeah, I feel like a lot of the times we were watching the 11s, the bosses would actually still get melted. But I think again, it kind of comes down to the enhancement shaman assassination rogue DK comp versus like warlock og DK.
All right, Worms heading towards the final section of this dungeon.
Their count is really good.
Yeah, they're going to pull this off to the side. And this could be another Wernstone through and meld opportunity.
They need 2 packs of winged carriers, the hauler, and 2 overseers only. Those are the only mobs that they need to be able to get count here.
Okay, so they'll just run straight down the middle here. And they could do this all in one pull, potentially.
Yeah, they could do this all in one pull. In theory, they could actually do it into the boss, but I don't think on 11 you actually want to be as ambitious to do.
We've seen teams doing that in our other groups and wiping a lot.
I think somebody held their lust for like 7 minutes to do that into the boss, didn't they?
Yeah, I think so. Okay, Worms with that Breath of Eons. That's not a real lust, that's just the Breath of Eons. They do use the tailoring stun on this hauler. Nice.
I think that was like Perplex that was doing that.
I mean, Worms are making short work of this pull for sure.
Oh, dude, they crushed this pull.
FTB ZM finishing off that boss. They're going to be something like 2 minutes behind.
Yeah, and look at that. The hauler, as it goes down, they're actually going to be pulling the boss. And those overseers are at 50% HP. They knew they weren't going to get another hauler stun, so they're like, yeah, all right, it's time to go with the boss. This is really scary. So these overseers, whenever the boss does the AoE ability that grips players in, if the overseers aren't synced up perfectly on their timing and they get the web wraps off, you can actually end up dying really easily. It kind of depends on like the timing of the pull, and I think that this is something that Worms has probably tried and tested over and over again. And XMD ends up going down on the side of Worms, ends up getting clipped by one of the waves that went straight through the melee. Oh my gosh, dude, the Warlock port there scared me.
Very, very scary. FTB ZM having a Warlock death here, being hit by one of those grasping strikes for FTB ZM. They do have another res, and they're forced to expend it. Last Resort not available for their tank as well. Things are getting very scary for FTB ZM. Meanwhile, Team Worms get to that Bloodlust, and they hit it.
No, it's not up yet.
Nope,
it's not up yet.
Never mind. Auglust, right?
Yeah, that's the Auglust. They're going to be lusting on the Infernal and the Breath of Cindergrosa here in about 20 seconds.
Yeah. That makes perfect sense. Boss already at 63% health here.
Dude, you get
Dude, that
baited by
lust
the
keeps baiting me, man.
You got me. I think you've been baited by it every
still
single
get
time.
baited by it. Ooh,
Yeah.
that poison wave.
The Aug's dead. The Aug's dead.
Oh, no. The Augavoker lived.
He's dead.
Now dies. Worms are in trouble here. They have 3 DPS die. So the stuns came out and caused them problems. Oh, but a death now for FTB ZM. As they're on this hauler pull,
what do you do for
is
Worms?
Nearly dead for FTB ZM. Worms have 1.
Do you reset the boss?
It's 54%. Yes, you do. Okay, they're going to cast a B-res here. So they're not going to reset this boss. I think you should. If the boss is at 53%, and you're going to try and do this with 1 DPS player, that is if you're playing with less than half of your group's damage, right?
Yeah.
And the boss has more than half of its health.
Yeah.
So it's better to just reset the boss and res, in my humble opinion.
I think you're right. Like, I guess we jammed the lust here, don't we? Drums. Somebody bang the bongos.
Yeah, it could be a drums opportunity for sure. So they're even on deaths. Are FTB ZM going to be able to overtake here? I think they could. At 42% on the boss, FTB ZM have a full group available here. No res coming up for Worms. FTB ZM just have to avoid any deaths on this boss, and I think... Oh, it's going to be so close. I think they'll be able to catch up, though.
I mean, dude, Worms don't have drums. Nobody has drums in their group.
Oh, no, that's a catastrophe. Yeah, the Infernal has now faded as well, so
I think
definitely the moment has passed for when drums would have been pressed.
I think that FTB ZM wins this race, yeah. I mean, look, FTB ZM is going to have Lust in about 30 seconds, going to be able to press that with all their offensive... is the Warlock dead?
Yes, and their healer is dead. Oh, no, and
the Worms wiped! Worms wiped!
Ooh, that's not good. Okay, so Worms can save a lot of time here if they can reset this boss, at least. Now, haters will say they should have done this 2 minutes ago.
Does FTB ZM have to reset their boss as well?
Yes, they do. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Tettles. Both teams are at 6 deaths. But FTB ZM don't have a B-res, nor do they have a regular res, nor do they have a Warlock to summon. Do they have, like, a knife? Can you use knife here? No, it looks like no. So FTB ZM somehow, despite having 3 players alive and Worms only having 1, are going to take a lot longer to recover this wipe.
God. Dude.
So Worms will be able to pull the boss again, and all part of the plan. They saved their lust for the second attempt on this boss. With CDs on pull this time. Perfect.
What in the world?
Worms have just they have such plot armor in this group as well, because when the other team has a clean run, Worms has a clean run and is faster. When Worms make a mistake, the other team immediately makes a bigger mistake and Worms still wins. And so they are still in position to win this map despite their best efforts on this boss.
Dude, they haven't dropped a map, but they should have lost this map, and they should have lost that Necrotic Wake.
Yeah. I mean, they have been... This is perfect tournament strategy. They are lining up their bad runs with the other team's even worse runs. Absolute genius from Worms. FTB ZM do get in boss combat now. They hit that lust, but if there's no mistakes on the side of Worms, that boss is so much lower for Worms as a result of this.
Would they have killed the boss if they had drums, by the way?
No, I don't think so.
Would the tank have died if they had drums?
Maybe not, but I think it probably would have gone pretty similarly.
I think Worms got bailed out. I think that FTB ZM was going to beat them. I feel like Worms should have reset the boss and just mass resed.
I think that was a mistake, but there were bigger mistakes on the side of FTB ZM, who've had another death here. Worms are going to be able to get over the finish line, it looks like. And this is not going to be a particularly fast Arakara after that series of incidents for Worms, but it's going to be fast enough 4% on the boss now, and Worms advancing to a 2-0 lead, bringing us to match point in this best of 5 series.
They 3-chested with the wipe.
Yep. Well played.
That's crazy.
Well, it wasn't their finest work, but they recovered well. They were able to get through.
What's the next map?
The next map is Dawnbreaker.
Oh man, I feel like if you're FTB ZM, you have to be kicking yourself after that one. Like I feel like they needed to win that Arcara. I feel like
that was a huge opportunity for them that they let slip away.
Dawnbreaker feels pretty low variance compared to some of the other dungeons that we get to see on the weekend. Again, dude, kind of look at the Warlock and the DK damage. I don't know, man. Is this AUG really cooking?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
AUG is really good damage on live. It's normally pretty competitive with some of the other DPS options that you can even have on live, but in MDI, it doesn't look like it's doing great damage.
Okay. Do you play the AUG in Dawnbreaker is a question as well.
Well, I feel like you don't play the AUG in any dungeon, so my answer is always going to be no.
I feel like Dawnbreaker is a dungeon where you definitely would want that, like, the Shaman.
Assassination Rogue is crazy in this key, too.
Yeah, the Rogue is so good here.
Assassination Rogue is crazy in every key, frankly.
All right, let's see what Worms decide to bring to the table. Oh, it's going to be both, it looks like.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, they have the ability to play this comp. I feel like they just need to be playing it everywhere.
I think this comp is so good. Meanwhile, FTB ZM are on all faithful, all reliable.
The Fire Mage.
The Fire Mage, yeah.
Yeah. The pinnacle of the comp, M.
Even if they lose this this map as well, we will see them in the Global Finals, and I hope we see them on that Fire Mage more. It is very cool.
Well, I mean, dude, look at Worms here. Worms just obliterate the first pack off the back of this Enhancement Shaman getting power infused.
Yeah, that is doing 7.3 million DPS on that pull with an army of dogs there.
It is hard to describe how much better Disc is than Restoration Shaman in this dungeon, too. It is hundreds of thousands of DPS better in this dungeon.
Huge.
Just from... So it's a couple 100,000 DPS better in terms of the individual DPS, but then it's also a few 100,000 DPS better in terms of the power infusion.
All right, so we've got this Ritualist Commander pull for both teams. Beautiful synchronization of those Pillars of Frost between the two teams as well.
What do you like to kill in this pull?
I think you just try and even cleave it. Try and have it all die around the same time.
Okay, yeah. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, I think you're probably right. You probably put the Assassination Rogue on one, you put the Enhancement Shaman on the other one.
Looks like Worms are maybe playing the non-dragon riding. They're playing the... Oh, and so are FTB ZM, look. They're playing the non-sky riding, it looked like.
Oh, really? I actually didn't even notice that.
I thought I saw them look like they were regular flying, yeah.
I like static flying in here. I feel like
I think it is probably better.
It gives me more precision. I think it's a little bit slower if you were perfect with the sky riding, but it's... Especially on the boss, too, dude. It's so easy to accidentally die to the boss circle. Because the boss circle is a little bit bigger than the animation is.
That's true.
And then you just die and you're like...
Very bad way to die in this dungeon as well.
Yeah,
Worms, boss explosion.
Worms static flying, look at that. They're not skyriding.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so is FTB ZM, you're right. Nice. Good tech.
Worms only a little bit faster in this portion of the dungeon as well. Slight advantage gained early, but not much. Definitely still anyone's game here.
How do you feel about the Fire Mage here? Fire Mage is actually...
Yeah, it's not cooking.
He's AoEing here. He's flame striking these packs.
Interesting.
I feel like... Dude, the seasons that Fire Mage is good is always the seasons that Ignite is very, very powerful.
Yeah, the Ignite build, like, oftentimes in keys, I don't know, I mean, there's some tension on Fire Mage with which build you want to play, because you can play a very big AoE boom boom explodey build. Like you can play...
Is that the technical term for it?
Yeah, you can play a lot of AoE stuff with there's like living bombs builds, flame strike synergies that you can talent into it. But you do give up a medium amount of single target to do so.
That's unfortunate.
It's tough in a dungeon like this. I feel like in a dungeon like this, a lot of the dungeon is timed around single target. or priority damage.
It's those packs that have one large commander or like a web mage, and then it's the mini boss pulls, and then it's the boss.
Exactly. I just always play the AoE build and say, you know what, this is more damage, more big number.
Yeah. Oh, 50% threshold has been pushed. Also, if you fly behind the boat, the circle is much less forgiving whenever you fly behind the boat. So do not fly to either of the sides of the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, the be off the side, not the front or back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The front or back are very
not the bow or the stern.
Exactly, the bow or the stern.
You want to go off the port or the starboard of the boat. Yes.
Great work.
The ship.
Aye, Captain.
Right. Exactly. FTB ZM giving it a lot of respect, playing out further than they need to. Not interested at all in dying to that mechanic. That is a mechanic you want to die. You die to exactly once, and you're like, okay, never again.
Dude, it's actually horrible too. You do get ported back onto the boat, but you have to wait for your corpse to literally fall and contact the ground before you get ported back up. So you get to sit and think about what you've done for approximately 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, 2% on Worms here. Going to be going down to that chapel area probably for the next pull here. This is actually a really good time to have some of your offensive CDs come back up. We're going to be having that Ascendance, that Breath of Sindragosa, and that Death Mark available for Worms. Ooh, they actually have the Heal Absorb still on a couple of those players, on that DK and on that Rogue. It's actually really scary. So MDD is going to have to stop and get those players topped up before AKD is pulling the trash back.
Yeah, Disc Priest not great at healing people outside of combat as well. I mean, they can, but it doesn't feel great.
Yeah.
Oh no,
my
MDD goes down. That
he got
Shadow
Umbral rushed. He got Umbral rushed. Oh my god. It's so easy to die to the Umbral Rush. Here's the thing with the that pack for the Umbral Rush is that you need to actually hit that mob, the Shadow Walker, with a single target ability or a taunt to make sure that it's not going to Umbral Rush your healer.
Does look like they're going to be able to land the B-Res here and stabilize. But that is now 1 death for Worms and 0 for FTB ZM as they start off this big pull. Ooh, they just summoned their tank.
Oh, wait, hold on. Worms lusted this pull too.
Interesting. FTB ZM also, they summoned their tank. I wonder if they did a sigil summon pull stratagem.
What? So this is the team that does it in Siege of Borealis.
Look behind! Look at FTB ZM! Look over there!
Oh my god! It's the second mini boss from
the
Grandma's
second mini boss is coming.
Oh my god! This is the cook. This is
a crazy tech. Wow, FTB ZM with a powerful stratagem here.
I love
adding a
this.
second mini boss to this pull.
This is crazy.
This is so cool.
Are they about to wipe here?
Maybe. Look, I'm not saying it's good, but I am saying it's so cool.
It is incredibly cool. This is actually so scary. The amount of AoE damage that's going off right here, the amount of dots that are being put onto all the players, that's so deadly. But look, they are able to get through it. They're able to get through the worst of this. And now they have that second mini-boss at 70% HP on the left side of the screen here. Worms were noticeably faster on the first boss, and so they were able to just single pull that Grandma's house area, and now they are on to the third orb mini-boss, while FTB ZM doing incredibly cool tech.
This is so very cool for FTB ZM. Love this for them, but Worms somehow, even though they've been doing this a lot more conventionally, are still doing it so quickly that I'm not sure. Ooh, Worms' Shaman here in some danger, gets hit by that orb. That is a nasty dot. No pain suppression used either, it looks like. Darkness is maybe going to carry him home. Oh, I think he's dead. Yeah, down he goes.
Wait, somebody died.
Yeah, that was their Shaman. Died to that dark orb dot.
Oh my god. And we full screened up to FTBZ. Go back.
Yeah,
please
I mean, they did do a very cool pull there. That was for sure.
Yeah, they did a cool pull 45 seconds ago. I was watching that. I was watching the Shaman, man.
And now they're steady flying. Okay, down we go. We've got a big trash pull starting here.
Okay, for the record, I say go back. This was recorded a week and a half ago. This is not even like live production. This is like live broadcast or like live commentary. But the production was done a week and a half ago.
One certainly does wonder what is going on with Worms right now. And at some point, we'll get to see. No, it's like it'll be a fun reveal. What happened with Worms in the meantime here? Oh, FTBZ, I'm having a death there. That Dark Orb explosion, not even hitting too hard, but it is going to be the nail in the coffin for their Shaman. So they try and keep this pull going. We do have Lust available as well. This could be a Lust onto boss opportunity.
FTB ZM is going to be taking this Bloodlust into the boss. Where Worms, we saw that Chapel pull, they ended up popping their Lust. So is this the opportunity that FTB ZM needs to be able to get back into the mix? I don't know. How low is Worms' boss? Somebody certainly might know, but it's not us.
Yep. Some orbs are spawning now, and they're going to CC them. All right, here we go. Worms. Oh, the boss is almost dead. That's really good for Worms.
It's a surprise.
The Lust is popped for FTBZM. In they go.
Dude. I think that FTBZM, I would much prefer to be Worms in this situation.
Yeah, 100%. FTBZM have the Lust here, but Worms are already almost done with this boss. Worms have the count as well. Both teams actually have that 94.5% count. That's more than enough for the end of this dungeon. They will be flying back up to the Dawnbreaker. It is one mini-boss and one boss that separate Worms from a clean 3-0 undefeated run through this bracket.
Yeah. I think that, Worms here, they do have 15 seconds of death penalty against them, but it looks like they're still going to be about 15 to 20 seconds ahead of where FTBZM are coming out of this boss, even whenever you apply that death penalty. It might actually even be more. It might be somewhere in the order of about 45 seconds even, Dratnos. Makes you wonder, was that mini-boss strat faster? I kind of wonder.
It was cool. I don't know if it was faster. I think it probably wasn't.
Well, I think the issue is that FTBZM ended up having to do a second pull in that chapel area that Worms didn't do.
Yeah. It was kind of awkward for sure. The mobs spent a lot of time running, but FTBZM do get that boss down. They're flying upstairs now, so they're a little bit less than a minute behind. They're 40 seconds behind when you factor in the death penalty in their advantage. Worms already on the last boss here. Their comp should do so much damage to this boss as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the single target advantage should be firmly in Worms' favor.
I actually don't like the assassination rogue on this boss, but I think it should still be in their favor. I think that Enhancement Shaman is by far the top single target DPS of this patch. I think that that spec is illegally good on single target, especially whenever they're getting power infused.
Yeah, Assassination Rogue is very sad to have a pure single target fight with their current build.
Oh, dude, it's also Ascendant Orbs, and Enhancement Shaman always has damage as well. Like, you're getting additional haste as well from the power infusion, from the Ascendant Orbs. That just allows the Enhancement Shaman to always have so much damage.
All right, second set of Arathi firebombs coming in here for Worms, being dropped off by the helpful Arathi here. Hopefully we'll be able to throw them onto the boss. Yeah, nice and quickly. The Rogue even running back to do one of them. Priest doing another. Holding onto the bomb, actually, it looks like.
I don't hate the hold. It kind of lets you make sure that your twos are going to be up.
Bomb, though.
Oh!
And some danger.
Is this going off?
I think it is. Bang!
Oh, no, man. What? Okay. So here's how this mechanic works. You have to throw 6 bombs into the boss, and then it will phase. And if a bomb explodes, it is healable. Obviously, it's not good, but it is an amount of damage that can be healed. Now, they have to wait for the next wave of bombs to spawn before throwing their barrel. And this is really bad because I was earlier commending them talking about their 2 minutes. Now the boss also has a floor at 62% that you can't push past in this phase.
Yeah, so they are going to have to do that full amount in this last phase. Now, they are still decently ahead of FTBZM, but FTBZM are hot on their heels. They are throwing these bombs into the boss and making this phase at 63%. So a little bit of damage left on the table here in phase 1, but it's still much more efficient than waiting for a third set of bombs. Worms landing now, and they are 15 seconds of death penalty in favor of FTBZM. FTBZM are not that far behind here compared to Worms. If they can accelerate their damage here, and Tettles, FTBZM, oh no, they don't have Lust. Neither team has Lust. Okay.
Yeah,
Lust briefly looked available on the tracker, but yeah, it's not.
If FTBZM had Lust, I think they might be able to win this, but look, look at this. Worms here, they have all their offensive CDs. They are absolutely going to annihilate this boss in very quick fashion here.
Yeah, Worms are just blasting this boss. The power infusion lands on that enhancement shaman, and the boss is just dead already. Worms have just murdered it.
All right, goodbye, Roshan.
Wow. That
See
was
you in the
crazy.
ring.
I've never seen it go from 62 to 60 that fast, but Worms are going to secure a 3-0 victory over FTB ZM in just 15 seconds here. There's no way that FTB ZM can burn this boss in time. Is there? 62%, 5 seconds before the death timer. No, there is not. It is Worms who are your champions. They will be advancing as China's #1 seed into the global finals. FTB ZM taking that #2 seed. We will see both of them again in 44 hours. When
That's good
global
math.
finals begin. Yeah, I had to double check that. But yeah, 44 hours is when we'll be seeing both of these teams pairing up against our teams from groups A and B in the West.
Worms didn't drop a map the entire weekend, man. I think that
So they looked really sketchy in 2 of the 11 maps that they played.
Yes.
But they managed to win both of those because the other teams made bigger mistakes.
Now, I will say that I think for Worms, I want to see them playing this composition that they played in this Dawnbreaker a lot more. I think that we got to get away from this Augevoker Destro Warlock situation. I think there's a situation where you could play the Augevoker or the Destro Warlock, but I don't think that we can be playing both in most of the dungeons. I think that I want to see them more consistently on this Enhancement Shaman Assassination Rogue, and there better be a good reason that you're dropping those specializations because they're so powerful. Now, we have seen good reasons that teams have dropped them. I think that we've seen some Mist of Tyrann Scythe with some Warlock. We've seen some Mist of Tyrann Scythe with some Survival Hunter. Both of those have looked fantastic, but I think that Worms moving into the global finals, I think that they have some weaknesses to shore up. For FTB ZM, I think the storyline is kind of like they can look pretty good, but what is their composition going to look like? Are they going to continue to just play this exact same comp in every single situation? Because if they do, I'm a bit concerned for them against some of the top caliber teams from around the world.
Yeah, I am as well. I do think that the interesting things that I really liked out of this region this weekend, Protection Paladin, Elemental Shaman. Those 2 specs, I think, are ones that should deserve a second look, especially the Protection Paladin and plus 12 Keystones this weekend, I think is very much a candidate for consideration that all of our teams should be looking at. The stuff I didn't like was the Resto Shaman. I think the Resto Shaman is a relic of live keys, and I think it works very badly compared to the Disc Priest and the Resto Druid when the key level is this low, and you're just not contributing as much damage as those other specs do.
I 100% agree with you. I don't think that we can see Restoration Shaman or MDI level keys. I think it's nice because it's comfy, but I just don't think it's fast in the way that you need to see. And as you can see on screen here, we have now determined which of our 8 teams are going to be making it to the global finals this weekend. And we have Perplexed, Mandatory, Polish Mountain, Holy Moly, Miscount, Ducks Can Fly, and then from the Chinese region, we have FTB ZM and Worms. And so I think that this is going to be an absolutely phenomenal global finals. You said, what did you say, 44 hours?
44 hours from now, yeah. In fact, 43 hours and 45 minutes from now is when we'll be starting the MDI Global Finals this weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 10 a.m. Pacific. We've got our full double elimination bracket with all of these best teams in the world, all 8 of whom have been so impressive to get to this point. It is going to be a stacked competition. You're not going to want to miss it.
Dude, I think that this was a great Chinese final.
Absolutely, yeah. And Worms definitely looking really good. I think the question for me is, are they on that top level or are they on that second from the top level? Because they're definitely not any lower than that. They're one of those 2 tiers, right?
I think that they're on that tier 2 level.
I think so as well.
But I think that it's kind of difficult to actually tell. So whenever you're looking at their time trial times, they're on that top level. But whenever... I think that maybe we're swayed a bit too much by the fact that they played that Destro Warlock Augevoker in a lot of dungeons. Because I think if they got away from that more, and we actually saw what they could do with that Assassination Rogue and that Enhancement Shaman in every single key, I think that they could actually be on the top level. But intuitively, I think that they're on that second level.
Yeah, there were a lot of very cool strats we saw debuted this weekend as well. I loved some of that summon we just saw in Dawnbreaker.
That summon,
was cool.
oh my god.
A lot of cool gateways. Like the Warlocks, that had a lot of tech for them in a lot of these dungeons.
Do you think Warlock needs a relook?
I think so. I've been a fan of Warlock forever. Again, it's tough if you have Sin Rogue and Enhancement now your Warlock is competing in that last spot with, say, DKs, and DKs are also really, really, really good. Warlocks are pretty hard to kill. DKs are indestructible as well, which is another strong advantage to them. See, I'm not sure. It's something that I do think is worth looking at. Again, for me, the biggest thing to look for is prop pallies. I think prop pallies are a huge potential adaptation for these teams to implement in especially whatever plus 12s we throw at them in the global finals, because at the global finals we're moving up a key level. So instead of 9s, 10s, and 11s, we're doing 10s, 11s, and 12s at the global finals. Those 12s are going to be basically 2 steps harder than the 11s as well, because Xalatat's Guile affix kicks in, and that's basically another key level of difficulty.
That's going to be so cool, seeing the Guile, and I think it's going to be just like that much harder. I think that tank damage is already going to be crazy. Like, it's already kind of crazy on the 11 key level, and so seeing it on the 12s, that's going to be nuts.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to have this this tension of like Vengeance Demon Hunter, speed, burst AoE, prop warrior, tankier, or maybe even play the prop pally. Maybe you can get away with that prop pally, some utility, some sustained damage. Maybe kill your friends with Tempered in Battle every now and then as a treat. Could be could be a vibe.
What a treat.
All right, well, that is, again, coming up this Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 44 hours from now. We will be playing the MDI Global Finals. We've just concluded now that China Finals here, so should be an extremely, extremely exciting weekend. Again, all of our teams playing up against each other. We will get to see potentially showdowns between Perplexed and Mandatory, Worms versus these teams. Holy moly, coming out of Group B as well looked so strong. Was that, a flash in the pan, a short-term thing, or is that going to hold up as we move into the global finals? That is another question mark for me.
I think that we also got to get the predictions in as well. Me and Chad have a ongoing feud on our predictions on who's going to be winning. So I think that we're going to have to make sure that we get this settled in the global finals.
And best of all, we will bring back some higher quality casters for that weekend as well. You're not going to have to deal with just me and Tunnels casting all these maps for you. So
what do you mean? This was sick.
This was sick. I love casting these the Chinese region. We did this once before, I think, back in Shadowlands. I remember doing this. It was a really good time. So glad to have them back playing in the MDI again, and some really good World of Warcraft showcased here. Some really cool innovation as well, and I hope that the Western teams are taking some notes. I think there's definitely some ideas worth stealing here. Some of the Warlock tech in some of these dungeons, I'm not sure it was always worth. I don't think in Siege of Borealis necessarily it was good.
Yeah.
I think some of the use in the other dungeons was definitely cool. The Og Evoker as well, I do think is worth another look. Like the Wernstone in Stonevault, for instance, looked really nice. That is a powerful piece of utility for the teams to consider going forward, for sure.
Yep. Any final thoughts, Stratnos?
Let's see. I think that for me, the biggest question marks going into this weekend are going to be Worms, Holy Moly.
Okay.
And I was going to say Mist Count, actually.
Okay.
Another team that I have a big question mark on. Yeah, because I think it's fair to say Perplex and Mandatory are like the two titans coming into this. Holy Moly also looking really good potentially in that tier as well. And then, teams like Ducks Can Fly, FTB ZM, Polish Mountain are the big underdogs. And the other teams for me, those ones in the middle, are the question marks because they could definitely challenge upwards into, teams like Perplex and Mandatory. So I'm curious. We'll have to see what the bracket ends up looking like as well. Either way, that's going to be it for us for this MDI China coverage. Hope you guys have enjoyed it in chat. Thanks for joining us. Thanks again to production, the production teams both here and over there, for making this broadcast possible. We will see you again for the MDI Global Finals in just 44 short hours. See you then. Goodbye. They need to do a little bit more than 1% of this boss's HP. Will they be able to make this happen? Oh, I don't think so. We'll see. We gotta get to the milliseconds.
Don't know.
The clock won't stop until the boss and that Fleshcrafter are both dead, but it is about to stop here.
Mandatory are going to just barely be able to eke out a victory over Holy Moly and take Cup B.
Sevi saving it for a little bit. Oh no, but the Toothbreaker! And that's going to be a full wipe for sure. They're in boss combat now. They can't even release until they're all dead here.
Another zero-death run coming in from Polish Mountain, upsetting this count and giving themselves a berth into the finals.
无论是作为他的减伤版，哎呦，一车撞死2个
3-0取胜，恭喜5只小区获得史诗钥匙地下城全球总决赛。
Also have a full life. Team name still alive though. They can maybe finish off the boss.